Jopriya. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, Dr. Hina Pandey, on behalf of Center for Air Power Studies, Confederation of Indian Industries, and Society of Indian Defense Manufacturers, welcome you all to the 16th International Conference on Energizing Indian Aerospace Industry. The theme for today's conference is Challenge Nirbhar Bharat. To begin with today's program, may I now invite Air Marshal Anil Chopra, Director General, Center for Air Power Studies, to deliver the welcome remarks. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Hina. Moving on with the last session of the day, may I now request Air Marshal Daljit Singh for kindly take over. Air Marshal Daljit Singh served in the Indian Air Force in the fighter stream for 38 years in various command and staff appointment in the field and air headquarters. He has flown nearly 3,500 hours on fighter aircraft, including nearly 2,000 hours on Myri's 2,000 fighter. Over to you, sir. Ma'am.
Please give me a ठीक है, we go. laptop because the laptop. Hannah Lobs. Sorry.
Without laptop, it's fine.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, Dr. Hina Pandey, on behalf of the Center for Air Power Studies, Confederation of Indian Industries, and Society of Indian Defense Manufacturers, welcome you all to the 16th International Conference on Energizing Aerospace Industry. The theme for today's conference is Challenges for Atmanirbhar Bharat. To begin with today's program, may I request Air Marshal Anil Chopra, Director General, CAPS, to deliver the welcome remarks.
Check one, two, one.
In more than 75 years of our partnership with India, we have seen the nation transform and soar into the skies. It's a matter of great pride for us to have played an important role in the mission readiness and modernization of the country's defense forces, a relationship that goes back to the Second World War. A mainstay in the commercial aviation sector, we are connecting India to the world with the most fuel-efficient airplanes. And it is here in India that we see the future of aerospace unfold. Innovators brimming with ideas, engineers converting imagination to reality. Leveraging this potential is an incredible opportunity, not just for India, but for the world. Building a local aerospace and defense ecosystem for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Investing in local partnerships and nurturing homegrown talent. Committed to transforming the communities we work among and creating lasting change. We are bringing the best of Boeing to India and the best of India to Boeing. Over the years, while fighter aircraft have incorporated the latest of technologies, the process of making them usually dates back to the time when the world was still analog and designs were drawn on paper. The way fighter aircraft are being designed and produced has been rewritten with Gripen, the world's most modern fighter aircraft. This we are about to share with India. Instead of following the standard within the aviation industry and offer just build-to-print license production, the Saab way is to share its expertise within the full spectrum of aeronautical capabilities. To design, produce, maintain, and upgrade are all directly dependent on each other and necessary for building self-reliant capabilities. With Gripen, Indian industry will, in partnership with Saab and its global partners, create a complete ecosystem that will energize the aviation industry in India for years to come. Welcome to the world's most modern aeronautical facility, the center of gravity for the Gripen Make in India program. Combining best practices, latest technologies, and skilled Indian workforce in a brand new facility will set new standards in aeronautical engineering. Using state-of-the-art methods and tools, engineers virtually design and test out all aspects of the aircraft. Before a single part is built, the aircraft flies in a complete computer simulation. The same functional software and 3D models of the aircraft are used in all design, production, maintenance, and support activities. This integrated workflow leads to dramatically reduced lead times, life cycle cost, and risk, while at the same time quality and product performance is assured. The optimized production lines include flexible and secure workstations equipped with latest technologies. Empowered teams embracing lean practices ensure continuous skill development and performance, delivering superior products to the customers. R&D partnerships formed between industry, academia, and government secure innovation power for continuous capability improvements and development of next-generation systems and platforms. A complete ecosystem of training academies and centers of excellence will be set up to enable technology sharing between Indian industry, global industrial network, and customers. Together, we create a vibrant common environment in which to grow and develop. The Britain Make in India program will result in thousands of jobs for India's young professionals across the whole value chain. They will set the stage for India to leapfrog to the forefront of countries designing and developing the world's most modern fighter jets to ride the future of fighter development. When you are airborne, precision and reliability make a critical difference. Because when you are challenging gravity, you can't afford to have anything less than the very best. One company that understands this truth and commits itself to the constant pursuit of excellence is Samter.
In more than 75 years of our partnership with India, we have seen the nation transform and soar into the skies. It's a matter of great pride for us to have played an important role in the mission readiness and modernization of the country's defense forces, a relationship that goes back to the Second World War. A mainstay in the commercial aviation sector, we are connecting India to the world with the most fuel-efficient airplanes. And it is here in India that we see the future of aerospace unfold. Innovators brimming with ideas, engineers converting imagination to reality. Leveraging this potential is an incredible opportunity, not just for India, but for the world. Building a local aerospace and defense ecosystem for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Investing in local partnerships and nurturing homegrown talent. Committed to transforming the communities we work among and creating lasting change. we are bringing the best of Boeing to India and the best of India to Boeing.
Over the years, while fighter aircraft have incorporated the latest of technologies, the process of making them usually dates back to the time when the world was still analog and designs were drawn on paper. The way fighter aircraft are being designed and produced has been rewritten with Gripen, the world's most modern fighter aircraft. This we are about to share with India. Instead of following the standard within the aviation industry and offer just build-to-print license production, the Saab way is to share its expertise within the full spectrum of aeronautical capabilities. To design, produce, maintain, and upgrade are all directly dependent on each other and necessary for building self-reliant capabilities. With Gripen, Indian industry will, in partnership with Saab and its global partners, create a complete ecosystem that will energize the aviation industry in India for years to come. Welcome to the world's most modern aeronautical facility, the center of gravity for the Gripen Make in India program. Combining best practices, latest technologies, and skilled Indian workforce in a brand new facility will set new standards in aeronautical engineering. Using state-of-the-art methods and tools, engineers virtually design and test out all aspects of the aircraft. Before a single part is built, the aircraft flies in a complete computer simulation. The same functional software and 3D models of the aircraft are used in all design, production, maintenance, and support activities. This integrated workflow leads to dramatically reduced lead times, life cycle cost, and risk, while at the same time quality and product performance is assured. The optimized production lines include flexible and secure workstations equipped with latest technologies. Empowered teams embracing lean practices ensure continuous skill development and performance, delivering superior products to the customers. R&D partnerships formed between industry, academia, and government secure innovation power for continuous capability improvements and development of next-generation systems and platforms. A complete ecosystem of training academies and centers of excellence will be set up to enable technology sharing between Indian industry, global industrial network, and customers. Together, we create a vibrant common environment in which to grow and develop. The Gripen Make in India program will result in thousands of jobs for India's young professionals across the whole value chain. They will set the stage for India to leapfrog to the forefront of countries designing and developing the world's most modern fighter jets to ride the future of fighter development. When you are airborne, precision and reliability make a critical difference. Because when you are challenging gravity, you can't afford to have anything less than the very best. One company that understands this truth and commits itself to the constant pursuit of excellence is Santa.
In more than 75 years of our partnership with India, we have seen the nation transform and soar into the skies. It's a matter of great pride for us to have played an important role in the mission readiness and modernization of the country's defense forces, a relationship that goes back to the Second World War. A mainstay in the commercial aviation sector, we are connecting India to the world with the most fuel-efficient airplanes. And it is here in India that we see the future of aerospace unfold. Innovators brimming with ideas, engineers converting imagination to reality. Leveraging this potential is an incredible opportunity, not just for India, but for the world. Building a local aerospace and defense ecosystem for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Investing in local partnerships and nurturing homegrown talent. Committed to transforming the communities we work among and creating lasting change. We are bringing the best of Boeing to India and the best of India to Boeing.
Over the years, while fighter aircraft have incorporated the latest of technologies, the process of making them usually dates back to the time when the world was still analog and designs were drawn on paper. The way fighter aircraft are being designed and produced has been rewritten with Gripen, the world's most modern fighter aircraft. This we are about to share with India. Instead of following the standard within the aviation industry and offer just build-to-print license production, the Saab way is to share its expertise within the full spectrum of aeronautical capabilities. To design, produce, maintain, and upgrade are all directly dependent on each other and necessary for building self-reliant capabilities. With Gripen, Indian industry will, in partnership with Saab and its global partners, create a complete ecosystem that will energize the aviation industry in India for years to come. Welcome to the world's most modern aeronautical facility, the center of gravity for the Gripen Make in India program. Combining best practices, latest technologies, and skilled Indian workforce in a brand new facility will set new standards in aeronautical engineering. Using state-of-the-art methods and tools, engineers virtually design and test out all aspects of the aircraft. Before a single part is built, the aircraft flies in a complete computer simulation. The same functional software and 3D models of the aircraft are used in all design, production, maintenance, and support activities. This integrated workflow leads to dramatically reduced lead times, life cycle cost, and risk, while at the same time quality and product performance is assured. The optimized production lines include flexible and secure workstations equipped with latest technologies. Empowered teams embracing lean practices ensure continuous skill development and performance, delivering superior products to the customers. R&D partnerships formed between industry, academia, and government secure innovation power for continuous capability improvements and development of next-generation systems and platforms. A complete ecosystem of training academies and centers of excellence will be set up to enable technology sharing between Indian industry, global industrial network, and customers. Together, we create a vibrant common environment in which to grow and develop. The triple Make in India program will result in thousands of jobs for India's young professionals across the whole value chain. They will set the stage for India to leapfrog to the forefront of countries designing and developing the world's most modern fighter jets to ride the future of fighter development. When you are airborne, precision and reliability make a critical difference. Because when you are challenged with gravity, you can't afford to have anything less than the very best. One company that understands this truth and commits itself to the constant pursuit of excellence is Samter.
In more than 75 years of our partnership with India, we have seen the nation transform and soar into the skies. It's a matter of great pride for us to have played an important role in the mission readiness and modernization of the country's defense forces, a relationship that goes back to the Second World War. A mainstay in the commercial aviation sector, we are connecting India to the world with the most fuel-efficient airplanes. And it is here in India that we see the future of aerospace unfold. Innovators brimming with ideas, engineers converting imagination to reality. Leveraging this potential is an incredible opportunity, not just for India, but for the world. Building a local aerospace and defense ecosystem for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Investing in local partnerships and nurturing homegrown talent. Committed to transforming the communities we work among and creating lasting change. we are bringing the best of Boeing to India and the best of India to Boeing.
Over the years, while fighter aircraft have incorporated the latest of technologies, the process of making them usually dates back to the time when the world was still analog and designs were drawn on paper. The way fighter aircraft are being designed and produced has been rewritten with Gripen, the world's most modern fighter aircraft. This we are about to share with India. Instead of following the standard within the aviation industry and offer just build-to-print license production, the Saab way is to share its expertise within the full spectrum of aeronautical capabilities. To design, produce, maintain, and upgrade are all directly dependent on each other and necessary for building self-reliant capabilities. With Gripen, Indian industry will, in partnership with Saab and its global partners, create a complete ecosystem that will energize the aviation industry in India for years to come. Welcome to the world's most modern aeronautical facility, the center of gravity for the Gripen Make in India program. Combining best practices.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
and skilled Indian workforce.
May I have your attention, please?
Set new standards in aeronautical engineering.
We will begin with the program shortly.
Methods and tools and
I request everyone to please settle down, put your mobile phones on silent.
aircraft flies in a complete computer simulation. Same functional
To
software
ensure social distancing,
are used in
I would like to request all of you to get seated in alternate chairs
integrated workflow
and have your mask on at all times.
life cycle cost and risk.
Thank
At
you.
the same time, quality and product performance is assured. The optimized production lines include flexible and secure workstations equipped with latest technologies. Empowered teams embracing lean practices ensure continuous skill development and performance, delivering superior products to the customers. R&D partnerships formed between industry, academia, and government secure innovation power for continuous capability improvements and development of next-generation systems and platforms. A complete ecosystem of training academies and centers of excellence will be set up to enable technology sharing between Indian industry, global industrial network, and customers. Together, we create a vibrant common environment in which to grow and develop. The Gripen Make in India program will result in thousands of jobs for India's young professionals across the whole value chain. They will set the stage for India to leapfrog to the forefront of countries designing and developing the world's most modern fighter jets to light the future of fighter development. When you are airborne, precision and reliability make a critical difference. Because when you are challenging gravity, you can't afford to have anything less than the very best. One company that understands this truth
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, Dr. Hina Pandey, on behalf of the Center for Air Power Studies, Confederation of Indian Industries, and Society of Indian Defense Manufacturers, welcome you all to the 16th International Conference on Energizing Indian Aerospace. The theme for today's conference is Challenges for Atmanirbhar Bharat. To begin with today's program, may I now invite Air Marshal Anil Chopra, Director General, Center for Air Power Studies, to deliver the welcome remarks.
Air Chief Marshal Bhaduria, Chief of the Air Staff, President SIDM, Mr. Jayant Patil, Chairman SIDM Committee on Aerospace, Mr. Satish Kaura, DG SIDM, Mr. Mishra, senior officers of the armed forces, members of industry, friends from media, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to this 16th International Conference on Aerospace, Indian Aerospace Industry Challenges for Atmanirbhar Bharat. The Atmanirbharta, implying self-reliance, has been chosen by Oxford Languages as its Hindi word for 2020. The word gives a voice to the strength displayed by the Indians for their drive for self-reliance. This is now the new term for DIY, do it yourself. For us in the aerospace sector, the Prime Minister's directions, in short, mean get going, guys. I also want to mention that immediately after the Second World War, the world realized that he who controls aerospace controls this planet. And therefore, everyone sitting in this hall or listening to us on the web is a direct contributor to this capability. Today, even the Chinese are investing large sums in aerospace, and India clearly needs to invest more and more in aerospace to become a significant global player. To promote ease of doing business and indigenization, just yesterday, the Raksha Mantri increased the financial powers of the service headquarters and the field commanders, and the key word he used during the function was indigenization and Atmanirbharta. Having been the commandant of AST and a test pilot, I have watched and worked closely with DRDO and the various production agencies, and have myself test flown many HAL aircraft, especially in the month of March. And from my personal experience, I can say that on many counts, our industry has come of age. And some other counts, we are nearly there. But of course, there are areas that we need to get our head together. HAL is a world-class aerospace company. They are not only serving the Indian Armed Forces, but also manufacturing things for the space program. And also they are manufacturing a large number of things for major aerospace players around the world. And we are really proud of the work the HAL has been doing. The LCA program is clearly come of age. The fact that the Air Chief is regularly going and flying his old baby not only indicates that the aircraft is very pleasurable to fly, but also how the Indian Air Force is strongly backing this program. The LCA program has helped to master many technologies, and now the production rate, I think, is time it must go up, and more outsourcing to private industry is what I feel which is urgently required. An Indian private partner, if they choose, for having a separate line, production line, could also help in the export potential of the LCA. And next we wait for the Mark 1A and the Mark 2, where the R&D, I believe, is being accelerated. We are also reading about the twin-engine deck-based fighter and the omni-role combat aircraft. We are also reading about the combat air teaming systems. Someone, I guess, during these 2 days will tell us what exactly is happening in these areas. The Su-30 MKI is another huge program, and with the significant Indian participation, and this is a program which will carry on for another 2 decades. So there is a lot of action. This is the major fleet of the Indian Air Force today, and will be so for some time to come. The AMCA must succeed, and early enough for India to become a real global player. What is happening about that RFP for 114 new fighters? I guess some of us may want to know. The IF is also eagerly waiting for the IJT and the HTT 40 to be seen soon on the Air Force Academy's flight lines. Later, we should also have an indigenous advanced jet trainer or a lead-in fighter LIFT, which may evolve from the LCA to CETA. The ALH Dhruv, the Rudra, the light combat helicopter, the light utility helicopter variants are a success story for India to be very proud of. We now look forward to the Indian medium multi-role helicopter, which the HAL and DRDO are working on. For unmanned aerial vehicles, many private companies are in the game, and I was very happy to read just a few days back that deals have been signed by all the 3 services with private players for swarms, kamikaze drones, and for anti-drone systems. And meanwhile, we, of course, are waiting, the country is waiting to see the high and medium altitude, long endurance drones like the Rustam or the Tapas and their variants, and also later the autonomous Ghatak to reach the tarmacs. Recently, we saw the 19-seat multi-role utility aircraft Hindustan 228 rollout at Kanpur. I was the commandant AST when the Saras did its first flight in 2004. Unfortunately, we lost an aircraft and crew in 2009. The work has recommenced, and we are hoping the Indian Air Force is committed to the program, and we hope for early completion of development and induction. The 70 to 100 seat Indian regional jet is an important milestone for us to become big in the transport aircraft league, and we would like to hear from the DRDO and HAL as to what exactly is happening there. Electronic warfare is another area of serious action. Yes, the Tarang RWR has been a success. Work is on jammers, missile approach warning, and ESM systems. I guess someone will again update us of what is the status on these. IF also urgently needs the AWACS and AEWNC aircraft. DRDO has taken on this challenge, and we hope that the Indian Air Force does not have to wait for too long a period. We are doing extremely well in ground radars. Several projects for land, sea, and airborne radars are, including AEWNC and fire control radars have been on. And we do have an LCA MMR involved jointly with the Israelis. But Uttam ISA FCR is what LCA boys are eagerly waiting. Perhaps it will come in the Mark 1A. We have a substantial design and development capability for electronic components within India, both in the private and public sectors. And I think that it is time that we really try and harness this capability. DRDO is also working on a slew of laser and directed energy weapons. We would like to know more about the progress and where are we. India is also doing well in on the missile front, especially the Agni, the Prithvi, Akash, Astra, Nag, Helena. They're all been a big success, and the inductions are taking place in large numbers. And of course, meanwhile, the BrahMos is all getting set for exports, and the newer variants are under development. If the strategy for us, and same we hear about the Chinese, is the barrage of surface attack missiles in the initial stages of the war, and then that is an area we need to have larger numbers. We also need to accelerate the process for the MR-SAM and LR-SAM, as these will also be required in larger numbers. After Balakot, we all know that the glide bombs are important. And DRDO has been working on these called Garuthama and Garuda. Another area which we do not know much as to what is happening. I hope somebody will update us on this. HAL has just ordered 99 engines with GE Aviation for the LCA program. Both China and India have been struggling to develop aircraft engines. But I think this is an area requiring national level attention and resources. I have had to recently sign an emergency purchase deal for 70,000 AK-103 assault rifles from Russia. Don't you all think it's time that we should be having to have rifles of our own? Hypersonics, another area of action. The hypersonic technology demonstrator vehicle has been moving forward slowly but steadily. I personally would like it to move at hypersonic speeds. Collaboration with industry, private sector, research and education institutions, including IITs and NITs, is very important, and I think more still needs to be done. DRDO policy and procedures for transfer of technology are in place. We would like to hear from the private industry if more needs to be done. Private sector and startups surely need much more hand-holding. India has expanded the negative list for defense imports. There will be no imports for transport aircraft, light combat helicopters, conventional submarines, and cruise missiles, and many other things from 2024 onwards. I hope all of us sitting in this hall and listening to us on the web will rise up to the occasion. Space is already an ultimate enabler for all kinds of operations on the surface and subsurface on Earth. The asset weaponization of space is already taking place. India is proudly doing well. China now has more launches per year than USA, the space launches. I think India needs to also accelerate the total number of launches and our program in terms of capability to support the operations on Earth. We are proud of the work being done by our private sector. They are on their own or with foreign partners are getting into big league. I personally feel we are at the inflection point. And from here, the graph, we were just a little earlier discussing that it's 20 years since we are holding these CII, events, industry events. But the graph, which was moving very slowly, but in the last 3, 4, 5 years, has taken a steep, angle upwards. Despite worries about COVID, we have lined up some great sessions and speakers for the next 2 days. We will get to hear from the users, the policy makers, the DRDO, the HAL, and major global and Indian aerospace industry players. I am happy to see the hall is more or less full, and many of them are not even sitting on the adjoining seat. Much larger number of people are watching our event live. To avoid travel for many of the speakers, we have decided that the day 2 of this hybrid event will now be virtual. That is tomorrow. Once again, I welcome you all. Enjoy the session, maintain social distance, and Jai Hind. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite our next speaker, Mr. Sunil Kumar Mishra, DG SIDM, to kindly deliver the opening remarks.
Air Chief Marshal RKS Bhadoria, PVSM, AVSM, VM, ADC, Chief of the Air Staff, Indian Air Force. Mr. Jayant D. Patil, President, SIDM. Mr. Satish Kaura, Chairman, SIDM Aerospace Committee. Air Marshal Anil Chopra, PVSM, AVSM, VM, VSM, Director General, Center for Air Power Studies. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all members of the armed forces, SIDM members, and media who are present here. It's a long time since SIDM or we had a physical get-together or a conference like this. Before I begin, I would like to place my sincere gratitude to the Indian Air Force and the Center for Air Power Studies for once again partnering CII and SIDM to organize the 16th International Conference on Energizing Indian Aerospace Industry. It has been an honor and privilege to partner for the event for the last 1.5 decades, and we cherish this partnership and value it. I'm confident that all participants, encompassing a milieu of top industry executives, government officials, service officials, and veterans, will find value in the sessions which have been planned in the next 1.5 days. In the past year, the defense and aerospace industry has moved through catalytic policy and procedural changes in line with the vision set by the Honorable Prime Minister to make India Atmanirbhar. To make this vision a success, it is imperative that all stakeholders connect regularly through forums and platforms like this to discuss, declutter, and to streamline the indigenization process through the prism of commercial and strategic viability. The most important policy frameworks have been put into place and in the last few years, and we need to communicate more to get the buy-in from all concerned and all stakeholders. This conference comes at an opportune time when the Indian economy is recovering from the impact of the pandemic, and I'm sure that we will gather diverse perspectives and generate action points for the way ahead for the Indian aerospace industry. We have all major Indian and foreign OEMs supporting this event, and I sincerely thank all of them for their contribution for today's program and this hybrid engagement. We have been organizing awareness sessions throughout the country, and we have now started instituting state chapters of SIDM and placing defense industry advisors in the states for the benefit of industry, particularly MSMEs, who need it much more than the larger industry. Most recently, on 25th of June, we launched the first CII SIDM state chapter for Uttar Pradesh in Lucknow, which will work very closely with the state government to promote local industry and, of course, the UP Defense Corridor. We will be launching similar initiatives in other focus states also. On behalf of SIDM, I would like to reaffirm our commitment towards building the capacity and capability of the defense and aerospace industry to achieve the targeted annual turnover of 25 billion by 2025. I'm certain that with progressive policies coupled with emerging opportunities from both the domestic and global markets, we can positively achieve this target. Today is the time for industry and defense forces together to make the difference, and I'm sure we will. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now request our next speaker, Mr. Jayant Patil, President, SIDM, to proceed with the special address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Air Chief Marshal R.K.S. Baduria, Air Marshal Anil Chopra, my SIDM colleagues on the dais, veterans, many of them, it's nice to see you all in person. And I remember that 2 years back we could meet here, but thereafter, of course, last year we had to do a virtual conference. For industry and Air Force, this has become an annual kind of an event, and this is what signifies the progress that we do. And if I simply have to look at what is that has changed over last 2 years, we passed through one of the worst times over the past century that has not only India but the whole world passed through. And I think over this time, a decisive leadership at the helm of India obviously decided to make some amazing kind of policy initiatives. It is that is truly seeing us through something what we know will unfold into some amazing situations for the industry as well as for the across the sectors of economy, and defense being one of those leading sectors. If I have to just quote the Prime Minister from the Red Fort when he spoke on 15th, he ended by saying, "Yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai." I think if we have to start looking at the gist of what has been happening in the last couple of years, that is just one quote which truly brings out what the nation is going to be doing or slated to be doing. Already the initiatives being in place, and that's something which I thought captures extremely well the mood. We can see very clearly that across segments and sectors of the defense, there's enormous amount of movement in terms of not just policies, but there's budgetary support getting visible. Just to talk of numbers, just past year, we used to have a scenario of roughly about 48,000 crores of indigenous buying. This year's budget just makes it 1.6 times. It's straight away now going to 71,000 crores. And that's a huge amount of increase, and that's in confidence by the government, obviously not unfounded because industry truly is shaping up. Since the liberalization happened in 2001, we've seen that things didn't really move at the pace they were required to, but we certainly can say that last 6 years, 7 years, there's been enormous amount of catch up on that pace. And once there's a strong foundation, the foundation allows a leapfrog. What we are truly going to be seeing in times to come is that leapfrog, because we have seen something happening over this one little more than a decade period, wherein every policy, first time when it is being implemented, it has its own pangs of how to implement. Now that having been passed through, and of course, couple of years of last 6 years in terms of what needs to be done, a lot of policies being set right. We're now obviously looking at that yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai. We obviously have to start looking at when we talk of numbers. We have the defense budget over last 2 years, truly talking of additional commitments being made. If we take an average over last 3 years, it does show overall growth well beyond 12 to 13% year on year. It's not sustained every year, but if we look at last 3 years, 3 years old number and this year's numbers, we start seeing that. The defense production and export promotion policy actually committed on government's behalf that there will be a 15% CAGR that would be committed to defense up to 25. And that is precisely where the numbers start coming out, that when we say that we'll achieve 25 billion, or 175,000 crores of Indian defense output, that 175,000 crore has an embedded factor of that 15% year-on-year growth. Now, this 15% year-on-year growth is enabler on the government side. Now let's start looking at what the industry has been doing. Little before that, we've seen over last about 5 years, nearly little more than 5 lakh crores, and within precisely last 3 years, roughly 2 lakh 22,000 crores of additional AONs that have been granted, wherein Indian industry, in sizable part of that, in excess of 80-85%, Indian industry would be playing a role. So that's on one end that that the government is committing that in terms of times to come, this is what we want to do. On the industry front, we have started seeing an enormous amount of new investments happening, new manufacturing complexes having come in. As Larsen Toubro, since I work with Larsen Toubro, we today run 7 factories for defense. These didn't exist a decade back. So you have someone who now has found his own money, his own investments, his own shareholders' equity to be able to put in across factories after factories. And we now start seeing every couple of months a new induction happening on major weapon systems. We have made enormous progress on wherever and whatever segment India has been truly, to some extent, call it closer to Atmanirbhar, and the rest of the segments, as we are moving, we are seeing them being conquered one by one. We know the ills of imports and we know the ills of TOT, because imports necessarily mean you buy an equipment, remain completely dependent on life cycle support with a foreign partner, and we know when there's a disruption or there are sanctions, what happens to us. All of us have lived through the times of those scarcities when somebody else decide whether you will fly, you will drive, or you will sail. And from these considerations, when we start looking at Atmanirbhar, obviously becomes a natural choice. We used different words earlier, but I think the Sanskritization in Atmanirbhar makes it all complete. Atmanirbhar is not just about self-reliant. It is that confidence in ourselves to be able to do things ourselves, and that makes all the difference. What we are seeing today is an era where there's industry who is building fundamental technologies. IDDM came up only in 2016, and we truly see very large number of programs coming under IDDM. I know there are a lot of people who scoff at IDDM. They say it's a back kind of a backdoor route to TOTs. I know, having done more than 350 systems in the country as Larsen Toubro over my last 36 years being in this sector, the most of orders that Larsen Toubro today executes are truly IDDM. There are few that did not get issued as IDDM. They got issued right from Buy Global to Buy and Make Global. But from all of those, we converted them into IDDM. It's a faith you take, a leap of faith you take in investing right from fundamental technologies. And I think that is a route which truly today the policy actually says you must do this. Now, it's a vindication for some of us who've been old timers in this sector, actually having done some of those things. It makes an enormous amount of sense. And going forward, I see that it's a policy driver which will ensure this keeps happening more and more, and keeps happening across sectors and segments. When we talk of the needs of Air Force being very specific to today's kind of an event, next 2 days, today and tomorrow, we start seeing earlier days it was building platforms. And platforms, obviously, there's an enormous amount of maturity. And then Marshal Chopra very rightly said, we are all proud to be partners to HAL, but life will not end up with HAL alone. We also are seeing that beyond platforms, there are many, many more things to be done. And we see the unmanned sector coming up. 3 years back, if anybody in India was to talk of unmanned sector, he would say, what does India know about it? And today we know the orders physically being placed. Last 10-15 days, at least 4 orders being placed, right from small startups to big industries to call it the foreign representing Indian companies actually having received orders on this sector. The unmanned sector would bring in a revolution because we don't need to then have an Abhinandan who's to be captured somewhere to fly him out. And if we can do all that without putting him into the cockpit, and that's a tomorrow which we can look forward to the moment we are able to do unmanned sectors. And what is going to really help there? On one side, it's the startups who essentially are going to create that kind of a momentum. But on other side, each and every of that aerospace technology having been truly brought in and brought up into the country, some of them through collaboration, some of them through our own developments. One segment I know, and it does remain to be conquered very largely, is the engine. And we know what initiatives are going on right within the country. A Rolls-Royce DRDO program under which a new engine is under development. Missile programs, I don't need to speak. My organization has been working on missile program now precisely for 35 years. We know what all has happened in the country. There is no segment of missile sector except for some small gaps that still remain. And those gaps obviously are on focus to be addressed. But every of those actually happening in the country. That's one sector, so-called in the aerospace segment, wherein we are very, very close to being completely Atmanirbhar. No future missiles will come into the country except for addressing those specific gaps. Look at the space sector. And since, as Lasan Tubro, we are involved in the space sector precisely for 50 years. It dates before I joined this company, 44 years back. But today, the same sector is moving into, Air Marshal Chopra talked about China doing more launches. If all our plans today, through the policy initiatives which are going through, we probably can do more. We are talking of a launch a day, a launch every 2 days. If those scales, truly we can find customers. There are plans right now under discussion with the Department of Space for implementation. And those are things which are happening because of the new space policy. So we are really talking of an kind of an environment of enormous amount of new things happening. And that's essentially where bring me down to the seminar. We've been meeting on an yearly basis, taking stock of where exactly we are and where we want to be moving. I think I can sum up by simply saying those same words of the Prime Minister, yahi samay hai, sahi samay hai. Let's look forward to doing things collaboratively. Uniform becomes an enormous supporter of each of these initiatives. Without the user, there's nothing that can happen. And it's the user who then says, the moment he sees a capability, he builds an application over that capability, defines a little more deeply what exactly he requires and what kind of a tuning he requires. The day we sit together, start talking, we can create things which don't exist anywhere else. I think that's an ability through the collaboration, which we look forward to building up in terms of times to come. And with that, thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. May I now request the Chief of Air Staff, Air Chief Marshal RKS Bhaduria, to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
Air Marshal Chopra, Director General CAPS, dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, former chiefs, all the senior officers, my colleagues, members from the industry and industry captains, ladies and gentlemen here and on BTC, and friends from the media, very good morning. I must thank Director General CAPS for inviting me here and for arranging this seminar regularly every year. I think it brings to focus the core areas, not only from IF perspective, but from the national perspective in terms of what is required to be done in the aerospace industry. This conference on energizing the aerospace sector and the challenges for Atmanirbharta is very apt, very timely. And if you talk of Atmanirbharta, then the critical path to Atmanirbharta is the aerospace sector in terms of getting it right. And from that angle, we must remember that Atmanirbharta today is a strategic necessity. It is most complex and most time-consuming, kind of budget required in the aerospace sector. But once you get it right in the aerospace sector, the rewards or the returns on Atmanirbharta, on becoming Atmanirbhar in aerospace sector are the maximum, because what aerospace power can bring in terms of asymmetric results in any conflict or non-conflict situation in the future, no other weapon systems of power can become. So therefore, it is crucial. I think it is very important that such seminars are held and we find ways and means of identifying the challenges and moving forward. It's tricky to talk after 2-3 speakers. Many of the things and quotes that I wanted to give have already been covered. In my talk, I will try and avoid duplication, but if there is some element of duplication, just to emphasize the point, please pardon me. But what I want to, in my talk, concentrate on is basically to give a sense of, from IF perspective, where are we in terms of energizing aerospace sector? What are the critical focus areas that are required? Again, some critical areas. And what are the important challenges that we should start looking at? I will not go into all because, you have a lot of eminent speakers lined up, both from services and industry in the sessions that are planned. And I'm sure all the nitty-gritties of every single aspect would get discussed. And we would have some follow-up points that we can take home. In terms of where are we today from IF perspective in terms of energizing aerospace sector, I think the picture is quite bright. Director General Caps started with LCA. I'll also start with LCA, basically not because of my attachment to this aircraft, but essentially LCA has redefined the military aviation and is the core of technologies of successful implementation of a project of this nature and the kind of technology and capability that has been brought into the ecosystem. Also, it has generated the kind of confidence required to take on any project. And 40 plus 83 Mark 1A, I think, will make the core of this aerospace industry in terms of input, in terms of budget, in terms of how the ecosystem will flourish and the initial inputs that go into it. And to my mind, short of the stealth of AMCA, every single aircraft can be manufactured because of what has been done in the LCA project and the entire ecosystem. 100 plus partners that were there in this chain. They've done wonderfully well. The results are for all of us to see. Apart from that, industry-wise, HTT 40 was referred to. We have already given RFP for 106. We would go in for follow-up on LCA for the variants. AMCA is in advanced stage of preparation. Helicopters has been covered as an area of growth and confidence. The industry is doing well, primarily driven by HAL. In terms of radars, sensors, technologies, AWNC, and even the fighter radar that is coming up, Uttam, I think we have come a long way. In terms of Air Force perspective, there is no ground radar that is being imported today. Every single radar that is planned now further on is practically going to be from our industry. The same goes for weapons, where rapid progress has taken place, be it air-to-air, air-to-ground, and the kind of sensors and the development of data fusion networks, AI, and big data handling capacities. So within the 2 years that I've been closely associated, I think we have traveled a lot of ground, particularly even in these areas and purely from indigenous industry in terms of getting our networks right, getting our networks secure, going to the next level of networks and data handling, and the kind of automation that has been brought in with the support of the industry. Some of those details are not outside, but it is something that will give us the strength to act fast, decide fast, and react fast. There are other areas of indigenous development. the recent developments that have taken place in terms of drone attacks and such threats that have come up, a lot of orders have been placed on our industry, be it drones, counter drone systems, be it jammers, various type of jammers, and even some radars that we wanted in VHF band. So a very good progress has taken place across the board. From IF perspective, we are looking at least 350 odd aircraft over the next 2 decades. And 350 includes the 83 LCA. Don't start counting after the LCA. But that is the general picture. It is a substantial number in terms of as a core element of energizing the aerospace sector. And there is a whole lot of weapons and systems and support and missiles, surface to air, and weapons from air to ground that will come along with it. Overall, from as far as the Air Force is concerned, we have put all our effort towards making our future procurements from indigenous sources. More importantly, we have gone into a drive to look at sustenance of our fleets, including fleets which are foreign OEM supported, in order to develop capabilities so that we are able to get into the spare chain as much as possible. Previously, we were quite successful. I think Air Force has indigenized 48,000 parts over the last decade, but they were largely low cost and high numbers, and therefore it was possible. We have now ventured into high cost and low numbers, including 3D printing. And I'll just to inform you, we today have 16 3D printed parts already in the airworthiness channel to get airworthiness. So that is the level of importance that we have given to even sustenance. And I think it's a very big area of focus that should happen from the private industry in particular. Some critical areas of focus, the next point I wanted to briefly touch upon. I think the most critical is our effort towards R&D and how much are we going to devote from all areas, be it DPSUs, be it private sector, be it MSMEs, in terms of percentage that you will put in towards R&D, and look at some technologies, look at some asymmetric technologies and the rapidity. The criticality for us in technology is to bring it in real short time. Otherwise, the major advantage of doing an indigenous development and indigenous mission systems and weapon systems is lost if we are not able to put it in quickly in terms of changes. So R&D and effort at technology development, I think, is very important. As an industry, we need to start looking at what roadmap should be there. Again, it is not easy. Some of the technologies are complex, particularly some sensors technologies, some data fusion. Some are advanced. Some technologies are stealth and plus 6th generation, which will take time. And therefore, a roadmap to do it alone, to do it in collaboration, or to put innovative startup methods, whatever is required, this is an area that needs very important focus straight away. From Air Force side, other critical focus is the standard efficiency, cost, quality, and quality control. I know it's all a repetition, but this is what affects us most. And with the energizing of aerospace industry and the kind of money that will go into it, and DPSUs and private sector MSMEs coming together, if we are not going to have gains in these 4 aspects, then again, we would have lost the major benefit of going indigenous and developing our indigenous industry. It is easier said, but bringing in efficiency and cost in an aerospace industry with private sector, although we all think that it will be easily done, it is complex, and I will touch upon it in the challenges aspect. Coming to the challenges, I think the most important challenge that we need to look at from aerospace sector is airworthiness. The first primary challenge is how to get airworthiness clearance fast enough. As a private sector or MSME, if you are as part of a project development with DPSU, you have a set process and it will go, but the timelines will remain same. So the timelines that we wanted to cut won't happen. Therefore, there is a need to look at, in terms of policies, in terms of enabling provisions, it has been done. The test methods can be used, the test infrastructure can be used. However, to make it into an implementable form, this will be a challenge. From private sector, participation in particular, apart from looking at airworthiness clearances and shortening this chain, we have to look at how do we utilize the trained manpower, harness the existing manpower, be it ex-AFOs or from the DPSUs, to for the initial getting up to speed in all the projects, and thereafter how to build rapidly a trained manpower. Again, aerospace sector is complex. Manpower is difficult to train. It takes longer, and the criticalities of airworthiness are so steep that there are requirements in terms of quality control which will kick in, and it is a challenge that you have to start planning for. I think it is time that we look at all our infrastructure, be it test infrastructure and methodologies and flight tests done by Air Force towards airworthiness, and all other infrastructure at our DPSUs and wherever it has been created from the Air Force side to be treated as national assets, and must find some ways and means of making it available to the private sector and whoever wants to develop in the ecosystem to be able to utilize it and reduce the time and cost of development and fielding the system. The next challenge is how to bring in asymmetric technological capability to Indian Air Force. While Atmanirbharta is very important, looking at our northern neighbor, we have to have areas, niche technologies, niche capabilities, which must be built in-house from our own industry, for reasons of security and for reasons of rapidity. And this is an area, again, which is easier said than done. It is a challenge that we need to look at both from Air Force side in terms of devising methods and processes for this, and from the industry side to be able to rise to this challenge, because this is what will give us the maximum result. Be it in weapons, be it in sensors, be it in AI and decision support system, shortening the OODA loop, wherever you see, whatever new surprises that we can spring in the next conflict, that is what will be critical. So this is, I think, a challenge that we should start looking at straight away. Apart from these important challenges, I think no industry can sustain if you don't have a revenue chain going which is strong enough. From that perspective, while we have already put our sustenance chain on our maintenance of aircraft into the private industry and to DPSUs, it is important to bring in civil and military fusion, to set up MRO centers, to set up an ecosystem which caters for both the requirements. And this synergy is what will give a baseline revenue model which will be sustainable. Given the kind of budgets required and the kind of inputs required for an aerospace sector, if we do not have a sustainable model in terms of cost inputs, then it is likely that many of the projects initially get taken up, and thereafter the industry will face challenges to continue. So these are, I think, the important areas that I feel as challenges towards becoming Atmanirbhar. In conclusion, I would only say that Atmanirbharta needs to become the important and the strongest pillar of our national security, of our comprehensive national power, and of our national pride. And I have no doubt that with the Air Force and the industry together, we can achieve this. I again want to thank DG CAPS, SIDM, CII, and all present here for this opportunity to discuss. And I wish you all have very fruitful sessions in your talks subsequently. And Air Force would look forward to carry home points that we need to act on. And it's my promise to you that we will look at each of those aspects very closely and follow up. Thank you very much. Jane.
Thank you, sir, for sharing those insightful suggestions. May I now request Mr. Satish Kaura, Chairman, SIDM Aerospace Committee, to kindly deliver the concluding remarks and convey the vote of thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Air Chief Marshal R.K.S. Bhaduria, Chief of the Air Staff, Indian Air Force, Air Marshal Anil Chopra, Director General, Center for Air Power Studies, my colleague A.M. Patel and Sunil Mishra on the dais. It gives me immense pleasure to conclude the inaugural session of the 16th International Conference on Energizing Indian Aerospace Industry. We had a great start to the event with enlightening addresses from both Air Chief Marshal Bhaduria and Jayant Patil. Sir, as always, your insightful remarks have set the tone for subsequent sessions of this conference. This annual flagship event organized by CII, SIDM, and CAPS aims to energize the domestic aerospace industry and give an overview of potential opportunities that exist for the industry. As we all know, over the years, this platform has become very active and very useful and has had good impact for all the stakeholders. The partnership between Indian Air Force and industry, of course, has been very strong over the years. The leadership in Indian Air Force has been very supportive of indigenization, and the results are there for all of us to see. We in industry, of course, are very encouraged by the evolving policies and initiatives, both of the government as well as Indian Air Force. I believe we've come a long way in the last 10, 15 years from first developing the technologies that you've heard about. And now we are seeing an emergence of number of platforms, and we are now starting to see a vision for the next 5 to 10 years. On all these platforms like the fighters, helicopters, drones, missiles, and many others, the work has happened because of the technologies that took some time to develop. And in all of these segments, you'll see private sector is starting to play a very important role. Therefore, as we see in the future, I think it is very interesting, and there are lots of challenges as we go ahead, as mentioned by the speakers. While the positive indigenization lists do cover some aerospace items, we still have a long way to go in pursuit of Atmanirbharta. I'm sure this year the seminar will even be more beneficial for the industry, as we have tried to cover all the significant issues with regard to the evolving industry with very eminent speakers. In line with the Honorable Prime Minister's clarion call for Atmanirbhar Bharat, the Ministry of Defense, via its policy reforms, has given a significant impetus to domestic defense and aerospace manufacturing. Additionally, using indigenously manufactured equipment in the field provides very important strategic benefit to the services. With this, I would like to conclude my remarks and once again express my gratitude to all the esteemed guests who have joined us today. Your participation has been very encouraging to all of us, the stakeholders, and we hope that this will also help us as we move on in future. As chairman of the Aerospace Committee, we in SIDM will continue to engage with all the stakeholders for the future growth of the industry. Thank you and Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. And I thank all our distinguished speakers for setting the tone for our subsequent deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen, we now break for tea, and I would like to request all of you all to please move towards the foyer. Please do remember to take your seats back by 11:15 hours. Thank you.
And commits itself to the constant pursuit of excellence is Santa.
In more than 75 years of our partnership with India, we have seen the nation transform and soar into the skies. It's a matter of great pride for us to have played an important role in the mission readiness and modernization of the country's defense forces, a relationship that goes back to the Second World War. A mainstay in the commercial aviation sector, we are connecting India to the world with the most fuel-efficient airplanes. And it is here in India that we see the future of aerospace unfold. Innovators brimming with ideas, engineers converting imagination to reality. Leveraging this potential is an incredible opportunity, not just for India, but for the world. Building a local aerospace and defense ecosystem for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Investing in local partnerships and nurturing homegrown talent. Committed to transforming the communities we work among and creating lasting change. We are bringing the best of Boeing to India and the best of India to Boeing.
Over the years, while fighter aircraft have incorporated the latest of technologies, the process of making them usually dates back to the time when the world was still analog and designs were drawn on paper. The way fighter aircraft are being designed and produced has been rewritten with Gripen, the world's most modern fighter aircraft. This we are about to share with India. Instead of following the standard within the aviation industry and offer just build-to-print license production, the Saab way is to share its expertise within the full spectrum of aeronautical capabilities. To design, produce, maintain, and upgrade are all directly dependent on each other and necessary for building self-reliant capabilities. With Gripen, Indian industry will, in partnership with Saab and its global partners, create a complete ecosystem that will energize the aviation industry in India for years to come. Welcome to the world's most modern aeronautical facility, the center of gravity for the Gripen Make in India program. Combining best practices, latest technologies, and skilled Indian workforce in a brand new facility will set new standards in aeronautical engineering. Using state-of-the-art methods and tools, engineers virtually design and test out all aspects of the aircraft. Before a single part is built, the aircraft flies in a complete computer simulation. The same functional software and 3D models of the aircraft are used in all design, production, maintenance, and support activities. This integrated workflow leads to dramatically reduced lead times, life cycle cost, and risk, while at the same time quality and product performance is assured. The optimized production lines include flexible and secure workstations equipped with latest technologies. Empowered teams embracing lean practices ensure continuous skill development and performance, delivering superior products to the customers. R&D partnerships formed between industry, academia, and government secure innovation power for continuous capability improvements and development of next-generation systems and platforms. Complete ecosystem of training academies and centers of excellence will be set up to enable technology sharing between Indian industry, global industrial network, and customers. Together, we create a vibrant common environment in which to grow and develop. The Gripen Make in India program will result in thousands of jobs for India's young professionals across the whole value chain. They will set the stage for India to leapfrog to the forefront of countries designing and developing the world's most modern fighter jets to ride the future of fighter development. When you are airborne, precision and reliability make a critical difference. Because when you are challenging gravity, you can't afford to have anything less than the very best. One company that understands this truth and commits itself to the constant pursuit of excellence is Samter.
In more than 75 years of our partnership with India, we have seen the nation transform and soar into the skies. It's a matter of great pride for us to have played an important role in the mission readiness and modernization of the country's defense forces, a relationship that goes back to the Second World War. A mainstay in the commercial aviation sector, we are connecting India to the world with the most fuel-efficient airplanes. And it is here in India that we see the future of aerospace unfold. Innovators brimming with ideas, engineers converting imagination to reality. Leveraging this potential is an incredible opportunity, not just for India, but for the world. Building a local aerospace and defense ecosystem for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Investing in local partnerships and nurturing homegrown talent. Committed to transforming the communities we work among and creating lasting change. We are bringing the best of Boeing to India and the best of India to Boeing.
Over the years, while fighter aircraft have incorporated the latest of technologies, the process of making them usually date back to the time when the world was still analog and designs were drawn on paper. The way fighter aircraft are being designed and produced has been rewritten with Gripen, the world's most modern fighter aircraft. This we are about to share with India. Instead of following the standard within the aviation industry and offer just build-to-print license production, the Saab way is to share its expertise within the full spectrum of aeronautical capabilities. To design, produce, maintain, and upgrade are all directly dependent on each other and necessary for building self-reliant capabilities. With Gripen, Indian industry will, in partnership with Saab and its global partners, create a complete ecosystem that will energize the aviation industry in India for years to come. Welcome to the world's most modern aeronautical facility, the center of gravity for the Gripen Make in India program. Combining best practices, latest technologies, and skilled Indian workforce in a brand new facility will set new standards in aeronautical engineering. Using state-of-the-art methods and tools, engineers virtually design and test out all aspects of the aircraft. Before a single part is built, the aircraft flies in a complete computer simulation. The same functional software and 3D models of the aircraft are used in all design, production, maintenance, and support activities. This integrated workflow leads to dramatically reduced lead times, life cycle cost, and risk, while at the same time quality and product performance is assured. The optimized production lines include flexible and secure workstations equipped with latest technologies. Empowered teams embracing lean practices ensure continuous skill development and performance, delivering superior products to the customers. R&D partnerships formed between industry, academia, and government secure innovation power for continuous capability improvements and development of next-generation systems and platforms. A complete ecosystem of training academies and centers of excellence will be set up to enable technology sharing between Indian industry, global industrial network, and customers. Together, we create a vibrant common environment in which to grow and develop. The Britain Make in India program will result in thousands of jobs for India's young professionals across the whole value chain. They will set the stage for India to leapfrog to the forefront of countries designing and developing the world's most modern fighter jets to light the future of fighter development. When you are airborne, precision and reliability make a critical difference. Because when you are challenging gravity, you can't afford to have anything less than the very best. One company that understands this truth and commits itself to the constant pursuit of excellence is Santa.
In more than 75 years of our partnership with India, we have seen the nation transform and soar into the skies. It's a matter of great pride for us to have played an important role in the mission readiness and modernization of the country's defense forces, a relationship that goes back to the Second World War. A mainstay in the commercial aviation sector, we are connecting India to the world with the most fuel-efficient airplanes. And it is here in India that we see the future of aerospace unfold. Innovators brimming with ideas, engineers converting imagination to reality. Leveraging this potential is an incredible opportunity, not just for India, but for the world. Building a local aerospace and defense ecosystem for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. investing in local partnerships and nurturing homegrown talent. Committed to transforming the communities we work among and creating lasting change. We are bringing the best of Boeing to India and the best of India to Boeing.
Over the years, while fighter aircraft have incorporated the latest of technologies, the process of making them usually date back to the time when the world was still analog and designs were drawn on paper. The way fighter aircraft are being designed and produced has been rewritten with Gripen, the world's most modern fighter aircraft. This we are about to share with India. Instead of following the standard within the aviation industry and offer just build-to-print license production, the Saab way is to share its expertise within the full spectrum of aeronautical capabilities. To design, produce, maintain, and upgrade are all directly dependent on each other and necessary for building self-reliant capabilities. With Gripen, Indian industry will, in partnership with Saab and its global partners, create a complete ecosystem that will energize the aviation industry in India for years to come. Welcome to the world's most modern aeronautical facility, the center of gravity for the Gripen Make in India program. Combining best practices, latest technologies, and skilled Indian workforce in a brand new facility will set new standards in aeronautical engineering. Using state-of-the-art methods and tools, engineers virtually design and test out all aspects of the aircraft. Before a single part is built, the aircraft flies in a complete computer simulation. The same functional software and 3D models of the aircraft are used in all design, production, maintenance, and support activities. This integrated workflow leads to dramatically reduced lead times, life cycle cost, and risk, while at the same time quality and product performance is assured. The optimized production lines include flexible and secure workstations equipped with latest technologies. Empowered teams embracing lean practices ensure continuous skill development and performance, delivering superior products to the customers. R&D partnerships formed between industry, academia, and government secure innovation power for continuous capability improvements and development of next-generation systems and platforms. A complete ecosystem of training academies and centers of excellence will be set up to enable technology sharing between Indian industry, global industrial network, and customers. Together, we create a vibrant common environment in which to grow and develop. The Gripen Make in India program will result in thousands of jobs for India's young professionals across the whole value chain. They will set the stage for India to leapfrog to the forefront of countries designing and developing the world's most modern fighter jets to ride the future of fighter development. When you are airborne, precision and reliability make a critical difference. Because when you are challenging gravity, you can't afford to have anything less than the very best. One company that understands this truth and commits itself to the constant pursuit of excellence is Santa.
In more than 75 years of our partnership with India, we have seen the nation transform and soar into the skies. It's a matter of great pride for us to have played an important role in the mission readiness and modernization of the country's defense forces, a relationship that goes back to the Second World War. A mainstay in the commercial aviation sector, we are connecting India to the world with the most fuel-efficient airplanes. And it is here in India that we see the future of aerospace unfold. Innovators brimming with ideas, engineers converting imagination to reality. Leveraging this potential is an incredible opportunity, not just for India, but for the world. Building a local aerospace and defense ecosystem for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Investing in local partnerships and nurturing homegrown talent. Committed to transforming the communities we work among and creating lasting change.
Ladies and gentlemen, kindly settle down. We will now begin with the first session shortly. I request the panelists to please come on the stage. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We will now begin with the first session on capital procurements. To commence the proceedings, I request Chairperson Air Vice Marshal Anil Golani, Additional Director General, CAPS, to kindly take over. AVM Golani is a veteran fighter pilot with nearly 4 decades of experience in military aviation, operations, leaderships, and policy. Over to you, sir.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first session that we are having of the CAPS CII seminar on Atmanirbhar Bharat, and I think a lot has been spoken in the morning. And for this session, we have with us Air Vice Marshal Ashutosh Dikshit, who's a veteran Mirage pilot and a test pilot. So he's the right person who's also in the plant branch at Air Headquarters to speak to us on what is happening on capital procurement. But I'd just like to make a couple of points that, the initiative that the government and the nation has taken to facilitate capital procurement through the indigenous route. I think the first thing that has been done is the requirement of bank guarantee, which has been reduced drastically from 10% to 3%. And this is going to give a big boost to the domestic industry. The other thing is that for all the MSMEs, the procurement of spares and components up to a budget of 200 crores is supposed to be done through the indigenous route only. And the new thing which is there in the latest defense acquisition procedure is the leasing of hardware through which the Indian companies can be the front, and we will see the first of these happening very soon, where there is talk going on already of leasing the flight refueling aircraft. And to give a boost to the startups and all, the stringent requirements which were there earlier of last 3 years, financial records and all have been waived off, and they've been given an incubation period of 10 years now, so that they get encouraged to work indigenously. I will not take more time since it's going to be a short session, and over to you.
One second. Start करेंगे। नहीं हो रहा।
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to stand in front of such an august gathering and share some perspectives on capital procurements of Indian Air Force. It is a very vast topic, and in the inaugural session, most of what I was supposed to speak has already been spoken. So I will just touch upon certain key aspects during my presentation. And if something I leave out, and if you want to know specifically, I will try to answer that at the end of my presentation. Now, this is a word cloud of non-political speeches of Prime Minister. We have been hearing Atmanirbhar and all those kind of things. So here we see that the word technology, of course, India, global, strengthen
policy, and these kind of things, they stand out clearly. So what we need to do to achieve Atmanirbharta is very well covered here in this kind of analysis. Indian Air Force has been supporting Indian industry and the Atmanirbhar concept since its inception. Depicted on the screen are the aircraft which have been produced in India, I think since 1950 or so. All these aircraft which you see, they were licensed produced or produced in India in HAL. So that has been our legacy, and we are going to support it. And you have heard our chief saying very, very clearly, and he was very vocal about this, that we are here to support Indian industry, and we will continue to do so. Similarly, some systems, all these systems, actually we are trying to indigenize, or we have already indigenized. The AEWC aircraft is a wonderful piece of equipment. All the radars we have today, or we are likely to induct in times to come, will be from India. In 2010, this book came out. This book's name was Arming Without Aiming. This was written by Stephen Cohen, a very renowned author. His main argument was that India is not going in the correct direction in arming their armed forces. So I stand here to negate this argument. And what happened that this book was written when India was just starting this defense procurement procedure, and we are trying to grapple with the policy things, and we were also not very sure what are our requirement. Industry was also nascent at this stage. So today, what is left relevant in this book is the last sentence which I have written here. India has long had the motivation for modernizing its military. It now has the resources as well. Though he had written this 2010, it is very apt today, and we will see what we can do about this. How do we decide what we need to buy? This is the very important question, and I wanted to throw some light on this, so that, like what was said in the morning, that industry must find technology which is niche and which is able to change and give surprise to our adversaries in time to come. Broadly, we have two adversaries, West adversary and another one. Our the Chinese counterpart, they are very strong in technology. They are able to produce a lot of things themselves. And Pakistan is able to get a lot of technology from them and from other countries also. So on one hand, we have technological asymmetry, and we have imbalances of occlusion, maybe due to budget, maybe due to policy, procedures, or item itself not being available. Okay. So we have to take a decision whether do I need to buy it outright, do I need to develop it, or do I need to build it? Now this decision is a very, very complex decision, because if we need to buy something, there is a gestation period. Development or building it, the end result is not very sure when we are starting. For example, LCA, we started in 83. Today we are singing praises of it. But yes, this much period, there was a sense of ambivalence everywhere. Idea is that we have to find our technological gaps, our gaps in our operational capability, using the technology, and then finally balance between what to buy, where and when. Or is there money left to invest in research and development, which is a very important question, which is always there in front of government, and we are supporting research and development to a great extent. I'll cover that also. Okay. So basically we have three types of, if you look at our inventory or look at our concept of operation, we have sensors, we have shooters. In between, there is a whole ecosystem which connects both of them. The OODA loop is shortening the sensor to shooter cycle. The faster I detect it, equally faster I should be able to react. That is the reality in today's world. And tomorrow, this gap must close maybe down to seconds, or if possible, even lesser. So this is the whole gamut. We have aircraft, missiles, directed energy weapons, electronic warfare, which is a kind of a soft kill shooting, these kind of things. On sensor side, we have radars and we have all these kind of things. In between, there is a whole ecosystem where there is a command and control elements. There are decision metrics, which is the domain of artificial intelligence, sensor fusion, and these kind of things. So this is the pipeline through which the sensor information passes through shooter. Today, we are trying to build this pipeline and we are trying to shorten the gap between sensor and shooter. Okay, now coming to evolution in our policy. Today, if you remember, defense procedure came out, procedure came out in 2002, just after Kargil. It was a book of about 60, 70 pages. Today, that book has grown to close to 700 pages. And it will grow further also in times to come. Because now we are trying to build in a lot of policy directions which are helping us to place orders on Indian vendors. So from policy side, we are getting restricted. We cannot go global anymore with impunity like it was there some time back. We also have defense procurement manual, which deals with all our revenue procedures, and it deals with how to sustain various fleets which we have. We also have DFPDS, which lays out the financial parts, which Chopi sir covered in the morning. Yesterday, a new version has been issued. In addition, there are close to about 800 pages of policy letters and various kind of things which you have to keep in mind when you take a decision between buy, build, develop, or these kind of. So interpretation is difficult. That is why we take time. We want to do it correctly. So some people say you go this way, no this way. So like this things happen, but finally we settle down. And in the end, believe me, we always do the correct thing. So in between, we have tussle with industry, tussle with ministry, tussle within air headquarters itself, how to interpret a certain thing. Okay. I'll quickly cover what are the challenges which I foresee sitting in procurement directorate for a good amount of time. Okay. The defense acquisition process, see, we are here, our main aim, presently the threat of Indian Air Force is defend the Indian skies and ensure that no external aggression is able to affect us. That is our main job, and we must spend our money towards this aim. Now, if I am able to achieve Atmanirbhar, this is an added bonus. So I can if I see capability, capacity in Indian industry, I will give order. Okay, if that is not there, then per force, I will have to go elsewhere. So like our chief pointed out, it should be a whole of India approach. So industry also should be able to do some work and meet us halfway. So that is a request, and that is what I am professing. I meet a lot of Indian vendors on almost daily basis, and I keep telling them this, please find some technology, where the technological gaps are. There are tremendous amount of information about Indian airports available. So please try and fill that. Whole of India approach. We alone cannot achieve Atmanirbhar Bharat concept in aerospace single-handedly. That is what I would like to say. Now, some points which I wanted to specifically cover with Indian industry. So, aerospace industry is very, very technology intensive. There are initial huge capital outlays are required, significant investment in their infrastructure. If you have to make an aircraft, you must have hangar, you must have airfield, you must have wherewithal to carry out airworthiness and meet its requirements. Okay, testing requirements are very, very strong, and long duration D&D is required. Please be ready to factor this in your plans in the manner you are going to enter the aerospace industry. Human resource is very, very important in this industry. The skill set takes long time to build. Education quality, culture of innovation is required because not everything happens the first time you do it. Okay, there is a lot of repetition which takes place. Minor corrections are required to pass an item. Technology will not come directly. There are a lot of denial regimes. Engine is the largest example. We have not been able to get engine technology from anywhere. Even when we are ready to pay, we are not getting it. Let's see what happens with this Rolls-Royce program. And this industry, aerospace industry, is a long duration industry. Today, if you invest, you are not going to get return next day, okay, or maybe next year. Yes, within 5-6 years, you will start getting returns, but till the time you will have to hold your horses and continue to support it. That is the message. Similarly, I have seen a lot of Indian vendors carrying out infighting with each other. That puts any program, we recently faced it, that puts any program back by almost 2 to 3 years. So please refrain from that. And if a better person is there, please allow him to continue to do that job. Okay, now I wanted to talk about what is there in future. So like our chief said, 350 fighters. Yes, 350 fighters in times to come. They will be there, 83 LCA, 114 MRFA, AMCA, like that is not the end of it. We have very huge upgrade programs coming up, like Su-30 upgrade will happen. Some will happen with foreign OEMs help. Rest, we are planning to do it completely indigenously. And we have also requested HAL to take help from private industry by name. So when we move the proposal, we will put by name this system by this company, this system by this company. We have requested HAL, let's see whether they are able to achieve this or not. Yes, so this is one very unique thing which is going to happen maybe next year. Our transport fleet, we are doing a very program for almost about 8-9 years now. Avro replacement. I hope that it concludes soon. It's a game-changing program. First time we are trying to get a private industry, and we are asking foreign OEM to make the aircraft in India. About 40 of them, 100 and close to about 125 MSMEs will be involved. 13,400 detail parts will be made in India. Okay, so I only hope that this happens fast, sooner than later, and this is really going to be a game changer for our industry and its future potential. MRO will be set up in India. So that is in the transport side. Helicopter, more or less, we have become almost self-sufficient in a small helicopter thing. Kamov will be set up in due course of time. IMRH is what is the thing which we are now looking at to replace our Mi-17s and Mi-17 G5, maybe 10 years down the line. We are getting interest from Indian industry in this. Okay, so we are now deliberating, should we open the D&D for HAL and for Indian private industry? This is under deliberation. Maybe we will take some help in times to come. Our trainer fleet, we have given RFP to HAL for giving the trainer, but that will get delivered 5 to 6 years from now. In between, we want our basic training to be done using a leased aircraft. We had issued an RFI for that, and that good response we have got. About 6 people have responded. We are just finalizing thing, and then we will move for approvals. This we want to do it fast. And then there is a scope for Hawk AGT type of aircraft, maybe 10 years from now, because by that time AGT will be getting old and it will need replacement. Kirans also will need replacement next 2 to 3 years. So that is also one area which we need to dwell upon. Combat enablers, we have 1, 2 or 3 AEWC aircraft. 6 more we have requested DRDO to build, and That is for completely indigenous mission system, a great success. And they are going to take help of a lot of academy people and a lot of private industry people who are into this AI, because sensor fusion and EW data fusion along with sensor, along with the picked up tracks, it's a very niche field, and we have homed on to 2-3 industries, and they are doing a very good job. So we are in talks with them. As soon as we get approvals, we will get going for these 6 AWC platforms. FRA lease, also we have been told that FRA lease will happen. In addition, we will also procure, we also want to procure FRA, maybe using the pre-owned aircraft because of the life and the cost restrictions. The missiles, sorry, moving forward. One second. One second. You're not able to see this. Yeah, okay, sorry. SAGW, we have SAGW, we are doing upgrade of Pichora, which is through Indian private sector. I hope it is a success so that it may lead to various other upgrades which we want to do. Akash missile has been a very good success. Currently, we are doing one CIWS program that is also with all Indian partners. It is under field evolution trial stage. And further, all surface to air missiles will be from India, maybe DRDO technology. One point I would like to say here, but first let me just cover radars. All radars, like Chief told, all radars Indian, other than some unique radars, which we can't make in India till now. Now, what was happening is that DRDO was developing all this technology and giving it to DPSUs. We are forcing DRDO, or rather advising them, that we must create competition. So when he gives technology, he should give to 2-3 people, not only one person. This has happened. We are facing a lot of resistance for that. We are holding our ground. Let's see. We will try to get one even of DRDO developed technology and issue RFP to 3 or 4 people. It will be a great, it is a challenge for us. We are, and we want to do price discovery. You see, whatever we want to do in a multi-vendor type of scenario. It helps us, it helps the industry also. So all radars, recently we have done a multi-vendor radar procurement, VHF radar. We have got a wonderful price and a wonderful equipment till now on paper. When it is delivered, we will certainly take a look. Weapons, certain niche weapons are always, they are coming from abroad only, especially DESMEC type of technology or A4M type of missiles. Those are not yet developed in India. But we are after DRDO. A huge list of DRDO programs is there. Thoma, Rudram 1, 2, 3. Like this, there is a huge list. DRDO is working hard. We are pushing them, and we are going overboard to do their testing even when the item is not yet fully realized. So in between testing also we are doing. This is new thing which we have started. Part testing also we are doing, and we are holding. And we had also requested DRDO to put a team in our AST, so that because of the large number of trials which are happening, we are able to, their synergy builds up. So most probably all air to ground weapons will become Indian from now onwards. We have, in the last emergency procurement, we have done some procurements of air to ground weapons from Indian vendors, okay, which are yet to be realized. Maybe by next year, and we will be able to say something more on this. Before this, sensors, I have already told you, EW, I have already told you, EW also, Bell is getting a lot of cases, D29, DR118, like this, Bell is getting a lot of cases. We are also telling them to go to Indian private vendors and try to involve as many people as possible. Please don't make everything yourself. You have to ensure that everybody is involved, and everybody, all the Indian industry people must find a niche segment where they excel, so that they are able to contribute to our Atmanirbhar concept. So with this, I think I have covered the entire spectrum of capital procurements of Indian Air Force. And any questions, then I would like to answer. Thank you very much.
Questions from anyone?
Morning. I'm retired Air Marshal Sachdeva. I was district PP and FD before I retired. First of all, just an information, then a question. The information is 681 pages of DAP 2020. I was an author, one of the authors along with it. 350 pages are on shipbuilding. 150 pages are on forms, as well as the procedures for offset clause and all. So finally, you get about 150 to 200 pages on which you actually have to work. Just an info. Second is, on 15th August 2019, Prime Minister made a statement when he announced the CDS, and he said, you don't fight a war where one service is running ahead of the other service. So synergy and togetherness is what is the announcement made by the PM on 15th August. Do we have a chapter in our procurement department which actually synergizes the three of them together? Or we are running alone, and so is the Navy and so is the Army?
Morning, sir, once again. Thank you, sir, for this information, sir. The forms and RFP format and contract format also get updated, sir, and they are very important part of the DPP earlier and DAP now, sir. Regarding synergy, sir, there is a process on at headquarter ideas, integrated capability development building, sir. Right now, actually, we were there yesterday in that seminar, and the seminar is going from 7th to 10th. It is a 5-stage process. 2 stages have already been done, sir. Earlier, what used to happen is we used to create a LTIPP. So it was each service used to create a document. It used to be put together by IDS, and it used to be called that is the integrated perspective plan. However, that exercise is now being synergized, and a document of ICATS will come out, and CDS has set a timeline of 31st March of next year. But still, we, as Air Force, we will not say give this view that we are running alone, sir. That we will not agree to, sir. Whenever we move a proposal, sir, the proposal is given to all the services, all the important departments of ministry, and to headquarter IDS, and we get very good comments. Because of this, certain procurements which Army was doing, we have been able to join up. Certain procurements which we are doing, other services have been able to join us. One good example is this UAV, the UAV which we are talking of. So Navy was procuring it, we have joined, and we were also procuring this male UAV in large numbers. All other 2 services have joined. So there is a synergy. It may not be apparent, it may not be in an instrumented manner, but it is there. And with ICATS, I think it will be formalized. So that is.
Yeah, hello. So myself Somnath Chaudhary, I represent IIT Bombay. In your opinion, how academia can play an important role in the research, design, and development of the cutting-edge technologies? I would say for the future generation technology, like say quantum technologies or nanotechnologies, or maybe some sensors, critical sensors. Academia, particularly in the applied research part, from the Indian Air Force point of view. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, sir. So we, as part of some projects, we had interacted not directly, but through our prime vendors or through DRDO. We are interacting, especially from Bell side, where we are doing sensor fusion. We have 3 modules being worked upon by various IITs. Some prediction algorithm is there in that, some using artificial intelligence, heuristics method, and big data is also there. So that we have been able to do. What we lack right now is our sensors which are in the infrared and visual field, and analyzing the data. That capability we don't have. As users, we always push DRDO. We always depend on DRDO. We don't go to private industry or directly to academia. We have not been going actually. Because we are finally, ultimately, we are users. We only see the result and we are able to only make ASQR. So this point will be addressed. We'll request DRDO to look into this, and we will ensure that whenever we do any high technology kind of procurement, we will ask the vendors also to interact with academia. Now, in addition, there are certain make procedures which have come. This is for the Indian OEMs. You should look at make 2 and make 3, which has come in chapter 3 of DAP. And you can also interact with academia and come up to us that this is the kind of development we want to do. If we find it worthwhile, we will certainly go ahead and do this. Like Swarm drone, we have done one competition, very successful. And we have found some very good results in that. That is all I can say.
I can, no, this part, hello, yeah, this continuation, this part, really. See, we are working very closely with the DRDO, ADA, HAL, or even Bell. The approach is there, research to the end users, research, design, development to the end users. What I'm suggesting, it should be from the end users to the technology, it's reverse gear. End users to the technology to the applied research. So therefore, we feel that someone from the Indian Air Force should be in the panel, or like particular like groups like the IC Bangalore, or IIT Bombay, or IIT Madras, from the user and users. So the approach should be from the user to the applied research, not from the research to the end user. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
How we have been able to link the technology development with the technical development. Secondly, where is the power in future? We have the power. Or
Sir.
Okay.
So may I?
Please. So let me just answer his question. So, Grupi Narang, correct? Yeah. Okay. So, Meher Baba competition actually got delayed due to COVID for about 18 months. There was no work which could happen. Teams could not reach there. And when they tried to reach, they could not bring the complete equipment. Finally, actually only last month we have concluded. And still one team, we are still waiting for them to come. Okay. Now, but there has been a offshoot. Army has become interested. They have gone ahead and placed some kind of orders for lower version. So those kind of things have already happened. And we are moving into capital procurement. Now with this, as soon as we announce the results shortly, we are going to take up through capital procurement route, and we are going to acquire this capability. And then we have to refine our requirements. After that, there is a huge list which our branch has prepared, which can become contender for Mayor Baba 2, 3, 4 like this. They even plan to have annual rolling trophy kind of thing. So, but that is still a deliberation, and we are awaiting the final result of. The results have already been decided. Their announcement we are waiting.
To paucity of time, I think there's one more question which has come online from Amit Koshish from IDSA. What he wants to ask is that after accounting for the committed liabilities in the next 5 years, over the next 5 years, how much do you think would be available for capital procurement for the year?
Amit sir, I know him very well, sir. He was instrumental in moving a case of AERO replacement. He was himself personally involved in that. He is very well versed. He should be knowing the answer himself, actually. So there we have done an exercise because when we are discussing this M114 MRFA case and AMCA, this question is the first question which is asked: where is the money? We have done an exercise using the laid down criteria for calculating next year's B. With that, we are fairly certain that we have the money for next 20-25 years if some major disaster does not strike us. So that is all I can say. Actually, the figures I don't remember, but I think Amit sir is helping.
So just a last one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Gulshan Luthra, well, I've been with both IDSA and India Strategic. For the last 10 years, every chief has said that we need 300 aircraft, and that's the figure which still stands. It's how are you going to acquire? I mean, he's answered some part. There's a question of imported aircraft. There's a question of indigenous aircraft. Is that clear? Are you going to have both the lines? I mean, the imported ones, one of them, or the HL ones? Because you can't, I do not think you can rely on one line, either Indian or that one, if you want to make up that number. Thank you.
So thank you very much. One line is Indian, already set up LCA lines. That is clear to everybody. Actually, to produce the required number of LCA, HAL itself are setting up 2 lines. Right now, they have 1.5 line. If you go to HAL Bangalore, you will see that where Hawks are made, LCAs are being made.
I've seen them, sir.
Okay. They are also moving some part of their production to Nasik. They are also giving manufacturing of various airframe components. They are outsourcing it. Wings are being made outside, center fuselage is being made outside. They are going to do only equipping majorly. So we want them to accelerate. They will not be able to meet the timeline which we have set for 83 if they don't accelerate. After that, rather along with that, this 114 case, it will be a separate assembly line. Somebody else will do it, most probably. HAL may not be doing it. So there will be distinct 2 lines, and by the time they finish LCA, I hope they should be able to start AMCA or maybe prototyping AMCA. So there will be 2 lines. That is the short answer to this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you all will agree that we've had an interesting discussion with a lot of questions being asked, and a lot of ground has been covered. You've been apprised of what is the plan that the Air Force is doing to support the indigenous industry. The option to go global doesn't exist anymore, and we have to be indigenous. And I think key takeaway that comes is that the industry must support us to develop niche asymmetric technology, which actually is going to be the game changer in any future conflict. So all that remains for me is to thank AVM Dixit, and please join me for giving a round of applause.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, sir. Before we close this session, I would like to now invite DG CAPS to hand over a token of appreciation to to our fellow panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now transit to our next session. And for now, I will hand over the proceedings to my fellow MC, Ms. Shivani Bedi.
Thank you, Dr. Hina, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will now begin the panel discussion on DAP and positive indigenization list, reality check with reference to the aviation and aerospace sector. I would like to invite Air Marshal N.V. Tyagi on stage to conduct this session, please.
It's not coming. So take somebody from SIDM on it. You can leave it or remove it, but you need to check whether it's.
Yes, sir. Currently a distinguished fellow at CAPS, Air Marshal N.V. Tyagi has been a member of the core team for formation of the Strategic Forces Command, where he served as a Deputy Commander-in-Chief. He was then appointed as the Assistant Chief of Air Staff Plans at Air Headquarters and later served as the Deputy Chief of Air Staff from 2009 to 2011. So I would request you to begin the session, please.
My seniors present here, Director General CAPS, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure everyone present here has heard of defense procurement procedure. There was a version, first version was released in 2002 and last in 2016. It was supposed to be revised every 2 years. At times it got delayed. In the same document has now been named Defense Acquisition Procedure, DAP. And the first version of this, or rather, if you take the continuity, then the current version came out in September 2020, last year. A periodic revision of this document, as I mentioned, from 2002, 2005, 6, 8, and so on, was done basically to incorporate feedback from all stakeholders. You know, when the procedure started, initially there were a lot of uncertainties and one didn't know how to go about it. And as feedback came in, 2002 DPP was revised, and 2005 was the one which actually formed the core, which continued for many years. But it didn't last very long. It had to be revised within a matter of months, and 2006 became the
one which remained as the core, which I said about 2005 for many years to come. Now, this last many revisions, the key theme has been Atmanirbhar. Earlier it was Make in India, but now the preamble, the initial part everywhere mentions very liberally Atmanirbharta and Make in India. And Make in India defense manufacturing, as has been brought out by earlier sessions, will form the core to our Atmanirbhar in India. The basic procedure module, which runs, the procurement procedure has 11 stages, 11, 12, or 8, depending on how you classify. Earlier document had 11, now has 12. But there are many more which go before an AON or before a statement of case is released. So those things remain roughly the same. Some of the procedures have been streamlined. And some key changes I'll just go over. One is that because of formation of Department of Military Affairs, there has been some redesignations and some alterations. Perspective planning, as previous speaker AVM Dixit mentioned, is from 15-year LTIPP. It has now become Integrated Capability Development Plan, and which is valid for 10 years. Categorization. There are 5 categories of procurement. They remain, but there have been some more which have been added as a subset or as adjunct. So those are so it makes it 9. Now it and some like it was buy and global. Now it is called buy, global and Indian manufacturer or something like that. So it is some changes are there in the nomenclature, but some are actually which impact the process itself. Leasing has been added, and the latest document covers procedure for each one and every one of these. Now earlier some procedures were not defined; they had evolved, and especially with DRDO and some DPSU cases, not so much with DPSU, but with DRDO, the procedure was not very well defined. DRDO used to take up a case and we used to find way of incorporating it within the existing procedure for procurement. So that has been defined. And leasing, as it is absolutely new, there is a chapter on that. The requirement of indigenous content, the definition has undergone slight change, but what is important is that the quantum has increased. In most of the categories, the quantum has increased. But this is one issue on which I'd like to comment later. If I get time in closing remarks, I'll mention something. There is a provision to encourage indigenous materials, which is very important in my opinion, because we have been deficient in material, and unless this deficiency is addressed, you'll keep getting kits and you call them indigenous manufacture. But when you go to material stage and material and software, then the capability definitely gets much more enhanced. DAP also makes reference to negative import list, which was actually released about a month before this document was released. There are major changes in offsets, and offset is one part which has undergone changes from 2005 onwards regularly. There have been many things which were difficult to implement, and the initial policy was framed without taking into account the Indian capabilities. But now most of those issues have been addressed, and based on the experience so far, there are some major changes. There are no offsets in single vendor cases, in intergovernmental agreements and FMS cases. And now there is more stress on technology and manufacturing of system. In the initial part, it was left to the vendor and there was no mention of technology. And then how technology is to be valued, the value of technology which is sought, that has also been well defined. And What is another provision is that at component level, there is discouragement for offset by giving it a low multiplier. And in many other cases, multipliers have been enhanced. Offset banking does not feature in the new document. So whatever unbanked is, that will be adjusted, and that's about all. There are additional chapters to bring clarity to certain classes of acquisition, which I mentioned earlier, made a passing mention earlier. All this makes the document look bulky. I think the figures were flashed, some 687 pages compared with 60 pages initially. The bulk of a document doesn't determine whether it's complicated or simple. It's the quality of writing. You can have, because most of it, even the earlier document, what I recall, had 49 pages of text and rest were appendices. But people who had not read used to refer to the number 400 and something. Now it's 400 and something. I mean, if there is a draft contract document given, that is not relevant to, for academic purposes. It is relevant only to the person who's actually dealing with the case. So the core or the essence of the procurement was given in a small number of pages earlier, and it ranged between 50 and 70. Now this one has got it spread out over several chapters. So I can't give a figure, but the ballpark figure will be 100 and something, not 600 or something. So don't find the numbers intimidating. Just take it. It's not a voluminous document. If you want to understand it, it's still fairly well contained. Ministry of Defense had notified 101 items in August 2020. Indigenization list. Now, nitpicking, if you take positive indigenization and import embargo are two different things. But I mean, it's just a list, and it's an indicative list and a recommended list. So one gets the idea about what is meant there. These items will be progressively banned in phases up to December 2025. What is unsaid is subject to realization of indigenous capability, which is not mentioned anywhere, but is taken for granted that fighting capability or modernization of services would not be at the expense of a list created. I mean, I'm sure of that because it happened earlier and we had Kargil. So pre-Kargil, there was hardly any leeway permitted, and we were waiting for systems to mature. And then after Kargil, everything was opened up. So I don't think we need to go through full circle and realize our mistakes which we made in the past. So the list is indicative, and I'm sure a major part of it will be realized by the Indian industry, public and private, and the DRD. Some comments on this later, if I have time. What has been the impact of DAP 2021 and the positive indigenization list so far? We've had 1 year roughly. And are these measures adequate to give to energize Indian aerospace industry? We'll discuss all these issues in this session from the aerospace perspective. Now, the program says that there are 4 speakers on this panel. One, unfortunately, will not be joining because he's unwell. We sent a message that he'll not be able to join, so his name has been removed. One is here. The designation slightly changed because of certain commitments. And there'll be 2 who will be joining from the remote locations. So the session will go through as planned, but I've taken more than the assigned time basically because we may have in the end, some time extra. There are 10 minutes assigned to each panelist. We can be liberal about it and still finish in time. So the first one is
Mr. Sanjay Jaju. I haven't got his biodata, but I know him personally, so I can say that an IAS officer who is the additional secretary now in the Department of Defense Production, and he's done great work wherever he's been earlier, before joining Ministry of Defense. He's very technology savvy and a quick decision maker, and interacts very well with the industry. So held in very high esteem. So Sanjay, over to you.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
I'm audible and visible there.
Yeah, you're visible. You're visible and
Audible as well.
I can see you. And yeah, okay.
Okay, I'm audible as well.
Yeah, you're not audible. There is
Okay,
some background noise. I'm sure there will be. I don't know from which end.
Is there some background noise now? Is it
I don't
okay
know
for me
from
to
your
speak?
side. Just go on and we'll let you know. I mean, you start, and then if the problem persists, we'll let you know.
Hey, good afternoon to all of you, ladies and gentlemen out there. Very happy that we are having this annual event done by the Center for Air Power Studies and CII SITM. I've been part of this event for a few years, and I'm very happy that during the COVID situation, we are able to organize this event this year in a hybrid mode, and I would like to thank the organizers for the same. Friends, all of you would agree and that over the last 7 years, and especially after the announcement, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, which came in last year, there's a renewed focus and emphasis on designing, developing, and manufacturing defense equipment within our country. And it's not just from the perspective of being self-reliant in our defense preparedness, but it is also important to understand that defense industrial ecosystem is now being looked at as an economic multiplier, something that can contribute to the economic growth of the country, something that could create employment, something that could create huge multipliers. And it's in this context that we have to start looking at defense as an important segment in which we are trying to not just attract investments from the global players, but we're also looking at developing the capabilities of the domestic players to meet the requirements of our defense industry. Subsequent to the Atmanirbhar Bharat announcements, multiple steps have been taken. All of you are aware. The decision to corporate factories has been taken. 7 new public sector companies, DPSUs, have been incorporated, and this is going to bring in a fundamental shift in the working of these organizations from the perspective of autonomy, accountability, and efficiency. And I'm sure this would also provide huge benefits in terms of the military, industrial, and scientific ecosystem that we are trying to create within our country. Post the Atmanirbhar Bharat announcement, decision to enhance the foreign direct investment ceilings to 74% under automatic route has also been taken. The entire defense acquisition procedure, which was formulated in 2020, has actually also been filtered through the prism of Atmanirbhar Bharat announcements, and there are various provisions been brought in to provide primacy to indigenous design, development, and manufacturing. Why Indian ITTM is the default mode that we categorize our procurement in, and all this has been done to ensure that we are able to create and sustain a domestic manufacturing ecosystem. There are other announcements in terms of improving the trial and the testing procedures, set up the QRs in a realistic manner so that the domestic industry is not put to any disadvantage. There have also been major steps taken over the course of last 7 years in terms of enhancing the participation of the private sector. Very happy to tell you that we have close to 550 plus companies that have taken defense license, and all these companies are currently trying to manufacture defense products and equipment, and that to an extent is going to help us create a robust mix between the public and the private sector. And another important announcement was with respect to coming up with what we now call it as positive indigenization lists. The first list, which is 101 items, was promulgated last year, and the second list with 108 items has also been promulgated recently, which makes it about 9 items. We call them as positive indigenization list items. And all these items have timelines, stipulated them, beyond which such items will not be procured from external sources. So you have 209 items promulgated by the Department of Military Affairs that clearly brings out the stipulation that such items would only be procured domestically. And the panelists after me from the Department of Military Affairs are going to be providing further inputs on the two lists that have been from the defense production perspective. What we now have been advocating, both to the services as well as to the Department of Military Affairs, is to convert this positive indigenization list into viable opportunities for the local industries. What I mean by that is, for example, if an item is there in the positive indigenization list, and if the capabilities exist within the country, then there is no problem. Then whenever the item is required for procurement, it would anyway be bought off the shelf, and there should not be any problems to the local industry. But there are items in which we have stipulated timelines in the future, and it is for those items that we will have to allow industry sufficient time to develop and design those products. And it's in those cases that would require the services to provide them viable orders so that they can make use of such orders and dovetail their resources and time so that when the time comes, they are able to deliver those items, and the necessity for procuring those items would not be there when the embargo period starts. And I think this is where we need to understand that in defense, there are items which have long gestation periods, There are items which will require a lot of customization, a lot of tailoring to the requirements of the services. And I think it is in this aspect that we now need to focus our energy so that we convert the items in the positive indigenization list into viable opportunities for the domestic industry, and so that they get sufficient time and resources to develop those items. I would also like to request the industry to look at the positive indigenization list and also come back to us and tell us as to what are those items where you require time and resources for developing those items. And then you can make use of multiple opportunities which are available in the defense acquisition procedure in terms of make one or make two or make three, and make use of these opportunities to co-create and co-develop those items so that the positive indigenization list that has been created actually help in developing the capabilities of the domestic industry. Besides this, we have also been focusing our attention on the indigenous design aspect. In fact, in various categorizations which are being done by the Department of Defense Production, we have been insisting and we have been advocating the primacy of design. And because once an equipment has indigenous design, then it has huge implications whenever we go in for a version upgrade or whenever we need to create ancillary products and various other byproducts that are required. And that is why the Buy Indian ITDM category has become the most important category for us to look at. So friends, from the perspective of the defense acquisition procedure and the positive indigenization lists, it's important that we provide sufficient time and resources to the domestic industry to look at these items and ensure that when opportunity comes, such items are only procured through the domestic resources. To sum it up, we keep saying this in this department. We actually believe that the strength of any military is not dependent on what you have in your inventory coming in and procured from, say, external sources, but actually the strength comes in from what you are in a position to get from your local industry in the shortest possible time and the quickest possible time. And I think that's where the strength lies. And I think that's where the development of a robust military, industrial, and scientific ecosystem is an imperative for not just the strategic strength of our country, but for also ensuring the preparedness of our military to meet various challenges. So once again, I'd like to thank the Center for Air Power Studies and CIISIDM for providing us this opportunity. And I'm sure it's discussions like this between the services and the industry which is going to help us in creating a good, robust, and a vibrant industrial ecosystem in our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jaju. And if you have time, you can stay logged in for question answer session. I'll sum up instead of covering after each presentation. I'll do it at the end. We have from DMA, Group Captain J.D. Mishra, who was commissioned in December '94. He was first WSO on Su-30 aircraft. He was part of IAF training team in Malaysia and training Malaysian aircrew on the Su-30 aircraft. And presently he is Director MIC3 at DMA. So, thanks. mission. 10 minutes. Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible to the last? First of all, I must thank CII and SIDM along with CAP to give me this opportunity to talk in front of my ex-CNCs, EOPs, flight commanders, and my colleagues. At a time, I'm nervous as well as elated to talk in front of you. First of all, Air Marshal Dixit was talking about challenges in aviation related to indigenous defense production. My job became easier. I'm going to talk about same things, and certain aspect of this my talk has been taken by ASDP, Mr. Sanjay Jaju. Before I move on, I'll bring to you quotation by, as told by Mahatma Gandhi. You must be the change if you used to see in the world. Indian defense industry now must understand this part, whatever Mahatma Gandhi has told long, long ago. You may recall that in pursuance of Government of India's Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan, and in order to transform Indian defense and aerospace sector with active participation of public and private sector for fulfilling the twin objective of self-reliance and defense export, Government of India has laid down the ambitious target of enhanced indigenous procurement for the Indian armed forces to about $20 billion and enhanced defense export to $5 billion by year 2025. Also here, it is worth mentioning here about Honorable Prime Minister's intervention during budget webinar on 22nd February 21, wherein he stated that 21st century defense sector cannot stand without private sector partnership, and urged the private sector to come forward with not just manufacturing capability, but also with design and development. The 5I of Honorable Prime Minister, that intent, inclusion, investment, infrastructure, or innovation are the key to build self-reliant India. Positive indigenization list is one of the many initiatives of Government of India towards making India self-reliance in defense procurement. In the pursuit of Government of India's Make in India effort, first and second positive indigenization list of 209 items were promulgated with approval of Honorable Raksha Mantri. All these items, as told by ASDP, will now be procured from the indigenous source as per provision given in DAP 2020. This is just beginning, ladies and gentlemen. Number of positive indigenization list is likely to promulgated near future, and just for information, process for promulgation of third positive indigenization list already has been started. Here the important aspect for Indian defense industry, which has been told by all the speakers, that the capabilities of other stakeholders, I'm talking about here defense industry, must match the present and future need of Indian armed forces with realistic timeline. The process of preparation and promulgation of positive indigenization list involves extensive discussion and deliberation among all the stakeholders, including industry. The important facet of entire process is based on the requirement of services, that is user. Promulgated positive indigenization list have more than 58 platform system and sensors, equipment, etc. for Indian Air Force. I'm talking about the last two lists which has been given. This includes some big ticket projects like LCA Mark 1, LCH, transport aircraft, BTA, mission system for AWMC, smart airfield weapon system, loitering munition, high power and medium power radars, foldable fiber mats for runway rehabilitation, and variety of air to ground and air to air weapon system, as told by Air Marshal Dixit earlier. The Indian industry have enough technical expertise and know how to develop indigenous defense capacity in the country to supply world-class equipment to Indian armed forces. And same time, export these items to other countries as well. Services are committed. I'm talking about on behalf of DMA, and as well as services are committed to the idea of Atmanirbhar Bharat with focus on indigenization and Make in India. Towards this, Ministry of Defense and Service Headquarters will take all necessary steps, including hand-holding of the industry to ensure that timeline mentioned in the positive indigenization list are met, thereby facilitating an environment for Indian defense manufacturer to create world-class infrastructure and assist in Government of India's ambitious Make in India vision to make India self-reliance in defense, as well as develop the capability for defense export in near future. As the aim of Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan is to bring in TOT manufacturing know-how to setting up a defense ecosystem in the country, item under the list could be procured under any category as given in the DAP 2020 other than the Buy Global category. For item procured under Buy and Make Indian and Buy and Make category, the Buy component in such cases will be restricted nil after indicated timeline. Indigenization is the key for future sustenance of weapon system, as well as developing India as the global hub for defense manufacturing and export to part of Make in India initiative. Industry can collaborate with the DRDO, DPSU, or other agency for symbiotic use of their capacity and capability to make India self-reliant and export hub for defense equipment in near future. Ladies and gentlemen, promulgation of positive indigenization list will ensure that domestic manufacturing capabilities and capacity increase in manifolds, thereby reducing import dependency and creating a job opportunity within own country. It also creates long-term business opportunity for the industry across broad spectrum of military capabilities, fresh investment in defense technology, manufacturing capability, and capacity building. As I started with Mahatma Gandhi, I'll end with Mahatma Gandhi's quote again, the future depends on what you do today. I hope Indian defense industry must think for future of Indian armed forces, what they required, and from the Ministry of Defense, the DMA perspective, we are here to help you out, hold your hand in all your endeavor. With this, I wish a good luck to our industry, CII and all industry for your future endeavors to make India self-reliant as part of Make in India initiative. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, both the speakers being serving government entities, government officers, have given the underlying thought in drafting the defense acquisition procedure and also the list and the likely impact it is going to have on the industry. Now, we must know the industry views also, and we had two speakers. One, unfortunately, is not available. So we have Mr. Arun T. Ramchandani, Executive Vice President, Defense and Aerospace, who is also a member of Board of Defense IC, and Larsen Toubro. And he graduated from IIT Delhi and joined Larsen and Toubro in 1984. Has done several training programs in India and overseas, and has 3 decades of experience in developing products and technologies. In the last 5 years, his focus has been on aerospace, and he's a fellow of several trade and professional bodies. So over to you, Mr. Ramchandani, about the industry perspective.
Thank you, Air Marshal Tyagi. I hope I'm audible to all.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So, Chairman, sir, my fellow co-panelists, let me bring out the industry perspective on the DAP and the negative import list with specific reference to the aviation and aerospace sector. I think before I talk about the sector, just let me digress a bit and move to the other domains and the other sectors and just have a look at what is happening there and how it differs from the aviation and aerospace sector. If you look at the Navy started designing its ships way back when the Nilgiri class frigates were being built in the 70s, and those ships were built in the 80s. There is a complete setup of public sector yards and followed subsequently by private sector yards. And there is a big ecosystem which goes into building naval ships, equipment for ships, and weapon systems and radars for ships. And that kind of ecosystem doesn't exist in the other services. The Army has now moved on. It has brought in many programs which are of the buy and make Indian category or the make two category, etc., and have populated the negative list with a lot of equipment. So notably, you could see that today there is an ecosystem for building artillery guns in India, even outside the ordnance factories. And that is largely because artillery guns have become a part of the negative import list. And therefore, even a global acquisition program was stalled to permit the acquisition from the local industry. And that has paid dividends. It has been a leap of faith, and there has been progress on that front. Coming to the aviation and aerospace sector, it's a highly specialized sector with specialized platform and a lot of legacy platforms, international platforms being integrated into the service, and the situation is far more complex. Again, this industry has been largely driven by HAL, and HAL in certain ways is a monolithic organization where they make everything from engine and accessories to integrated aircrafts and helicopters. And to my mind, it in a sense has curtailed the development of a strong ecosystem around it, though we do hope that with the new LCA program, and I know for sure that companies like ours are doing the wings for HAL, for the LCA, and we do anticipate that this ecosystem will be built. But I would say that in this segment, both in avionics and in aerostructures, there has been some lag with respect to what is happening in the other segments. Let me, at the outset, welcome the DAP 2020. Despite its size, we as the industry are very happy with the document. It has many industry-friendly policies. It does have a focus on indigenization and a lot of emphasis on indigenous design. And I think this is a very important aspect of the DAP. The DAP also brings out the importance of the negative list and all that cannot be imported. I would say that with the emphasis on indigenous design, it is imperative that we encourage more of industrial R&D as is done around the world. Now, defense R&D has to be supported, and it is our plea that various enablers need to be made to support defense industrial R&D. This could be in the form of tax incentives. It could be in the form of Make One programs, where the government, like in all countries abroad, actually funds the development of various platforms and systems. I would also say that there is a need to speed up the SP process for the aviation and aerospace sector. while the SP programs are taking off in the other forces, notably the submarine program, we still have to see traction on the helicopter and the fighter aircraft SP programs. And we believe that this will be a great enabler for creating an industrial ecosystem for the aviation and aerospace sector. The aviation and aerospace sector has largely been offset driven, and there is a lot of manufacturing which happens at component level, not only for the local requirements, but also for the offset and international requirements. And various manufacturing capabilities have been built up, and a lot of it has been sustained through the offset programs. And some of the curtailment of offsets which have happened in the DAP have probably not been seen very kindly by the smaller MSMEs, because they feel certain things like intergovernmental programs, single party programs where offsets are removed actually bring down their opportunity to use their infrastructure that they have created for manufacturing effectively. Coming to the negative import list, I would say that yes, with the LCA and the helicopter programs which are done indigenously, there are a good number of items associated with this program in the list. But to me, the list is somewhat truncated in this segment, and I see other than mini UAVs, aerial targets, the IADS and AFCS for LCH, drop tanks for Jaguar and Mirage aircrafts, the OBOG systems, and of course in the aerospace, the satellites, GSAT 7C and 7R, they are there in the list. But from an industrial perspective, we would look for a lot more. I would say that the complete DRDO-based missile systems, the coastal surveillance systems, aerial intrusion detection systems, various cockpit avionics, close-in weapon systems. There is an ongoing program, and we would certainly like this to be, entering the negative list. The radars, air defense, fire control radars, software-defined radios, high-altitude VTOL UAVs, airborne launchers for stores and drop tanks, helicopter visual landing systems, simulators for air defense guns, simulators for unmanned aerial systems, wargaming simulators, vertical wind tunnel for combat free fall training for paratroopers, passive anti-drone systems using optical detection and jamming, male UAVs, air data package, and for the smaller industries, cable harnesses, aerostructures, and things. To my mind, these are some of the things that could very well be included in the forthcoming list, given the industrial capability that exists. So I would say that overall the industry is upbeat, it is positive, it is willing to invest in R&D and manufacturing infrastructure. It must be realized that these investments need to be supported. They cannot be made for a single customer, a few program kind of environment. And we need to have mechanisms to support this. The SP model provides some of these, the Make One program provides some of these, and I do look forward that some of these enablers are brought about to strengthen the industrial role in what Mr. Jaju calls a strong military, industrial, scientific complex. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And it was very interesting to know the industry perspective on this, because after all, these policies require very active involvement of the industry for success. Just one or two points. You did mention that Indian Navy had shipbuilding capabilities, design capabilities within the organization. But you went on to say that it's not possible to have something similar in aerospace, which has been the point that Air Force has had for very long, that all these capabilities exist within, HAL and ADA. So it's not strictly a part of the Air Force, but it is for the aviation sector. And some suggestions that you made about inclusion in Make One. Make One means Make One with the industry participation. I think that was the suggestion, which you can clarify later. The list mentioned many articles, but SDR and all are already, some of the articles are already there in the list, in the second list. It's given there. I don't recall each and every one of that, but some of them are there. But in any case, it is an interactive list which takes into account the industry capability and services requirement. So I'm sure those views will be incorporated, but very valuable inputs from the industry indeed. Now, we started a little late. So if DG CAPS permits, then we'll spill over by a couple of minutes, 5 minutes, and take some questions. Otherwise, I would have concluded with the 3 minutes. So questions, okay, 1, 2. Yes, please. You will be next. Yes, please go ahead.
Sorry, my topic.
You see, there is, I can't see you from here, so I don't know who, I mean, if you could just. Acha, okay, okay. 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 Okay.
We went wrong.
If you promise not to exceed 2 minutes.
So I put on my data, last 10 15 years, how many items which were less than 2 minutes? Volumes? And what to be within that. Now, the next step, I researched on that because that was the member sector actually building up what we ended up in that. Where he used to be that particular predecessor, I wanted him to actually interact with us and find out can we make it whatever we are trying to do product. Two things. One, creativity. Second, we have to buy it to this small volume. So we have to be for something 100 and we are still capable. But these items may be next 20,000, 30,000, something else in the world, and we think that's not possible. Anyone is set up to the team and some of the people that run one. So give them run one where you put exercise and see whatever extra was making put that. This is like we need to share this data with the people. Don't actually do the argument part. Are you capable? Are you willing to bring in more than come up? I'm sure to pick the gifts because I did not throw back to my. But giving the list to university now make it maybe better than what to do. That's precisely what we have to this spoke about. That maybe we will not because this connect, Jay, it will be for you for me, that unless you do this, get them on, and then you can actually have a list said you need to. Thank you.
No, just a sec. There was, okay, hold them, just please give him the mic. And I just want to bring out this 101 and 108. I don't know what is the significance of these numbers, but if you look at the list also includes LCA Mark 1A, Mark 1, I think. So where else can you go and buy this? So what is the need to enhance a list? Can you buy LCA Mark 1 from any other part of the world? No, what I'm saying is that certain things are for optics. And my point was only that we got to assess what impact will it have on the industry. You know, it is feel good factor, yes, definitely. But I take your point that, and that's why these seminars are there, so that there is, you know, industry voice is heard, and we'll have something. Yeah, please go ahead.
Sir, there was webinar on 2nd July. I'm sure that SIDM all rep has been attended that. This question was put up to, then it was, the webinar was chaired by GS Navy and Defense Staff Admiral Kapil Mohan Dheer. And he told very clearly, when we are preparing the first list, from negative list, lot of thought process, Admiral Sachdeva was there in hot chair at that point of time. He told first we wanted to demonstrate the capability what you have. More or a lot of item came out of this, what capability exists. From second list onwards, as sir, as you brought out, we have a very interactive discussion with industry. In fact, last time, the list was shared with them. This is we are going for. This is my services desired from you. This is a timeline. And with their inputs, the list was published. So second list onward, it is not mere optics, but certain thing which is likely to be in place as a firm order so that our defense ecosystem can grow further. If I am not wrong, Air Marshal Dixit wrote for us, this is close to more than 17,000 crores projects. And there is more than 15 or 20 Make 2 projects already in this. And further, we have advised the industry, whatever R&D DRDO is doing, will collaborate with this. Then there will be teething issues. There's no doubt about that. But if any issues, please come to us. We'll be able to give certain guidance. And Mr. Ramchandani is here. There was issue related to a box. We had a deliberate discussion and a meeting with them and given a certain guideline with that. I think certain thing must be going on. Thank you, sir.
Hello. Yeah. This is again Somnath from IIT Bombay. Question for Air Marshal Tyagi. In the era of Atmanirbhar Bharat and the strategic partnership model, how relevant is the offset policy practically as of today, seeing the Afghanistan scenario?
I'm only moderating this session. I'm not supposed to be participating.
You also happened to the architect for the defense offset policy last decade.
So that was a long time back. I retired 10 years back. But just let me read out. I mean, this list was discussed. So I'm just going back to the previous question. Item 43, light combat aircraft NCA Mark 1. I mean, this is the point I was making. Mark 1A, enhanced indigenous content. And for Mr. LNT rep, SDR is there. SDR manpack, SDR handheld, SDR, everything is there. So what I mean to say is that there are some issues which get overlooked, and they are there. I mean, and in any case, as I said, it isn't right. Okay, now coming to offsets. Offset, in my opinion, I mean, since you asked the question, is not a good policy. Offset should be there for the countries which don't consider themselves capable of Atmanirbhar and who want to take a very long march towards it. It doesn't bring success unless done very well. And there are other methods which are better. And when you take about how you draft a policy or a procedure, on that depends its success. We are sitting with, there's not even a single case to, I may be wrong, but buy and make Indian, I don't know if there is any scheme which has been contracted through that. It's quite old. This scheme for Aero replacement is, I think, through that road. And it hasn't. The second is about strategic partnership. Once again, how many schemes? One scheme is in the pipeline. But, you know, if there are some inherent difficulties in the construct of the scheme, it will come to haunt you at some point or the other when you go out to implement it. You know, it has to be seen, you know, at every stage. The problem with the offset was that when the offset initially started, I mean, I'm just going back and I'm taking, my time is over, but anyway, I'll just take, with your permission, just a minute more. So when it started, there was no provision for any technology transfer. there was actually technology was not permitted. And the reason given for that in discussions was that you don't know how to evaluate it. And when technology was brought in, it has been brought in for DRDO and others. And in the previous 2016 version, the term used was in kind. And what is the meaning of in kind remained unclear. That means you give something. What is, the commerce recognizes something called a transaction. So in transactions, there are two sides. When you say in kind, what does it mean? It was not clear to many. So many of these things have not been easy to implement. But when we discuss here, we discuss as it is. I mean, as the document is, your discussion is only confined to that. So I won't go over this more than that. So just to sum up the session, just 2 points, and I can find indigenous content. I mean, it is one issue. Unless we have a capability about materials and components, when you require indigenous component, it becomes difficult to implement when you have 50% or 60%, because the bill of materials in any scheme is not that much. And you, in this, when you evaluate, you're taking out duties and everything else. There is a very large development cost. So when you take that, where does it feature? So there could be problems. I'm saying unless a way is found to accommodate that. Then other things I've covered, or I'll just go. I mean, like AEW&C or other things included in the list. The only way, or many other items in the list, for very long, even if the list was not promulgated, were being procured through the Indian sources only, which included ground radars. AEW&C, nobody else, there's no justification for it. And the categorization system was supposed to take care of that. And later prioritization was introduced. So all these items, all these procedural aspects were supposed to take care of this. But the list does give you a reference point, handy reference point. I mean, to that extent, it makes a difference. It is available to you for reference, and it is there for you to make sure that you go about implementing it. So thank you very much, and very interesting session. And we must express our appreciation to all the panelists, those at remote location and one gentleman here.
I would like to thank all the panelists for their enlightening remarks. Now I invite Mr. Sunil Mishra, Director General SIDM, to kindly hand over a token of appreciation to Air Marshal Tyagi and Group Captain Mishra. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch. The next session shall begin at 1400 hours sharply. So I would request you all to kindly be seated before then. We'll ring a bell around for everyone to be seated. Thank you.
In more than 75 years of our partnership with India, we have seen the nation transform and soar into the skies. It's a matter of great pride for us to have played an important role in the mission readiness and modernization of the country's defense forces, a relationship that goes back to the Second World War. A mainstay in the commercial aviation sector, we are connecting India to the world with the most fuel-efficient airplanes. And it is here in India that we'll see the future of aerospace unfold. Innovators brimming with ideas, engineers converting imagination to reality. Leveraging this potential is an incredible opportunity, not just for India, but for the world. Building a local
इधर होके बोलिए माइक को इधर लेके इधर होके इस तरफ हाँ हाँ चला लो जरा मैं बोल दूँ
investing in local partnerships and nurturing homegrown talent. Committed to transforming the communities we work among and creating lasting change.
लैपटॉप में बंद
We are bringing the best of Boeing to India and the best of India to Boeing.
Over the years, while fighter aircraft have incorporated the latest of technologies, the process of making them usually date back to the time when the world was still analog and designs were drawn on paper. The way fighter aircraft are being designed and produced has been rewritten with Gripen, the world's most modern fighter aircraft. This we are about to share with India. Instead of following the standard within the aviation industry and offer just a build-to-print license production, the Saab way is to share its expertise within the full spectrum of aeronautical capabilities. To design, produce, maintain, and upgrade are all directly dependent on each other and necessary for building self-reliant capabilities. With Gripen, Indian industry will, in partnership with Saab and its global partners, create a complete ecosystem that will energize the aviation industry in India for years to come. Welcome to the world's most modern aeronautical facility, the center of gravity for the Gripen Make in India program. Combining best practices, latest technologies, and skilled Indian workforce in a brand new facility will set new standards in aeronautical engineering. Using state-of-the-art methods and tools, engineers virtually design and test out all aspects of the aircraft. Before a single part is built, the aircraft flies in a complete computer simulation. The same functional software and 3D models of the aircraft are used in all design, production, maintenance, and support activities. This integrated workflow leads to dramatically reduced lead times, life cycle cost, and risk, while at the same time quality and product performance is assured. The optimized production lines include flexible and secure workstations equipped with latest technologies. Empowered teams embracing lean practices ensure continuous skill development and performance, delivering superior products to the customers. R&D partnerships formed between industry, academia, and government secure innovation power for continuous capability improvements and development of next-generation systems and platforms. A complete ecosystem of training academies and centers of excellence will be set up to enable technology sharing between Indian industry, global industrial network, and customers. Together, we create a vibrant common environment in which to grow and develop. The Gripen Make in India program will result in thousands of jobs for India's young professionals across the whole value chain. They will set the stage for India to leapfrog to the forefront of countries designing and developing the world's most modern fighter jets to ride the future of fighter development. When you are airborne, precision and reliability make a critical difference. Because when you are challenging gravity, you can't afford to have anything less than the very best. One company that understands this truth and commits itself to the constant pursuit of excellence is Samter.
In more than 75 years of our partnership with India, we have seen the nation transform and soar into the skies. It's a matter of great pride for us to have played an important role in the mission readiness and modernization of the country's defense forces, a relationship that goes back to the Second World War. A mainstay in the commercial aviation sector, we are connecting India to the world with the most fuel-efficient airplanes. And it is here in India that we see the future of aerospace unfold. Innovators brimming with ideas, engineers converting imagination to reality. Leveraging this potential is an incredible opportunity, not just for India, but for the world. Building a local aerospace and defense ecosystem for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Investing in local partnerships and nurturing homegrown talent. Committed to transforming the communities we work among and creating lasting change. We are bringing the best of Boeing to India and the best of India to Boeing.
Over the years, while fighter aircraft have incorporated the latest of technologies, the process of making them usually date back to the time when the world was still analog and designs were drawn on paper. The way fighter aircraft are being designed and produced has been rewritten with Gripen, the world's most modern fighter aircraft. This we are about to share with India. Instead of following the standard within the aviation industry and offer just build-to-print license production, the Saab way is to share its expertise within the full spectrum of aeronautical capabilities. To design, produce, maintain, and upgrade are all directly dependent on each other and necessary for building self-reliant capabilities. With Gripen, Indian industry will, in partnership with Saab and its global partners, create a complete ecosystem that will energize the aviation industry in India for years to come. Welcome to the world's most modern aeronautical facility, the center of gravity for the Gripen Make in India program. Combining best practices, latest technologies, and skilled Indian workforce in a brand new facility will set new standards in aeronautical engineering. Using state-of-the-art methods and tools, engineers virtually design and test out all aspects of the aircraft. Before a single part is built, the aircraft flies in a complete computer simulation. The same functional software and 3D models of the aircraft are used in all design, production, maintenance, and support activities. This integrated workflow leads to dramatically reduced lead times, life cycle cost, and risk, while at the same time quality and product performance is assured. The optimized production lines include flexible and secure workstations equipped with latest technologies. Empowered teams embracing lean practices ensure continuous skill development and performance, delivering superior products to the customers. R&D partnerships formed between industry, academia, and government secure innovation power for continuous capability improvements and development of next-generation systems and platforms. A complete ecosystem of training academies and centers of excellence will be set up to enable technology sharing between Indian industry, global industrial network, and customers. Together, we create a vibrant common environment in which to grow and develop. The Gripen Make in India program will result in thousands of jobs for India's young professionals across the whole value chain. They will set the stage for India to leapfrog to the forefront of countries designing and developing the world's most modern fighter jets to ride the future of fighter development. When you are airborne, precision and reliability make a critical difference. Because when you are challenging gravity, you can't afford to have anything less than the very best. One company that understands this truth and commits itself to the constant pursuit of excellence is Phantom.
In more than 75 years of our partnership with India, we have seen the nation transform and soar into the skies. It's a matter of great pride for us to have played an important role in the mission readiness and modernization of the country's defense forces, a relationship that goes back to the Second World War. A mainstay in the commercial aviation sector, we are connecting India to the world with the most fuel-efficient airplanes. And it is here in India that we see the future of aerospace unfold. Innovators brimming with ideas, engineers converting imagination to reality. Leveraging this potential is an incredible opportunity, not just for India, but for the world. Building a local aerospace and defense ecosystem for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Investing in local partnerships and nurturing homegrown talent. Committed to transforming the communities we work among and creating lasting change. We are bringing the best of Boeing to India and the best of India to Boeing.
Over the years, while fighter aircraft have incorporated the latest of technologies, the process of making them usually date back to the time when the world was still analog and designs were drawn on paper. The way fighter aircraft are being designed and produced has been rewritten with Gripen, the world's most modern fighter aircraft. This we are about to share with India. Instead of following the standard within the aviation industry and offer just build-to-print license production, the Saab way is to share its expertise within the full spectrum of aeronautical capabilities. To design, produce, maintain, and upgrade are all directly dependent on each other and necessary for building self-reliant capabilities. With Gripen, Indian industry will, in partnership with Saab and its global partners, create a complete ecosystem that will energize the aviation industry in India for years to come. Welcome to the world's most modern aeronautical facility, the center of gravity for the Gripen Make in India program. Combining best practices, latest technologies, and skilled Indian workforce in a brand new facility will set new standards in aeronautical engineering. Using state-of-the-art methods and tools, engineers virtually design and test out all aspects of the aircraft. Before a single part is built, the aircraft flies in a complete computer simulation. The same functional software and 3D models of the aircraft are used in all design, production, maintenance, and support activities. This integrated workflow leads to dramatically reduced lead times, life cycle cost, and risk, while at the same time quality and product performance is assured. The optimized production lines include flexible and secure workstations equipped with latest technologies. Empowered teams embracing lean practices ensure continuous skill development and performance, delivering superior products to the customers. R&D partnerships formed between industry, academia, and government secure innovation power for continuous capability improvements and development of next-generation systems and platforms. A complete ecosystem of training academies and centers of excellence will be set up to enable technology sharing between Indian industry, global industrial network, and customers. Together, we create a vibrant common environment in which to grow and develop. The Britain Make in India program will result in thousands of jobs for India's young professionals across the whole value chain. They will set the stage for India to leapfrog to the forefront of countries designing and developing the world's most modern fighter jets to ride the future of fighter development. When you are airborne, precision and reliability make a critical difference. Because when you are challenged with gravity, you can't afford to have anything less than the very best. One company that understands this truth and commits itself to the constant pursuit of excellence is Santa.
In more than 75 years of our partnership with India, we have seen the nation transform and soar into the skies. It's a matter of great pride for us to have played an important role in the mission readiness and modernization of the country's defense forces, a relationship that goes back to the Second World War. A mainstay in the commercial aviation sector, we are connecting India to the world with the most fuel-efficient airplanes. And it is here in India that we see the future of aerospace unfold. Innovators brimming with ideas, engineers converting imagination to reality. Leveraging this potential is an incredible opportunity, not just for India, but for the world. Building a local aerospace and defense ecosystem for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Investing in local partnerships and nurturing homegrown talent. Committed to transforming the communities we work among and creating lasting change. we are bringing the best of Boeing to India and the best of India to Boeing.
Over the years, while fighter aircraft have incorporated the latest of technologies, the process of making them usually date back to the time when the world was still analog and designs were drawn on paper. The way fighter aircraft are being designed and produced has been rewritten with Gripen, the world's most modern fighter aircraft. This we are about to share with India. Instead of following the standard within the aviation industry and offer just build-to-print license production, the Saab way is to share its expertise within the full spectrum of aeronautical capabilities. To design, produce, maintain, and upgrade are all directly dependent on each other and necessary for building self-reliant capabilities. With Gripen, Indian industry will, in partnership with Saab and its global partners, create a complete ecosystem that will energize the aviation industry in India for years to come. Welcome to the world's most modern aeronautical facility, the center of gravity for the Gripen Make in India program. Combining best practices, latest technologies, and skilled Indian workforce in a brand new facility will set new standards in aeronautical engineering. Using state-of-the-art methods and tools, engineers virtually design and test out all aspects of the aircraft. Before a single part is built, the aircraft flies in a complete computer simulation. The same functional software and 3D models of the aircraft are used in all design, production, maintenance, and support activities. This integrated workflow leads to dramatically reduced lead times, life cycle cost, and risk, while at the same time quality and product performance is assured. The optimized production lines include flexible and secure workstations equipped with latest technologies. Empowered teams embracing lean practices ensure continuous skill development and performance, delivering superior products to the customers. R&D partnerships formed between industry, academia, and government secure innovation power for continuous capability improvements and development of next-generation systems and platforms. A complete ecosystem of training academies and centers of excellence will be set up to enable technology sharing between Indian industry, global industrial network, and customers. Together, we create a vibrant common environment in which to grow and develop. The Gripen Make in India program will result in thousands of jobs for India's young professionals across the whole value chain. They will set the stage for India to leapfrog to the forefront of countries designing and developing the world's most modern fighter jets to light the future of fighter development. When you are airborne, precision and reliability make a critical difference. Because when you are challenging gravity, you can't afford to have anything less than the very best. One company that understands this truth and submits itself to the constant pursuit of excellence is Samter.
In more than 75 years of our partnership with India, we have seen the nation transform and soar into the skies. It's a matter of great pride for us to have played an important role in the mission readiness and modernization of the country's defense forces, a relationship that goes back to the Second World War. A mainstay in the commercial aviation sector, we are connecting India to the world with the most fuel-efficient airplanes. And it is here in India that we see the future of aerospace unfold. Innovators brimming with ideas, engineers converting imagination to reality. Leveraging this potential is an incredible opportunity, not just for India, but for the world. Building a local aerospace and defense ecosystem for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Investing in local partnerships and nurturing homegrown talent. Committed to transforming the communities we work among and creating lasting change. We are bringing the best of Boeing to India and the best of India to Boeing.
Over the years, while fighter aircraft have incorporated the latest of technologies, the process of making them usually date back to the time when the world was still analog and designs were drawn on paper. The way fighter aircraft are being designed and produced has been rewritten with Gripen, the world's most modern fighter aircraft. This we are about to share with India. Instead of following the standard within the aviation industry and offer just build-to-print license production, the Saab way is to share its expertise within the full spectrum of aeronautical capabilities. To design, produce, maintain, and upgrade are all directly dependent on each other and necessary for building self-reliant capabilities. With Gripen, Indian industry will, in partnership with Saab and its global partners, create a complete ecosystem that will energize the aviation industry in India for years to come. Welcome to the world's most modern aeronautical facility, the center of gravity for the Gripen Make in India program. Combining best practices, latest technologies, and skilled Indian workforce in a brand new facility will set new standards in aeronautical engineering. Using state-of-the-art methods and tools, engineers virtually design and test out all aspects of the aircraft. Before a single part is built, the aircraft flies in a complete computer simulation. The same functional software and 3D models of the aircraft are used in all design, production, maintenance, and support activities. This integrated workflow leads to dramatically reduced lead times, lifecycle cost, and risk, while at the same time quality and product performance is assured. The optimized production lines include flexible and secure workstations equipped with latest technologies. Empowered teams embracing lean practices ensure continuous skill development and performance, delivering superior products to the customers. R&D partnerships formed between industry, academia, and government secure innovation power for continuous capability improvements and development of next-generation systems and platforms. A complete ecosystem of training academies and centers of excellence will be set up to enable technology sharing between Indian industry, global industrial network, and customers. Together, we create a vibrant common environment in which to grow and develop. The Britain Make in India program will result in thousands of jobs for India's young professionals across the whole value chain. They will set the stage for India to leapfrog to the forefront of countries designing and developing the world's most modern fighter jets to ride the future of fighter development. When you are airborne, precision and reliability make a critical difference. Because when you are challenging gravity, you can't afford to have anything less than the very best. One company that understands this truth and commits itself to the constant pursuit of excellence is Santa.
In more than 75 years of our partnership with India, we have seen the nation transform and soar into the skies. It's a matter of great pride for us to have played an important role in the mission readiness and modernization of the country's defense forces, a relationship that goes back to the Second World War. A mainstay in the commercial aviation sector, we are connecting India to the world with the most fuel-efficient airplanes. And it is here in India that we see the future of aerospace unfold. Innovators brimming with ideas, engineers converting imagination into reality. Leveraging this potential is an incredible opportunity, not just for India, but for the world. Building a local aerospace and defense ecosystem for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. investing in local partnerships and nurturing homegrown talent. Committed to transforming the communities we work among and creating lasting change. We are bringing the best of Boeing to India and the best of India to Boeing.
Over the years, while fighter aircraft have incorporated the latest of technologies, the process of making them usually date back to the time when the world was still analog and designs were drawn on paper. The way fighter aircraft are being designed and produced has been rewritten with Gripen, the world's most modern fighter aircraft. This we are about to share with India. Instead of following the standard within the aviation industry and offer just build-to-print license production, the Saab way is to share its expertise within the full spectrum of aeronautical capabilities. To design, produce, maintain, and upgrade are all directly dependent on each other and necessary for building self-reliant capabilities. With Gripen, Indian industry will, in partnership with Saab and its global partners, create a complete ecosystem that will energize the aviation industry in India for years to come. Welcome to the world's most modern aeronautical facility, the center of gravity for the Gripen Make in India program. Combining best practices, latest technologies, and skilled Indian workforce in a brand new facility will set new standards in aeronautical engineering. Using state-of-the-art methods and tools, engineers virtually design and test out all aspects of the aircraft. Before a single part is built, the aircraft flies in a complete computer simulation. The same functional software and 3D models of the aircraft are used in all design, production, maintenance, and support activities. This integrated workflow leads to dramatically reduced lead times, life cycle cost, and risk, while at the same time quality and product performance is assured. The optimized production lines include flexible and secure workstations equipped with latest technologies. Empowered teams embracing lean practices ensure continuous skill development and performance, delivering superior products to the customers. R&D partnerships formed between industry, academia, and government secure innovation power for continuous capability improvements and development of next-generation systems and platforms. A complete ecosystem of training academies and centers of excellence will be set up to enable technology sharing between Indian industry, global industrial network, and customers. Together, we create a vibrant common environment in which to grow and develop. The Gripen Make in India program will result in thousands of jobs for India's young professionals across the whole value chain. They will set the stage for India to leapfrog to the forefront of countries designing and developing the world's most modern fighter jets to write the future of fighter development. When you are airborne, precision and reliability make a critical difference. Because when you are challenging gravity, you can't afford to have anything less than the very best. One company that understands this truth and commits itself to the constant pursuit of excellence is Santa.
In more than 75 years of our partnership with India, we have seen the nation transform and soar into the skies. It's a matter of great pride for us to have played an important role in the mission readiness and modernization of the country's defense forces, a relationship that goes back to the Second World War. A mainstay in the commercial aviation sector, we are connecting India to the world with the most fuel-efficient airplanes. And it is here in India that we see the future of aerospace unfold. Innovators brimming with ideas, engineers converting imagination to reality. Leveraging this potential is an incredible opportunity, not just for India, but for the world. Building a local aerospace and defense ecosystem for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Investing in local partnerships and nurturing homegrown talent. Committed to transforming the communities we work among and creating lasting change. We are bringing the best of Boeing to India and the best of India to Boeing.
Over the years, while fighter aircraft have incorporated the latest of technologies, the process of making them usually date back to the time when the world was still analog and designs were drawn on paper. The way fighter aircraft are being designed and produced has been rewritten with Gripen, the world's most modern fighter aircraft. This we are about to share with India. Instead of following the standard within the aviation industry and offer just build-to-print license production, the Saab way is to share its expertise within the full spectrum of aeronautical capabilities. To design, produce, maintain, and upgrade are all directly dependent on each other and necessary for building self-reliant capabilities. With Gripen, Indian industry will, in partnership with Saab and its global partners, create a complete ecosystem that will energize the aviation industry in India for years to come. Welcome to the world's most modern aeronautical facility, the center of gravity for the Gripen Make in India program. Combining best practices, latest technologies, and skilled Indian workforce in a brand new facility will set new standards in aeronautical engineering. Using state-of-the-art methods and tools, engineers virtually design and test out all aspects of the aircraft. Before a single part is built, the aircraft flies in a complete computer simulation. The same functional software and 3D models of the aircraft are used in all design, production, maintenance, and support activities. This integrated workflow leads to dramatically reduced lead times, life cycle cost, and risk, while at the same time quality and product performance is assured. The optimized production lines include flexible and secure workstations equipped with latest technologies. Empowered teams embracing lean practices ensure continuous skill development and performance, delivering superior products to the customers. R&D partnerships formed between industry, academia, and government secure innovation power for continuous capability improvements and development of next-generation systems and platforms. The complete ecosystem of training academies and centers of excellence.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Please settle down. We now move on to the second last session for the day. It is on LCA Tejas, Future Roadmap, and Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft. To moderate this session, we have Air Marshal R.K. Sharma, former Vice Chief of Air Staff, Indian Air Force. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Post-lunch session on LCA Tejas. Where have we reached so far? How did we get there? And what are the kind of lessons that we have learned en route? And what is the roadmap for Mark II? Should Mark II be there, AMCA, or FGFA, as we may like to call it later? We have a full house of panelists. Out here in person is Air Vice Marshal Tiwari, Assistant Chief of Air Staff Plans, who has had to find time, who is a very, very busy schedule these days. And thank you for making it. Mr. William Blair. And then we have three panelists who are virtual. That is Mr. Jaidev, GM LCA Tejas from HAL, Dr. Girish Deodare, who is the Program Director, ADA, and Mr. Venkat Raju, Chairman of WEM Technologies. It's talking about LCA Tejas, it's a little, what you call, somewhat nostalgic for me. At one time, years back, I was the project director in NFTC, having, sort of got involved with the design development program, flight testing it. And then today, as a panelist with me, is my colleague, AVM Tiwari, who was also a test pilot with us in NFTC. In the morning, we found Air Chief Marshal Paduria. We're all in the same team. And I see Group Captain Rituraj Tyagi, who is with Saab now, who was also in the NFTC team. In addition, Girish Deodare, the person who is right now in charge of ADA, was FCS scientist. He was also in the team. And of course, many others who must be listening in. The history of LCA decision making goes back to 80s. Somebody mentioned 83, 84. That was the time Air Chief Marshal Latif. That time he had this vision and set this roadmap. And his intention was that in time to come, we need to develop a combat aircraft beyond HF-24, and a combat aircraft that will replace the Ajit, which was somewhat mediocre in its performance. And he was sure that certain old variants of the MiG-21 need to be replaced in time to come. So actually, he'd set the ball rolling. What happened after that was certain meetings that took place in PMO, and when some very eminent aeronautical engineers and scientists, along with the Air Force, went and met the Prime Minister and said that not only should we replace the Ajit and MiG-21, but there are certain technology gaps that have now come up with what we see in the then third generation, forthcoming fourth generation and plus, and the research and developments that are going around the world. We need to now take a stock of that, fill those gaps, and make a combat aircraft which will have these technologies. And these were namely the flight control system. It was not decided at that time that should it be completely digital or DG analog, a glass cockpit, microprocessor-based systems. That means your hydraulic system, your braking system are run through computers, mission computer, along with an indigenous engine and a multimode radar. So this is what the thinking was at that time. In 1985, then Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, he actually, along with Dr. Arunachalam, who was somebody that he really believed in as a scientist, they created ADA. And creation of ADA for a futuristic combat aircraft for induction into Indian Air Force, with HAL as the principal partner. So this happened around 85, and not only that, Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi was to visit US and meet President Reagan and seek his assistance in technology transfer in developing the FCS, because that is the key flight control system, fly-by-wire as we knew it at that time. So this was progressing quite well, and finally the Air Force issued an ASR. Initially it was an AST, Air Staff Target, which is basically certain key operational requirements that are discussed with the DRDO and the scientists. And finally, after all these discussions had taken place and the go-ahead had been given in 1985, the ASR for LCA was issued. How do we go about it? We were absolutely cognizant of the fact that these technologies were not something that we had our handle on, and we needed to get to grips with it through certain amount of discussion with OEMs abroad. The very first consultant was DASO, and discussions with DASO led to the definition of the PDP document, and this document, along with DASO and certain amount of discussions with USAF, thanks to President Reagan's assurance to Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi, he authorized the USAF to interact with us, with the Indian industry and DRDO, to help us develop the FCS, and in turn USAF directed our DRDO to what was then known as Wright Laboratories, basically for the flight control system and transfer of technology and hand-holding as necessary. We were moving too fast, and at that point in time, Air Headquarters, in a detailed discussion, said, look, these are some things that we don't know. FCS is the key, and there is no question of not being able to do it absolutely perfectly. Otherwise, we'll lead to accidents, not during testing, then later on in operational life. And therefore, what we need to do is to first develop 2 technology demonstrators. And these technology demonstrators must demonstrate these technologies that we have talked about. And the assurance that the DRDO has given that, yes, we can do this with some help, then we need to see that. And then we give the go-ahead for limited prototype vehicles, limited series productions, and so on and so forth. A lot of discussion took place, and of course, we found that there was a lot of help that we needed. This process from definition of the, from the ASR, to actually when we got off the ground in setting up the infrastructure and the organizational facilities, took about 6 to 7 years. And then it was also now decided with plenty of air headquarters, pushing and that the the FCS system will be a digital quadruplex, all digital. There was a lot of debate, should it be Digicom analog or pure digital, and should there be a backup or not? So once this was decided, and then this infrastructure for setting up ADA as well as the human resource was to be now put in place. What happened at that time around the 1990s? The Gulf War took place, and some of us may recollect the severe foreign exchange crisis that India landed up in. So it was very difficult to get this components and pay for people to go there, learn, etc., and have people come down because foreign exchange was very limited. This added to more delays. Not the least 1998 Pokhran II, as well as the Kargil War of 1999. Now, by themselves, they were not showstoppers, but they led to disruption in the working, in the setting up of infrastructure, in sort of now rolling forward the entire process. There is, because somewhere down the line in commentaries you will read that there were sanctions by USA post Pokhran, and that sort of led to the delays. That is not true. There were sort of disruptions, no doubt about it, but it wasn't as if the DRDO and all of us were prepared. So that is not true. Well, disruptions for whatever reason did take place, and finally the go-ahead that was achieved to set up this NFTC and get the process going was in was actually in 1993, but it happened during this process around 97, 98. So along with this, what happened was it was DRDO which had gone to the government, the Prime Minister actually, with Dr. Arunachalam, had sought funds for setting up this and making this program a success. With, like I said, HCL is the principal partner. HCL, on the other hand, was, by itself, big industry, and thought that anything to do with aviation was its fundamental right. And this led to some friction, between the two. One can talk about it, it's all history, but well, all of it is true. And then Air Headquarters had to intervene. We set up NFTC thanks to DRDO, who agreed with the then chief and signed this MOU with Dr. Kalam, National Flight Test Center, which was exclusively manned by people from Air Force on deputation in uniform, as well as those from HCL and other DRDO labs. So this flight test center was set up. It was exactly on the lines of what the Americans had at that point in time suggested how we should go about it, and as well as BAE. So this, along with certain other review mechanisms to monitor the program, the steering committees were formed, and the process got underway. During the process of design development of LCA, there were several consultancies that DRDO had taken. Wright Labs, I've mentioned. At that time, Martin Marietta, which later on was subsumed in Lockheed Martin. CalSpan, a facility in US where the flight control system, which later on Mr. Girish Deodhare will talk about, he's the key man of this FCS, would go to USA and sit, and we would port this FCS in the T-33 as well as the F-16 out there, see how it is, responding and what are the tweakings that we need to do. So this was done at CalSpan in US. BAE Wharton was an extremely important player in our design of things because the real-time simulator for the LCA was being guided to us from BAE Wharton. That consultancy sort of still continues. And Saab, later on during the process of flight testing, we were in consultancy with Saab as well, where all the flight test data like parametric identification and flutter, etc. We didn't know. We were learning on the job. I mean, theory is one thing that we teach, but actually to have flown FCS aircraft and done flight testing, a little bit of flying on Mirage 2000, but we didn't know how to do design and develop, and therefore we had to take these data to BAE and to Saab and have them audit this and sort of tell us whether the primary thing was safety. Are we moving in the right direction with adequate safety or not? Program delays, we said from concept to completion. We lost a lot of time from 93 to 97 in, in discussions, etc. There was one main reason for program delays, and I think we'll hear about it later. I'll just mention was that those who came to ADA were actually scientists, and some were systems engineers from HAL. Some were under two hats. People report HAL, people reporting to HAL as well as to ADA and design development. We had people from all backgrounds. Thankfully, thanks to the vision of Dr. Kalam as well as Dr. Kota Narayan, we had people from ISRO who had joined ADA. There was a across the spectrum brains that came to ADA. Each scientist out there, each system engineer knew his own, sort of discipline and his systems extremely well. But none of them knew how to integrate this as a whole in an operational combat aircraft. So that hand-holding had to be done by Air Force. And I can tell you, with the experience that I've had with them, there was never any hesitation to either interact with the engineers and the scientists or them hesitate to come to us and seek advice, because all of us who were test pilots out there were from operational background and ask us, why do we want this? What is this going to do? How does it help us in air-to-air combat or air-to-surface, weapons? There's another criticism that you often hear is that delays in the program was because of SQR change by Air Force. Wholly untrue. I mean, I can tell you from my experience as ACS Plans Deputy Chief and later on as Vice Chief, if at all, the Air Force only gave concessions. We didn't, sir. Yes, I mean, you don't want, when you want a fighter jet, you want something at least contemporary. Not a previous generation. So to that extent, the pressure had to be put. The pressure was well taken. There were no sort of delays because of, any SQR. There were no SQR change. In any case, there were concessions given on the SQRs. And if at all, it helped accelerate the design development process. And program delays, like I told you, there was some friction in the organizational setup and architecture between HAL and DRDO, namely ADA. I'm sure all of that has been resolved, but that was very unfortunate, and that did happen. And a lot of effort had to be put in by the mediators, namely the Air Force at the level of Deputy Chief and Chief, to sort of keep resolving these issues. Well, all of it is water under the bridge. Notwithstanding, there is some, we heard, this is, sort of an open session and one can talk about it, about the work culture. So there is the only pace at which a particular industry works. We've been critical about this, about the pace at which, sort of HAL works. And it is okay when you're talking about revenue projects and, sort of projects to do with upgrades and, overhauls and stuff. But when you're doing design development, there is a certain amount of urgency that is needed. And this needed to be resolved. And I don't know what the situation is today, but it must have been resolved. So from here, if I was to summarize and say, what about the LCA journey? I'd say a commitment and vision to design and development a contemporary fourth generation fighter was there all along. It is across the spectrum. It just wasn't in the Air Force. It was also in the DRDO with HAL. Everybody knew the task. We had a common goal, and there were no sort of discussion on that part. The learning process of design and development was something that we had to sort of contend with. We had to learn on the run, as we got along. There were things that we knew, but we didn't have the facilities or the laboratories, or the experience. So a lot of design development work, particularly in flight testing, had to be taken on and learned as we got along. But the primary reason for we accepted, if there was the process was somewhat slow because the process had to be absolutely safe. Some organizational work culture issues I talked about. I'm sure all that is resolved. The other sort of thing that is very important was we talked about this creation of this ecosystem. This helped create that ecosystem. I think it was mentioned by some earlier speakers. Look at, if I recollect during my time, DRDO had more than 130 tiered suppliers, and they were across the spectrum in discussing with the IITs of Bombay. We talked about that in the morning, Madras and Kanpur and all sorts of, it was very good. We were not hesitant to take advice and help when it came to consultancies. And through Air Force's full and complete professional support in creation of NFTC, and giving, the test pilots and the flight test engineers, as well as on later on creation of an Indian Air Force project management team, PMT. A PMT out there, which is, led by an Air Vice Marshal, would interface between both the ADA and the HAL and give them the necessary guidance based upon Air Headquarters feedback, or give feedback to Air Headquarters to seek decisions. That was brought into place. Look, all this requires, a lot of manpower from the service, but this was a prime objective, and I don't think the Air Force hesitated in giving some of their best to these organizations. So the next step is what? Mark 1A, Mark 2, or AMCA. Are we prepared for this road or not? We are going to hear from the eminent speakers out here. This panel has all the people that, sort of are with it in the program, and you will get to hear that. Our first speaker today will be Mr. William Blair, Vice President and Chief Executive of Lockheed Martin in India. He is not new to India. I remember first meeting him when I was Vice Chief. I think he was with Raytheon, if I remember. We were talking about some standard missile and stuff like that, some air-to-air missiles. He's an MIT graduate. He's been there, and so as far as the industry is concerned, his road to Lockheed Martin has been like, through Raytheon and GE and Pratt & Whitney, and his sort of understanding of the market in not just India, but globally is very high. It'll be a pleasure to hear him, Mr. William Blair. You have your time. Right, Tony? Yes, up to you.
Well, thank you very much, Air Marshal Sharma, and I want to recognize Air Vice Marshal Tiwari. I'm really pleased to be a part of this panel, and of course, virtually participants as well. I'm also nostalgic, as you said at the beginning here. And I'm nostalgic in being here, actually, and being here in person after a long time. I was actually sitting out there in the audience at the first event way back in 2006. Relatively younger in my career in aviation. I was with, as you mentioned, Raytheon, but before that, I was 25 years with GE Aviation. I'm nostalgic to be on this panel. I was a young engineer, actually working on the F404 engine, was one of the engines I worked on, which was powering the light combat aircraft initially in its flight tests. And literally a close family friend of mine was the one who helped work that deal here in India. And so actually that was my first introduction to India, actually was the light combat aircraft program indirectly. But really my first introduction to India was just maybe a few years prior. I was here in '96 on an assignment for GE and met my wife just before coming here. So I keep coming back. I would say the common thread for me in my career is India in the three companies that I've worked for. And I mention that because my personal connection, I'm starting my fourth decade, I could say, connected with India, and I'm really excited. I feel like we're at an inflection point, and building on the LCA experience and projecting forward to the AMCA capability, fifth gen fighter. I'd like to focus at least my comments around two aspects, and it ties into the inaugural session. And I promise I'll keep my comments to less than 15 minutes, and please call me if for some reason I'm running over. First, the title is Energizing Indian Aerospace Industry and the Challenges of Atman Nirbhar Bharat. And I believe that to talk about the challenges, you have to talk about the challenges and the opportunities. And I feel that we need to talk about both the foundation and the future. And I'm going to speak to that in the context of my interactions, as I just mentioned in my earlier comments with India, but also about accelerating the development of the aerospace and defense ecosystem here in India, which, looking back on the LCA history, was absolutely the catalyst. I first came here actually around or second time I came here, correct myself, was around the time of the MMRCA coming up as its initial requirement. we as companies, as foreign OEMs, we were looking to partner with Indian companies, both defense public sector units and private sector companies, to position to deliver our best capability and also meet offset obligations. I was always envious when I was in two other companies of Lockheed Martin, because they had the vision to set up two joint ventures over 10 years ago. Now we're just finishing our 10th year with Tata. One, Tata Aerostructures, Tata Lockheed Martin Aerostructures Limited, TLML we call it, and the other Tata Sikorsky Aerospace Limited. And I just thought that the vision was there because, again, you know, I think there was an inflection point in the last decade where there was just an acceleration of investment in India. We were at the front end of that. And with that, now over 300, 400 suppliers feeding into an ecosystem that was built up around something that didn't really exist. At that time, you know, there was a rapid development of capability. We were working with companies that had proven themselves in the automotive sector that had a vision to be leaders in defense. And I can say, sitting here today, there's many of those companies on the panel today and tomorrow that had that shared vision and risk. You can't be risk averse. The willingness to make an investment, the willingness to see the business opportunity, not the obligation. We came and set up our joint ventures before we even had an offset obligation. We did it out of opportunity, not out of obligation. And that ultimately led to an investment of well over $100 million, thousands of jobs in association with our JV. I will say tens of thousands of jobs when you look at the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers that feed into it. An incredibly important foundation going forward. Again, building on the vision of the light combat aircraft. So we've now delivered over 155 C-130J empennages. We went from importing parts and assembling those to now moving from 87% to will be over 95% indigenous content. And so sometimes you might read some of the studies that only a few of the large companies have benefited from aerospace and defense investment in India. Yeah, we have a great partner, Tata, wonderful partner. We have other partners, Mahindra Defense Systems on the simulators for the C-130J as well. But frankly, there's an ecosystem of tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers that feed into that. I mentioned over 300, 400 suppliers. And that's generating hundreds of millions of dollars of revenue. And it's frankly generated now, I think, over $700 million worth of defense exports, pure defense exports. And so when we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat and we think about meeting India's requirements and also meeting the vision and challenge of exports by 2025, I would submit we're already well on our way. You know, if you look at the exports over the last 3-4 years from India in the aerospace and defense sector, 22% have been to the US. I think 11-12% to France, 3-4% to Israel and Russia, respectively. And so, you know, we promise and we deliver. We've committed to be partners, we are, and we'll continue to be so. And that applies to sustainment too, as well. You can't just sell an aircraft remotely, fly it in, and then say, we'll maintain the aircraft outside of India. We recently signed our second contract for follow-on support sustainment of the C-130Js, maintaining very high availability, meeting an incredibly important mission requirement, multi-mission requirement, more important than ever when you look at what happened with all of us sustaining our experience and challenges through the COVID pandemic, the challenges in moving critical resources up to high altitude just preceding that at the border, and most recently the airlift out of Afghanistan. You need a reliable aircraft, but actually more importantly, you need to be able to sustain that aircraft in your country. And so we have had, you know, committed our engineers to be here, but we're not the ones turning the wrenches. We're not the ones putting wrenches to aircraft. The Indian Air Force is, and they've done an incredibly wonderful job in doing that. That's sustainment, and that's sustainability going forward as well. Transfer of technology. A little bit of an introduction to what we will be highlighting next month. We're well on our way. We're progressing towards qualification of producing fighter wings here in India, down in Hyderabad. This is an incredible advancement for us working with our partners. And again, it's through our partnership with Tata, Tilamal down in Hyderabad, but critical technologies and transfer of technology. This is a wing that has to sustain 9Gs and operate up to or beyond 12,000 hours. And so we have a supplier that's delivering some of the main key components that operate up to 9Gs. Lakshmi Machine Works is one, if I could mention. And so it's a part of a team effort. And with that, again, it's out of an opportunity. We anxiously await for the requirement to come forward on the MRFA. We feel like we're well positioned for that, but we have to set that foundation and prove it. We've also transferred technology to Ashok Leyland about a decade or more ago. So if you've seen the light specialist vehicle, also known as the light bulletproof vehicle, that was transfer technology from Lockheed Martin to Ashok Leyland. We didn't get any offset credit for it, so you're not going to find it in the roll-up of offset credits. But we did it because it was going to deliver capability to India, and we wanted to build that relationship here as well. Skilling, that's another important component. I feel going forward. I mentioned our nearly 500 suppliers. Over 200 of those are MSMEs. We work with startups through our Indian Innovation Growth Program, and we've got a wonderful, through our partner, a women's apprenticeship program, where we bring young women and offer them opportunities at the joint venture to get experience, on-the-job training, mentoring, and now many of those that have graduated are supervising others on the shop floor today. And so it's a really important empowerment, but it's about skilling and developing diverse capability. So I said that, it's about the foundation and the future. I think we're at an inflection point right now, our second inflection point going forward in terms of accelerating the growth. And the Air Chief earlier cited some of the challenges that he sees. And I'm going to talk about challenges and opportunities, and then I'll close. He had, as an OEM, the first challenge that I would like to highlight is indigenous content. The new defense acquisition procedure was really a game changer, if you think about it, in terms of focusing on indigenous content, transfer of technology, and simultaneously increasing the foreign direct investment from 49% to now 74% on the automatic route. What's critically important, I mentioned how we've moved from, I'll say, importing parts to over 90% indigenous content on the C-130J empennage, and same on the S-92 helicopter cabins. We are working with our tier one suppliers to do the same. If you look at GE aircraft engines, Pratt & Whitney, what was commented earlier on Rolls-Royce, there's a lot of progress in the intersection of civil and defense that I think is moving us in a very, very great trajectory. We've got other tier ones that are partnered with DPSUs and private sector on electronic warfare flight management systems that we're offering as part of the F-21, so that when we are able to compete, we'll be able to meet the very, very challenging indigenous content requirements. The other challenge for us to meet the indigenous content is aerospace and defense raw material to meet both civil and defense mil-specs capability, where we signed a letter of agreement with Midhani back at Aero India. And I think, for me, I know aero engines is a critical technology. I believe aerospace and defense material is right up there. And we're leaning forward to transfer technology to help accelerate that. And frankly, it's about reliability of supply. The critical high-strength alloys, high-strength steel, super alloys, titanium, even rare earth metals, we could source that more reliably and transition that to be meeting the specifications for the aircraft today and well into the future. And we're also investing in composites as well. And I think that's critical. Capability. We believe that what we're offering ties India into not just what we're making in India, but what we'll make in India for the world. And that's the largest fighter ecosystem in the world, over 3,000 fighters. It's a sustainable revenue chain, which was the other comment from the Air Chief this morning, it's about sustainability. And so really, by partnering and meeting a global requirement, and then being in a position to, when the Indian requirement comes up and be at the level to meet the indigenous content challenge, that's what it's all about. One of the other comments this morning that was interesting, was about the OODA loop. And I had to Google it because we kind of just think of it, as take it for granted. But there was a Colonel Boyd who initiated that, and it's observe, orient, decide, decision, and act. But what I didn't know was that he was actually the father of the light medium combat aircraft. He was the one looking at the F-4, the heavy fighters, and conceived we needed a more agility. So it's really about agility. And we believe that what we're offering to meet the upcoming requirements, both what we're delivering today across the C-130J on the Apache and MH-60 Romeos coming up for the Navy, we believe that a very agile, in our case, single-engine fighter can provide the maximum capability at the lowest cost. And that's the next challenge. And that's life cycle cost and sustainability. They really come hand in hand. And we believe that if you deliver and build up a full assembly line here in India to meet the fighter requirement or the helicopter requirements, we'll be in a position to then clearly be partnered and recognized really as an Indian company to meet the MRO requirement too, with partners. So I'll close by saying that I believe India needs to partner with reliable, trusted, technologically advanced partners to leapfrog global competitors. And I'm sitting here on the light combat aircraft panel looking ahead to the AMCA, and I see the requirements in this decade accelerating us towards the AMCA. The 4th gen, 5th gen technologies that we're offering or other companies are offering on their platforms in partnership, working together with Indian companies, can accelerate us on that path, both towards exports, the export challenge by 2025, as well as meeting the capability of the Indian Air Force. So in closing, I'd like to just say we intend to, and we are, making in India for the world. And what we promise, we do deliver. And I appreciate the opportunity to just share some thoughts with you along the way in the journey over the last few decades. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Blair, and indeed your MOU with Midani, I think that is one of the most important MOUs that will see a lot of work ahead as we get along, and I'm sure about that. Our next speaker is Air Vice Marshal N. Tiwari. He is a former Mirage 2000 pilot. He's an experimental test pilot. He was also the project director at NFTC in 2018. And do refer to his biodata, but I must, point out one thing, and that is during the Kargil war, he was the person who had integrated the listening pod in the Mirage 2000. He was my senior test flying instructor. I was his OC, and I was asked to dispatch him to Gwalior for this. For some reason, we couldn't, get the Mirage to AST, and he went there. He adapted this pod out there, did the trials. And those of you who have heard of the Tiger Hill attack, well, he had led that formation and carried out those attacks, successful attacks on Tiger Hill. So ABM Tiwari is going to speak to us, not about the history, we've covered that. He's going to speak to us about the lessons learned in the LCA program so far. What is the sort of course corrections we need to take as we get on with the Mark 1A, maybe Mark 2 or AMCA programs. Over to you.
Air Marshal Sharma, Air Marshal Chopra, Mr. Blair, esteemed guests, both sitting here and those who are online. First of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak in front of such an esteemed gathering. And this topic is close to my heart. Like Air Marshal Sharma said, I spent 2 tenures testing the LCA and both at times when the core testing was happening. So it was a very exciting period. First period, when we just started the weapon integration, the high altitude trials, that was an interesting period because we had a lot of issues to sort out, because one is what happens in theory and one is what happens on ground. So they are completely different, and sometimes you have to think and do things on the fly. I'll give you some examples as we go along. And the other part which I did was when I was the project director of NFTC for 1.5 years just before coming to Air Headquarters. And that time I also had a good fortune of flying the defense minister, which turned out to be a good thing because I think LCA got a lot of publicity there. So just to go back, while we talk on the lessons learned and the way ahead, some things I would just like to cover in terms of the retrospective 20 by 20 hindsight, whatever you might call, but I think some contextual information is important to put things in perspective. First, to think about LCA as a program, I think it was a very, very bold step for the country and the governments to take at that point of time. In the early 80s, when for almost more than 20 years, we have not designed an aircraft, a fighter class of aircraft, and more or less our design and development was in a moribund state of affairs. So just to take a bold step that we need to design a new generation fighter, and there were huge technology gaps that Marshal Sharma was talking about in between. Even to kickstart that kind of a notion requires a lot of courage of conviction. So if you think back, ARDA was set up, NFTC was set up, a lot of testing facilities were set up primarily to support this program. So it was a huge, huge challenge when you're starting from scratch and building up a capability. It doesn't come overnight. So people who say that the program has taken so many years, you must put that in context that first 4 or 5 years, we are only just trying to set up and get the things going. And that is a very, very important aspect, because today, probably we have that critical mass to move ahead. We couldn't have said the same thing probably 20 years back. And today, if we are ready to move forward on the next generation of fighter, it is because what we have done on the LCA in the last 20 odd years. So it's very, very important to understand that if you didn't have this kind of a core critical mass, the next generation fighter is not going to happen. Many things that we initially envisaged on the LCA was truly state of the art at that point of time. And even I can say that having flown almost 200 sorties plus on the aircraft, most of the things as on today is contemporary. In fact, as good as anything that you have outside in other fighters. Take a case, for example, that we talked of a fully unstable design. We had no clue of the fly-by-wire system, or how, at least we may have theoretical knowledge. We pulled in resources, but practically we had zero knowledge on the ground as to how to go about even designing and testing this kind of a system. Utility management systems. Now, everything run by software. It was unheard of. We were very used to dials and pumps and generators, but everything coming on a glass cockpit, no dials at all. At that point of time, when we started the project in 85, 86, it was truly state of the art. Also, if you look at composite airframe, this is a capability we have developed after a lot of, we had to struggle a lot, but finally today we have the capability to develop large scale composite. And these are the things that you have to understand, that capability wouldn't have come if we had not taken the decision of that time to progress. Now, the initial consultancy with Dassault Aviation and all somehow reinforced us that we were on the right track. But all said and done, we were still tentative, especially in terms of, how do we go about the metal cut, the composite structure, then, filling up the innards, doing the testing of the control law. All that took time. But in aviation, especially in flight testing, I think you only learn, it's much like swimming. Unless you're thrown in the deep end, it never happens. You never learn it. And so that deep end was for us to some extent was when Pokhran happened. And after that, uh, at least for the flight control team who were sent back from the US and said, now you're on your own. And I think in hindsight, I think it was a very, very good thing that happened to us, because when we developed a system, today I can say very proudly, and I think Dr. Girish is also here on the panel, that we have one of the best flight control laws that I could have. Being a Mirage pilot, I have flown the Mirage 2000. I'm very used to a fly-by-wire system. But the amount of testing we did, the amount of IP that we have today, and the amount of effort we put in to ensure that the pilots in the field get us aircraft which they feel very comfortable with, I think that's something that stands, testimony to the hard work of the flight control team as well as the test crew who did the testing. I was involved before coming here. In fact, we were testing the automatic low-speed recovery system, and I can proudly say it's still not fully developed, but I think very soon we will be putting it out in the next version of the software going to the squadron. We have developed a system which can hands-off recover from any phase of flight, integrated with the throttle, and can take care to ensure that the aircraft will never get out of control. And we have similar system on the Mirage 2000, and I feel this is much more robust, much more, and the important thing is that we have all the IPR. So we know that how to develop this, for the next generation. It's a fully digital system. So that knowledge is available, and it gives us confidence that when we go to the next aircraft, that these things will be much, much easier. So that is truly has been an accomplishment on our side. Some of the things that I can talk about is, similarly avionics. Now we started as an avionics full glass cockpit initially, and that is the beauty about test crew, that you will find that if you put two pilots together, they never agree on anything. So we had basically the legacy of our operation has been that we have people from the Western background. We also have people from the Russian background. Now to put all this system in a glass cockpit format and to agree on a man-machine interface which is acceptable to all, it's a challenge by itself. And I can vouch for it, and the avionics team which works on the LCA will also vouch that how many rounds of iterations we had to do, meetings, sitting in the simulator, the avionics rig, trying to refine and everything. But in the end, what turns out, I think that hard work has really paid off, because when I get a feedback from the squadron as of today, they are very, very happy, uniformly happy about how well this machine flies, how well it is integrated for the pilot, because we have put displays in such a fashion that these are the important things that you need to know at that point of time, and it is available to you without much of a hassle. And of course, in the background, you have the other information which you can always derive. But what has resulted from all this is we have a system which is a combination of the Russian and the Western philosophy, and it incorporates the best of both worlds. And that is one of our key strengths, as basically the legacy that we have. I can just tell you, for example, the autopilot. We designed the autopilot. A lot of us have flown the Mirage 2000, so we knew the Airbus and the Mirage 2000, that class of aircraft, what kind of autopilots you get. But we also flew the Russian aircraft where you had a level mode, which you could, from any point of time, if you pressed a button, the aircraft would level out, and if you're disoriented, at least it will, keep you safe. Such a level mode is not available on the Western fleet. None of the West, at least at that point, it was not there. We incorporated it in the LCA. We ensured that all that was there in the other Western fleets, all the high-end autopilots, including a level mode or panic mode or whatever you call, is available, so that any point of time, if you press that button, the flight controls will take over and it will level out the aircraft. So these kind of things you will only have if you have the background experience, when you use it in operational service, and you bring that operational experience into this flight testing. So while the test crew were really hard on the designers, but a lot of things that materialize at the end of it, I think the squadrons are very, very, very happy about it. So technically I can say that as an ecosystem, when we have developed, I don't think we have a technical challenge in the future. When you talk of the next generation aircraft, whether it's the Mark 1A coming up or the AMCA coming later, the challenge for me, and I feel, and this is for everyone to ponder about, is more to do with managerial, management, and information. And so these are the key challenges. And this is a challenge typical because the development has been through DRDO and HAL. It has always been a challenge to retain the best talent. You look at engineers, forget about the test crew now. Let me just talk of engineers. Today, you get engineers coming, very bright young students coming out of IITs and all. They will work for 2 or 3 years because they don't have, and the contracts are like that. And then you supplement it with, okay, you give him additional 1 year, but no one wants to, especially if he's good. Nobody likes to work like that. So he doesn't have a long-term horizon. So what he does, he actually learns for 3 years, does everything, and then moves on to, other companies where he's probably employed with a better pay. And so what it turns out, a lot of these organizations end up as being a training, academy for capable people to be going elsewhere. Now, these are the people who should have retained, because I can tell you that if you take an engineer today, he is not away, he's not on the job the next day. It takes years and years to make him capable to start working on designing an aircraft. Actually, it is 3 to 4 years before he's even, usefully, gainfully employed on a program. And that is the critical time when he has learned and then moved on. So retaining this talent is going to be a huge challenge. And as we look for the next generation of aircraft, or as the ecosystem develops, we have to ponder on this aspect, that how do we retain talent? There be some older guys who may be very good, but you can't keep them after a certain age, they retire. But they have the knowledge. That kind of flexibility, somehow the government organizations have their own limitations. So that is where the private sector must come in to decide that as you move into, aircraft integration and more complex projects, you have to learn to recognize talent, first of all, talent which is useful for your organization, for your program, and learn to retain him without these boundaries of, age or, number of years of service or contract or a cost, because sometimes, they are irreplaceable, actually indispensable. So this is one aspect, I think, that probably you can take from here. The second aspect, which is equally important, is how do you formalize institutional knowledge? And this is something which we are not very good at. Whether it is, aircraft manufacturing, whether it is development of critical systems like flight control is one part which is still for better. But there are other systems where, especially general systems, your, things like avionics, hydraulics, these kind of systems, we don't have that knowledge to build upon so that the next aircraft should become much easier, not just easier, much easier. So that background knowledge in terms of, holding that, the HR, as well as keeping that knowledge and mentoring the people to take the positions of responsibility is another challenge that we must look at. This is very, very important aspect, because unless you develop this information and the HR, no ecosystem can actually flourish. And here also I would like to put in a word that test crew is very, very important, because they bring in not only, the testing aspects, but the operational aspects. And they are available to you round the clock, 24/7, because they are a resource you can bank upon to ensure that the product which goes out is safe and it is useful to the customer. So we have to nurture our flight test crew. Unfortunately, you'll find 60% of the people, test crew who have left, are all flying, civil airlines like Indigo and SpiceJet. It's a waste of a national resource. So all the companies who are looking at getting into the system, this is another area. And this is not only people who are flying. The same test crew can give you very good input when it comes to designing a, a multifunction display or some avionics or even an autopilot system, because they have the background of how the user would want to use it. So don't look at flight test crew only for, flight testing aspects of it. They'll be very, very useful in your other aspects as well. And you must as a national resource, we must look at how we can retain and nurture this. Then a couple of things I would just mention, I'm running out of time, is very, very important is that our certification and quality assurance, especially when you want to expand the ecosystem, we need a Semilac which does outreach to the industry. Today, because I interact practically on a daily basis with SMEs and all, their biggest stumbling block or the biggest demotivator is if I make a product, how do I get it certified? And this is, I feel, there is some kind of a knowledge gap. And I would suggest that Semilac must do outreach with especially the smaller industry, SMEs and MSMEs, because they need to feel confident that we can together make some system work, get you the quality assurances that you require. So DGAQA as well as Semilac must reach out to the industry. They have their own challenges, especially in terms of manpower and all. But I think this is definitely required, because unless this happens, the industry will not get that motivation to develop further for the future, the way the ecosystem needs to develop for the next generation aircraft. But having said all that, I would only like to conclude to say that the decisions we took in the 80s to set up this organization like ADA and the ecosystem around it to build the LCA has actually set us today to ensure that we are on the right track for the next generation aircraft. And there is nothing more to say that a lot of people who have left ADA, left HAL, have opened small companies and doing modification work on aircraft, doing actual exploratory work in terms of flutter test, in CFD. All these are offshoots of this critical mass that we have developed. And this is how this ecosystem will come up. So we have to make it more enabling. And I'm sure those authorities who are listening will take heed to this, and we will do much better in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, TV. Very important points that he has made. I'm not going to repeat them. But just to tell you, way back when NFTC, when ADA was set up, and they got these scientists from across the spectrum to work out there, many of them were very senior people. Scientists D, E, and above. Subsequently down the line in years, ADA became very top heavy. The bulk of the scientists were G and H because they had all become senior. But the good thing is that the experience that they carried with them, that held ADA in good stead. They remained with the ADA. That does not happen now. I mean, they have retired and they've sort of gone. There's this new generation that comes in, and what TV talked about, I think that's a challenge, and it's a challenge across the industries. Not just with DRDO. I see that in private sector as well, not to mention poaching. And the other point is, DAP to say that, okay, we'll open our labs to the private sector and they can come and use the lab, etc. We'll encourage you, is not sufficient. This is this point about DGAQA qualification as well as Semilac airworthiness. You have to, these SMEs out there, 300 or so, out there who are there with you, they will ask you this question. Okay, we'll work with you. But it is not, enough. You have to guide us through this, absolute maze called AQA and Semilac. We don't understand this system. Somebody has to explain to us. So I think a lot more is required out there, and this is a very valid point. Thank you, TV. Our next speaker is the present boss of ADA, Dr. Girish Deodare. Dr. Girish Deodare he's a flight control system man. And he's probably been the longest that I would know of with this LCA program. Way back in the 90s, he was a young scientist who'd sit, under the Learjet in the T-33s in USA or work with CalSpan. They're the ones who would then come back and, later on work on the real-time simulator and take the inputs from the test pilots and tweak the system. These are, somebody I have great respect for and admiration. His boss, Shyam Chetty, others in AD, flight control, fly-by-wire system is the heart of this aeroplane. And I'm so proud to say that, touch wood, I think they've set world standards in design development of FCS, its flight testing. So Girish, you're logged in, so please go ahead. You have your 10 to 15 minutes.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to speak here in this forum, which is very interesting. LCA is the topic of this forum. We have two of the designers of LCA sitting on stage out there. We consider the flight test crew, the pilots and engineers who have worked with this program as the designers of the program, along with the scientists. If you may permit me, I will make a presentation because I think it's better to see pictures of the aircraft rather than my face. So I'll just put up a presentation.
Yeah, go ahead, sure.
I'll cover where we are and where we are moving on and what is the current status of things. So I'll try to cover that in the short 15 minutes that I have been given. LCA, as you all are aware, today it has completed more than 5,000 flight test sorties. This is other than the squadron aircraft flying. As Arian Tiwari was saying, things like auto low speed recover and these advanced technologies are being proven through all these flight test sorties. The culmination of these sorties is that we have now matured most of the or all the fourth generation and 4.5 generation technologies. It has taken 25 years. It's not as if it has happened in a day, but this is a great investment that this nation has made. And now is the time to reap the returns on this investment in the future programs. We are at the correct stage where these technologies are mature and people are raring to go to use them for future programs. Of course, as far as LCA is concerned, the IOC FOC is completed in February 19. IF squadrons are formed. The second squadron is very much operational. The aircraft participated in international air shows, which was a highlight, the Bahrain, the Malaysian, and recently Sri Lankan also. The aircraft has been proven in all sorts of conditions. This shows the maturity of the various the technologies and the ecosystem. Operated up to 48.5 degrees in hot weather, minus 15 degrees in Leh. Accuracies of all the weapons have been demonstrated. The BVR, close combat missile, the Python, and so on. The air-to-air refueling capability has been demonstrated. So all these technologies have now been proven and matured. The production plan, I'll not cover this much because next to me is Jaidev, who will speak probably more on these. But as you're aware, now 83 aircraft are ordered, over and above the 40 that were already there. And this process is now also set in with a lot of participation of private industries. I will not cover this here. So what have we achieved through LCA? I think Arian Tiwari covered this to a large extent. It is not just the aircraft. It is this complete indigenous design capability and the ecosystem for 4+ generation technologies. As he mentioned, aerodynamic design of unstable airframes, fly-by-wire flight control, avionics, advanced avionics, composite structures, computer controlled electrical and mechanical systems, and very importantly, flight testing. We spent years and years figuring out how to go from one angle of attack to the next. Today, all that has been mastered, and we can do this very quickly, the flight testing of this class of aircraft. And also the test facilities that have been created over the years. This is a national asset which is available now. And these technologies and facilities form the base for any future indigenous aircraft development, which is a great asset that we have today. So what is next? Immediately coming up, and now this design is completed, is the Air Force Mark II. Now this is a heavier and more capable fighter aircraft than the Tejas. It's a bigger aircraft. It has enhanced capabilities with ASA radar, UEWS, IRST, MOS. This is for the first time it's being integrated indigenously. Enhanced range and endurance along with OBOX, which is also being integrated for the first time. It is ready. A much higher weapon carrying capability and capability to carry heavy standoff weapons of the class of Scar, Crystal Maze, Spice 2000, and so on. The status of this is the configuration is frozen, the architecture is completed, detailed design is complete. In fact, we are at the CDR stage now, and metal cutting should start very shortly. Rollout is planned in the next year, and the first flight by 2023, and we are well on track to achieve these goals. The LCA Mark II has a very interesting evolution. Initially, it started off just as a re-engineering of the Mark I with a more powerful GE414 engine, but subsequently it has been enhanced to a much higher much more capable configuration with a payload of 6,500 kg compared to 3,500 that LCA can carry, and also an all-up weight of 17.5 tons. Parallelly, AMCA, as we have all been discussing, the 5th generation platform. Now, this is not that has started recently. The initial design of AMCA started way back in 2009, and there was a lot of learning to be done. And we went through feasibility stages, and finally, in 2015, the feasible configuration was evolved along with Air Force. The Air Force has been with us in this program right from day one to finalize the requirements, the specifications, and so on. The pilots and engineers have been working with us right from the beginning. And so AMCA basically, as you all know, is a twin engine. It has an internal weapon bay, a TSI, diameterless supersonic intake, which we are doing for the first time, and which we have now completed the design. Radar absorbing structures for which development has happened throughout the country. It's a national program. AMCA will be developed in 2 phases. The phase 1 with an existing engine, and AMCA Mark II will be with an advanced, more powerful engine, which will be developed indigenously along with a foreign OEM. The current status of AMCA, the configuration is frozen, all the PSQRs are finalized, the PDR is completed, and we are moving towards CDR by the middle of next year, first quarter of next year, with a rollout planned in 24 and the first flight in 25. So we are well on track for this schedule. And interestingly for AMCA, an important difference is the manufacturing and production will be through an SPV, which will have participation of private industries. And this is something that has been now mandated and moved in the papers as well. AMCA specification, it's a 25-ton aircraft, internal carriage of 1,500 kg of payload, and external 5,000 kgs with 6,500 internal fuel. Of course, it's designed for low RCS, and I think we have many partners, including private industries, helping us in this field. AMCA will have both a stealth configuration and a non-stealth configuration with internal weapon carriage as well as carriage of all a huge array of external weapons, which has been now finalized. But parallelly, I think today, since it's mostly the Indian Air Force who is present here, we have also made a lot of progress on the naval front. And this started way back in 2003 when it was felt that let's try to convert the Air Force aircraft into a naval platform. And a technology demonstrator was evolved. 2 technology demonstrators were made. And after many trials and tribulations, it was not as if it was a simple path. We went through a lot of iterations, a lot of trials. And finally, in 2014, we could do the first ski jump takeoff. So currently, the flight trials of this aircraft are happening in a facility specially created in Goa called the SBTF, Shore-Based Test Facility. 2 naval prototypes, even as of today, they are flying there, doing trials. And we have done enormous amount of high sink rate landings, taxiing engagements, and so on. The first arrested landing was accomplished in 2019 September. And because of the maturity which we had gained over these 5 years of trials at SBTF, immediately in January 2020, we embarked on the carrier, INS Vikramaditya, and within a week, we could do 18 takeoff and landing on the carrier successfully. So with this last mile remaining in the technology, Indian Navy was convinced that we can now develop our own indigenous naval platform, also operational platform, and they have gone and asked for a twin-engine deck-based fighter, the TED-BF as it's so called. Today, the TED-BF, this is the specification. It's a medium-weight fighter-class aircraft, 26 tons, stow-bar variant. It can operate from both Vikramaditya and ISC-1. And Navy is looking at first flight by 2026. So towards this, a lot of study went in for defining the configuration of this aircraft. And the PSQRs were defined over a period of about 6 to 8 months, in which 2 configurations were evolved along with the Navy. And finally, the PSQRs are finalized based on the outcome of this study as a one configuration, which the Navy preferred. And the PSQRs are final. And we are moving very rapidly towards the PDR of this program as well. So the main challenge now, people say, how are you doing so many different programs? Now the point here is that what is common amongst these programs are the systems. Even in the F-35 program, even though there are three different variants, which are essentially three different aircraft, what is common is the systems. And that is what we are maintaining here. So for example, all the twin engine technologies of AMCA come into TED-BF. LCA Mark II is proving many of the technologies of AMCA, many of the systems of AMCA are common across these aircraft. In fact, we went backward. The flight control computer, which was designed for Mark II, went backward into Mark 1A. And all the cards, which are the new PowerPC processor cards, which are different from the LCA Mark I cards, are all going to fly in the Mark 1A DFCC, which is ready today because of all these developments. So there is a commonality of development of the systems, and that is what is helping us. So the design, the aerodynamic designs are all complete, and we are well on track for achieving these objectives. Now, there are certain advanced technologies. In fact, for AMCA, even though today it's a 5th generation, we are targeting it towards 6th generation when we come into production or towards Mark II, AMCA Mark II. And towards this, some of the technologies we are right now proving are the automatic takeoff and landing so that we can have an optionally manned platform when we have AMCA in place. So this we are trying on the LCA. In fact, it's on the LCA Navy, where the pilot is used as an emergency backup. So these should be successful by the mid of next year, that we should have automatic takeoff and landing capability demonstrated on LCA. We are also demonstrating the flush air data system by taking a centerline drop tank, and we have modified it with flush ports and all the electronics inside to prove the concept of FAT so that it can be incorporated in AMCA to further enhance the strength. We have separate teams now, a national team for information fusion and AI in the cockpit, especially for AMCA, but to all the programs. And also another team for integrated vehicle health management, IVHM. Maintenance, we understand, is a key element, which was not understood early days when we were just scientists trying to design an aircraft. But now we are looking end to end, right to the user on the field and the maintenance of the aircraft also, and how to optimize the design for that. So overall, the roadmap of indigenous aircraft development is shown here. We are currently, the squadrons of Mark 1 Tejas are operating. We're going towards Mark 1A, Mark 2, AMCA Mark 1, then the TED-BF, and AMCA Mark 2 with the higher powered engine. So the goal that we have set for ADA is complete self-sufficiency for combat aircraft by 2035. And we are well on track to achieve this. Through LCA, we have developed a complete ecosystem to the country. This is the design ecosystem. Jaidev will also show the production ecosystem, which is much more impressive. But this is more than 200 centers throughout the country who are continuously working with ADA for all the programs now. And this is something which is carrying us forward in our development. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure talking with you.
Thank you very much, Girish. Very informative. Do stay logged on just in case there are any questions for you. And we note the confidence that you exude regarding first flights of Mark II and AMCA by 2025. Please convey our best wishes to your designers to achieve these successes. Thank you very much.
As I said, you are our designers as well, sir. We consider the pilots and engineers as much designers as scientists.
Very kind of you. Thank you, Girish. Our next speaker is Mr. Jaidev, General Manager of HAL. Mr. Jaidev, if you're on the air, I don't have your biodata, so just kindly, in short, introduce yourself and talk to us about what the plans for production of the LCA Booth Mark 1, 1A, and 2 that we'd like to hear. And 10 minutes you have to conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Air Marshal. Am I audible?
Yes.
I am Jaidev, General Manager, LCA Tejas Division at HAL. We have embarked on production of LCA Mark 1, Mark 1A, and probably will be going ahead with Mark 2 production also. So I am head of the division which is producing the LCAs at HAL. And it was very impressive to hear from the designers and the testers about the genesis of LCA. It was also very, very informative I would like to take off from there, where the next aspect is the production aspect. We have started LCA production with limited series production aircraft way back in 2000, early 2000s. And we graduated on to produce LCA Mark 1 in IOC configuration. And we have delivered 60 aircraft to IAF, in fact. As they say, proof of pudding is in eating. I say in flying now. So these aircraft are being flown at IAF, and we have got very good feedback from them. And there are a lot of improvements we have made from IOC to FOC. And this improvement process is, I can say, it's almost a continuous process, which we have seamlessly attended to in our production at our hangars here. So after IOC production, we embarked on that is a FOC version of the aircraft, which is having the predominantly major difference is air-to-air refueling. So with that, we are producing the FOC versions now. And we have graduated from a limited series production setup to now full-fledged series production setup at HA. And in this center, I can recall here, nowadays we have with us our Indian private industry as important partners with us. What we have done is, as a part of ecosystem development of LCA for productionization, we have enlisted the participation of private industries. In fact, I can name many of them. We have outsourced all our fuel digest to private industries. In addition to the fuel digest, we have wings as well as fuel and radar also. That means you can say all the structural modules we have outsourced, and then we are integrating at our facilities here. I can say front fuselage is by Dynamatic, center fuselage is from MEM Technologies. Mr. Raj is sitting as a co-panelist here. And L&T produces the wings for us. Fuel and radar is from Tata's. Like that, we have various modules have been, we have partners. And then, so that is where we are now very much confident in ramping up the rate of production. Initially, we started with 2, then probably went up to 4, then we said 8. Now, to liquidate our present order, the recently concluded order with IAF, we need to produce around 16 aircraft per annum. So we are looking at a surge capacity of another 4, so that we need to have a capacity of. So in this effort is where we are looking at the participation of all our private companies, and they have been doing extremely well. And we have integrated all the fuel gauges and wings in one of the aircraft here, and then it will be shortly delivered to IA. So this effort will continue to continue in our 83 Mark 1A also, and naturally from there on it will seamlessly flow into Mark 2 programs also. That's what I would like to say here is, so it is not just one of. Usually there is a tendency or feeling that Agile is not with, doesn't enter into long-term business relationship with private vendors, but this is not the case here. We are with our partners here in major modules, and we also source most of the LRUs, that is rotables, line replaceable LRUs from private industries as well as PSUs from India, and I can say almost 30% of 70% of the LRUs on LCA come from our Indian companies, and it's a very good effort in our Atmanirbhar Abhiyan. So I am happy to say that to share with you that we are right on track in the LCA 83 Mark 1A also. So taking on from this Mark 1, I can. I'm very happy to note that our productionization and the production systems are well established now, and also from graduating from Mark 1 to Mark 2 will not be a challenge at all for us, because I can see most of the systems are based on Mark 1. So we have set up a firm footing in Mark 1, and Mark 1A. We have set up a firm footing for productionization. So with that, absolutely we don't see major challenges for Mark 2. Probably AMCO also can take off from there. Of course, as Mr. Devara said, Dr. Devara said, we need to have a SPV with other significant partners also. But this base is definitely there at HAL and at our private industries to take on further challenges. On this note, I would like to say here that the Mark II productionization will be much easier than what we envisaged in Mark 1, Mark 1A. Definitely, there is going to be much, the delivery times to IF, I can say that it will be much faster. And the surge capacity is what this conference is talking about. Definitely, we are in a good position to meet the surge capacity. I would like to mention here also that we are also looking at participation in the Malaysian Air Force. It's all evident in our public media. We are also participating in Malaysian Air Force tender. So this is where we are also looking at surge capacity, and we would like to involve our private industries also in this. And this is a big effort to our industry. And also we have a big opportunity in terms of industrial collaboration program as part of our Malaysian tender. There also we would like to participate in a bigger way. And definitely we'll take along with us all our private industries also with us. And as Marshall was mentioning that ADA and HAL, there were some gaps in the design phase. I would like to put it in perspective here. It's that nowadays we are working as a single unit sort of where productionization as well as design. We are working as a single unit, and that is where we give a lot quicker solutions to IF. What we sometimes face on productionization issues with the IF. On this note, I say that LCA Mark II and further AMCA are in better hands at HAL, ADA, and also with the private industries. That Indian ecosystem is very well geared for delivering to IF. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jaydev. Very well said. And I'm sure with you at the helm of affairs out there, the rollout of aircraft, production aircraft for sending to the squadrons will increase. And I'm sure HAL is doing a lot to make sure that the user gets the aircraft in a timely manner. Our last speaker of the day is Mr. Venkat Raju. He is the CNMD of WEM Technologies. It's a Hyderabad-based company. And what I know of WEM Technologies is, that it's very closely associated across the spectrum with DPSU, as largely with DRDO, and they are supplying a lot of mechanical components of strategic use to DRDO. They have been with DRDO for a very long time, and indeed for the LCA they do the centrifuge fuselage, as I am told. So let's hear Mr. Venkat Raju, your perspective on what this LCA journey has taught us, and what do you think should be the involvement of your concern in particular and the private sector in general. 10 minutes, please. Just check. You may be on mute. You may be on mute. We're not able to hear you still.
And you and Mr. Tiwari, and they're all. Most of them are our friends, like Deodhar, William Blair, and Jaydev. Rather, we're all partners. Thank you for this opportunity. I wish to present share my thoughts of Indian aerospace industry before LCA and after LCA era. So before LCA, as per my knowledge, it is predominantly components and process outsourcing, right? Thanks to DRDO and HAL, today we are, rather associated in a systems. That means the industry has moved. That means the ADA has moved and HAL has moved from a components outsourcing to process outsourcing to rather migrating to systems outsourcing. This is what the beginning of our rather success. Everywhere the rest of the world, this is how the industry works. You have MOOCs and you have Pratt & Whitney's and you have Honeywell like that. So we also need to have those entities to support big players like Boeing, L&T, Lockheed, and similarly, in Indian scenario like HAL and ADA. So that way, my presentation, rather my interaction is, we are migrating to systems integration and systems development. So from WEM is concerned, we work with many labs of the DRDO, from build to spec and build to print. So we have, WEM is a multidisciplinary company. We work for avionics, we work on fuel system, we work on aerostructures. We work on electromechanical, like power systems. Like, in the systems perspective, we are there in many areas. And we are also major partners to the weapons, especially missiles and then bombs. Not only for an Indian customers, we also work with many major players globally. Like we work with BAE, we work with Raytheon, we work with Rafael, we work with IAI, like that. We are a major, systems company. So coming to the LCA, we have realized the centrifuge loss. The centrifuge loss was a big opportunity for us, one of the complex system, because you integrate everything to this, from landing gear to wings to front and rear. So we really enjoyed this particular development and realizing. The first system we have relevant recently. It took about 3 years time for us, because initially understanding and realizing the the setup, and then followed by subsequently realizing the fuselage itself. So it's a good learning for us. We are also now, thanks to DRDO, with this experience, we have now taken up the responsibility of developing the AMCA airframe, which is also a large system, and it's some sort of an association is there at a system, rather engineering level, especially in the engineering efforts to convert their models into engineering drawings and convert into an RCS model, full scale model, which we are working on it. Yeah. But in addition to that, WEM has realized many systems, like we associated with HAL for their radar realization. We supply, rather we associate about 20 systems integration, our LRUs for their AES radar, PES radar. We are also associated with DRDO for the ultra-optic sensors, and we are also working with an IAF for, under MAKE to IRST. Like that, yeah. And also we are rather doing a CDR for LCA, one of the generator for LCA. So that way, we are very fortunate to work with the LCA LCA program, and we have built a lot of capability and infrastructure in WEM. So an end-to-end, from electronics to electromechanical systems to power systems to composite structures and then large structures. We have a machining capability up to 5 meter by 3 meter machining capability, and our autoclave is about 2.5 meters by 5 meters. So we have a full capability to now realize the many systems of aerostructures. Then what I realized is basically the major challenge for us. In addition to that, we also want to say this as an opportunity, especially the LCA has given, and subsequent programs of AMCA has given an opportunity to work at even weaponization and weapon integration also. These are the opportunities which we are seeing. Comes to the industry readiness and the challenges what we are facing is basically we are looking for a major opportunities in the offering as an industry. WEM means not industry means not WEM alone. I'm talking about as an industry perspective. So we are ready to take up any structures from an engineering to rather fabrication. And also we are ready to take up fuel systems because we have worked in one of the fuel system for BrahMos. So that is a good experience for us because it has about 12 to 15,000 parts. So that is a large fuel system. So we can really handle a complete fuel system. Not only them, there are few more companies working in this field. So that way we will able to really support any future programs of the IAF and the ADA and HAL in associating their realizing these particular programs. Then on the sensors and especially electro-optics, M has developed many gimbals for DLTO, from a small gimbal to up to 40-kilometer range gimbal, which we have realized with 5 microns, 5 microradian stabilization accuracy. So those experiences we can use in building the sensors for the aircraft. So of course, in a future aircraft, you need either a helmet mount display or for your complete, underbelly display or any other the sensors, ultra-optical sensors. We are now ready to take up from a build to spec level. Similarly, on the power system side, also we have realized one generator. It's a good experience, and today we in the morning session we can whether I was rather a part in the debate of CDR. So we really enjoyed and realizing such a complex system and certifying a system for an aircraft. So we are willing to take up a complete power system, both the generator to the power distribution management. So that will be another an important aspect of an aircraft. So we are ready to handle from build to spec to the complete the product realization and certification. Then on the electrical integration, we have WEM is a major partners to the many missile programs, especially and of course the HAL in realizing their connectors and harnesses. So the electrical integration is another key aspect in the aircraft, manufacturing or development. So we happy to share, rather associate in those aspects. In overall, what I wish to tell here is basically the Indian industry is geared up to handle the rather at a system level, and to maybe few of the Indian companies, including them, ready to offer a complete integration of the aircraft itself. So maybe over the period, maybe we can be in a partnership with HAL or independently. We are willing to are ready to take up the aircraft integration. So few challenges which the Indian industry is facing. Fundamentally, some of the aspects are related to policy matters, especially for any of the Make 2 programs where we feel Indian industry needs some sort of a financial support at par with the public funded institutions, so that will put a level playing field for the Indian industry to also move faster in realizing the systems. And again, the certification aspect is one important aspect. We need to have more and more interactions with the CEMILAC and rest of the agencies, like what AVM Tiwari pointed out. So this aspect which we are also now trying to pursue, and we are also gearing up internally to, for example, many of the OEMs, foreign OEMs, we are a self-certified, rather entity. So similar things can be slowly realized. Which is now critical for us, because otherwise we can't really scale up certification agencies to that level, whatever the India country is looking for. So then Another important aspect is the scaling up of resources and infrastructure is another important aspect which we started working. We are willing to invest, but this is the subject which is not readily available. As AVM said, an engineer, to get into the job at least needs 3 years, and again he will look for some IT job which sometimes we are unable to match. Not only for private or government. So these are the aspects which industry is working, and we are of course taking care of those challenges. But still, what we are looking for is continuity of production and more system level opportunities. So therefore, whatever the efforts we put in establishing this capability and infrastructure, we are more than happy to utilize this particular infrastructure and resources for our indigenous product development, rather than going to the global, rather meeting the global requirements. So our priority is towards meeting the indigenous systems. Then parallelly we also want to work with the global requirements. The global requirements gives a lot of advantage for us in learning as well as the scaling up. So we hope in the coming few years with whatever Dr. Girish they told that there are many programs coming up. I think we're looking forward for those programs, and then happy to associate in those programs. With this, I thank you very much for the opportunity, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Raju. This nice to hear of your WEM technologies. What we knew of WEM technologies about a decade back, it was an SME interacting largely with DRDO. Today, WEM is across the spectrum: DRDO, DPSUs, and indeed the user. So that's the way to go. We have now concluded the speakers portion, and we'll take on a question or two. I have one question online from AVM Manmohan Bahadur. This is for you, Mr. Jaydev. Are you on the air?
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Yes,
Jaydev, HL?
Yes, sir.
Still, okay, Mr. Jaydev, there's a question for you from AVM Bahadur. He says that we have a very long distance to go to be able to give that promised 16 aircraft production of LCA per year to the Air Force. And he's very critical and suggests that applying for the Malaysian fighter tender, should that be the priority, or setting up the facilities to give the Air Force these 16 aircraft? He says that Malaysian tender is basically optics, and I think your requirement of giving operational capability by way of numbers per year to the Air Force should be your priority.
Yes, sir. I would like to clarify this. See, the 16 aircraft per annum is required for meeting 83 Marconi program. That is, the deliveries would start from year 2024 onwards. So, and it also has a combination of around the trainers also, around 10 trainers you have to give as part of this.
Not able to hear you clearly. You can just put your mic closer to you. Your mic. Bring your mic closer.
Am I audible now?
Slightly better. Yeah.
Okay.
You can speak up.
This 16 aircraft per annum is a requirement to meet our new contract with the Air Force, that is Marconi contract. The earlier contract we had to support, give at the rate of around 8 per annum, which more or less we have met, and probably this year we are going to achieve that target. And the 16 per annum is required from 24 onwards. In 24 onwards, 16 per annum is required. And we are gearing up to meet that requirement. I can tell you we have invested almost around 1,300 crores on this project, both funded by us, HAL, as well as IAF also, IAF and MOD combination. So we are on track for that. And I don't see any problems in addressing that, reaching that 16 per annum with all our outsourcing partners. And we also have set up a second line for production at HAL itself. LCATD is a major nodal agency for this program management, production program management. in addition to that, our aircraft division, we are having a second integration line. That is a production line for flight testing, up to flight testing and delivery. We have set up a second line at aircraft division, which is already functional. Last year we had delivered from there also, and this year also we are going to deliver from there. It's almost in the ratio of 50 to 50. So I can safely say that 8 aircraft, two lines will have 8 aircraft each production. Okay. Having said that, we also have enlisted the, as I told you earlier, enlisted the participation of our industries like web technologies for production of fuselages. We are looking at almost 30% of the fuselages, major structural fuselages from them. Of course, integration we have to do ourselves here. That is mainly because the aircraft is not designed to take up, since it is smaller in size, when it doesn't make sense to making modules, full equipped modules, it doesn't make sense at this point of time. So we would like to continue with that model here, saying that the integration will be done at HA. So we are in a fairly good position to meet that. See, initially, when, as I told you earlier, we had a lot of challenges from graduating from LSP to SP, because a lot of design issues were there in the sense productionization. It was not the documents were not production friendly. What was okay for say technology development, TD technology demonstrator or for a prototype vehicle was not applicable for us in the sense
Thanks.
So
We got your point. We got your point.
yeah, and coming to Malaysian Air Force, I should tell you here, we are looking at a twin seater for Malaysia. It's not the fighter version. Fighter version we are capable of doing 16 per annum. And the twin seater also, it is after we deliver to IF, then we'll take on the Malaysian Air Force. So that's why we are quite comfortable. So we are confident of that.
Thank you. Bahadur, I hope you got the answer. The plans are all in place. And of course, the proof is in delivering on these plans. We hope for the best. Any questions from the audience? Yes, sir. May I have your question, please?
Yeah. Sir, I am Group Captain Narang. My first question is to AVM Tiwari. Is there a case of IF earmarking one of its testing base and allowing private industry to come and set up a certification body? Secondly, can Semilec follow the QCI model of creation of certification body in private sector? QCI has already identified 2 certification bodies in the drone sector. And second question too is Mr. Deodhare or maybe HL. Isn't Mark 1A or export version of Mark 1A has a greater potential for export than the Mark 2? Thank you.
Okay, just to answer your first part of allowing a certification agency or testing agency, civil testing agency on a Air Force base. I see no reason why that would be required, because a testing agency, if it is a civil testing agency, it can happen at any airport. It requires just the infrastructure. That infrastructure not necessarily have to be given by the Air Force. So I don't see a connect between the two. But if there is a requirement for a civil testing agency, that can come up independently of the Air Force.
No, only there are drones, counter drones, and aviation systems being developed which are dual use. Only thing is, Semilec is not able to move, and we have a problem of getting airfields. I agree, civil or military anywhere, but maybe Air Force can take a lead, or we can.
Just to tell you on drone systems, I interact very frequently with many of the companies, and we do facilitate a lot of the trials have happened in places like Pokhran, Jaisalmer, even in Tamram, down in south, when they didn't have airspace, we gave them. So that facilitation will always permit, but to just earmark one particular base or something may not be possible, because I don't think that is the kind of bandwidth the country has, the requirement. But if that requirement arises, we should definitely help out. There's no issue on that. On the Semilec and certification part, I think that's a question you should ask Semilec, because I firmly believe, like the industry says, that certain amount of certification, especially for those industries which are more robust and matured, and which have a sense of, they have a background, should be allowed to, do their own QA part of it, but that is a DGAQA part. The Semilac part, I think you should ask them, but I think that is a direction in which we should look at moving. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, Girish, you can answer the part on Mark 1A. You want to repeat the question, Naren?
So,
Export potential.
Mark 1A is a relatively smaller aircraft, which can meet the requirement of most smaller countries' air forces. I think Mark 1A has got a greater export potential than future versions of Mark 2 and others. What are your views on that?
Yeah, I don't think anybody will disagree with that. You know, yes, it has export potential, and precisely what Jaydev said regarding the Malaysian tender. Of course, it's for the trainer, and that is why ADA and HAL take this aircraft to various air shows around the world. And I'm sure there's a lot of discussion going on that we may not be privy to, but it does have export potential. To what extent the smaller countries, I don't know about smaller countries who needs the size matter, I don't know. But there is export potential, and I don't think anybody will disagree. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have two questions from Mr. William Blair. I'm Somnath Chaudhary from IIT Bombay. In your speech, Mr. William, you mentioned about indigenous component up to 95%. What do you mean by that, the indigenous component 95% from the Lockheed Martin's point of view? This first question. Second question, second thing, basically you mentioned in your speech that you're ready to tie with the Indian public sector enterprises. Are you ready to make a tie-up with the HAL or organization like ADA? The two questions for you.
Yeah, sure. Are you hearing me? Okay. The first question, when I referenced moving up to 87% to 95% indigenous content, that was for the tail of the C-130J, the empennage. Okay. And so, you know, the point was, you know, moving up the value chain over the last 10 to 15 years and driving the indigenous content into what we're producing in India to meet global requirements, delivering over 155 empennages now to date. Of course, meeting the 12 required, 12 plus 1 required for the Indian Air Force. So that's the point. It's important that whatever we're making in India, that we are investing to drive up the indigenous content. So then we can meet the challenging indigenous content of this decade under the new defense acquisition procedure. That was one. And two, you know, we actually team and partner with both the private sector and the defense public sector units. We have MOUs and agreements with HAL, BEL. I mentioned Midhani, a public sector unit. And so we see, I will say we are inclusive and diverse in our approach because we think it requires, just as I think the LCA has demonstrated, is you need an inclusive approach of all of industry to really meet these indigenous content requirements, the capability requirements going forward. So I think it's and, not or. But of course, there's strategic partner programs. Some of those we're offering our capability, say for the NUH. And so, but again, it's important. It's and, not or. I think there's business, a lot of opportunity for both the public sector and the private sector going forward.
No, I was so we can discuss this, you know, continue out there at tea. I'm sure, having eaten into your tea time would have been worth it. There's very engaging and engrossing sort of session that we've had out there. Leaves me to thank Mr. William Blair, Girish Deodare, Mr. Raju, Jaydev, and AVM Tiwari. Thank you for your participation. A round of applause for all of them, please. Great.
Well, this is, again, I'm glad we could do this in person after a long time.
Of appreciation to our panelists.
Thank you very much.
And dish cover. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. The most important. Yeah, come on. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now break for tea. I request you all to kindly be back by 6.
More than enough.
Technology sharing between Indian industry, global industrial network, and customers. Together, we create a vibrant common environment in which to grow and develop. The Triple Make in India program will result in thousands of jobs for India's young professionals across the whole value chain. They will set the stage for India to leapfrog to the forefront of countries designing and developing the world's most modern fighter jets to light the future of fighter development. When you are airborne, precision and reliability make a critical difference. Because when you are challenging gravity, you can't afford to have anything less than the very best. One company that understands this truth and commits itself to the constant pursuit of excellence is Samter.
In more than 75 years of our partnership with India, we have seen the nation transform and soar into the skies. It's a matter of great pride for us to have played an important role in the mission readiness and modernization of the country's defense forces, a relationship that goes back to the Second World War. A mainstay in the commercial aviation sector, we are connecting India to the world with the most fuel-efficient airplanes. And it is here in India that we see the future of aerospace unfold. Innovators brimming with ideas engineers, converting imagination to reality. Leveraging this potential is an incredible opportunity, not just for India, but for the world. Building a local aerospace and defense ecosystem for an Atmanirbhar Bharat. Investing in local partnerships and nurturing homegrown talent. Committed to transforming the communities we work among and creating lasting change. We are bringing the best of Boeing to India and the best of India to Boeing. Over the years, while fighter aircraft have incorporated the latest of technologies, the process of making them usually date back to the time when the world was still analog and designs were drawn on paper. The way fighter aircraft are being designed and produced has been rewritten with Gripen, the world's most modern fighter aircraft. This we are about to share with India. Instead of following the standard within the aviation industry and offer just build-to-print license production, the Saab way is to share its expertise within the full spectrum of aeronautical capabilities. To design, produce, maintain, and upgrade are all directly dependent on each other and necessary for building self-reliant capabilities. With Gripen, Indian industry will, in partnership with Saab and its global partners, create a complete ecosystem that will energize the aviation industry in India for years to come. Welcome to the world's most modern aeronautical facility, the center of gravity for the Gripen Make in India program. Combining best practices, latest technologies, and skilled Indian workforce in a brand new facility will set new standards in aeronautical engineering. Using state-of-the-art methods and tools, engineers virtually design and test out all aspects of the aircraft. Before a single part is built, the aircraft flies in a complete computer simulation. The same functional software and 3D models of the aircraft are used in all design, production, maintenance, and support activities. This integrated workflow
leads to dramatically reduced lead times, life cycle cost, and risk, while at the same time quality and product performance is assured. The optimized production lines include flexible and secure workstations equipped with latest technologies. Empowered teams embracing lean practices ensure continuous skill development and performance, delivering superior products to the customers. R&D partnerships formed between industry, academia, and government secure innovation power for continuous capability improvements and development of next-generation systems and platforms. A complete ecosystem of training academies and centers of excellence will be set up to enable technology sharing between Indian industry, global industrial network, and customers. Together, we create a vibrant common environment in which to grow and develop. The Britain Make in India program will result in thousands of jobs for India's young professionals across the whole value chain. They will set the stage for India to leapfrog to the forefront of countries designing and developing the world's most modern fighter jets to ride the future of fighter development. When you are airborne, precision and reliability make a critical difference, because when you are challenging gravity, you can't afford to have anything less than the very best. One company that understands this truth and commits itself to the constant pursuit of excellence is Santa.
Generation fighter, collaboration and development. Generally, more with the US, more from the US. Have you, will you get, not going to get, having gone down, I'm a default one. In more than 75 years of our partnership with India, we have seen the nation transform and soar into the skies. No, sorry, that's the one. It's a matter of great pride for us to have played an important role in the mission readiness and modernization of the country's defense forces, a relationship that goes back to the Second World War. A mainstay in the commercial aviation sector, we are connecting India to the world with the most fuel-efficient airplanes. And it is here in India that we see the future of aerospace unfold. Innovators brimming with ideas, engineers converting imagination to reality. Leveraging this potential is an incredible opportunity, just for India, but for the world. Building a local aerospace and defense ecosystem. Quick premature in 2012.
some other more invites for interest. Because I got to the PATS, to the top. PATS of the year of the and one ticket. But that may not see a little problem to you, but you can confirm and think all of that. And here I did something. Yeah, absolutely. Only that needs money. What to them idea? Showing did the election of some big talks, see them do the lot of work outside the contract. Because if you go by the contract, one pays in time. Simple example of 3 months to go for and IAS team was not accepting it, we can 50 of them. So telling me, I don't know how to do. They got it. First contact. I think I said before. And then like 15 days later, in the name 1 to 4 kilometers, good money. I need to cover it to start. So such had to do some I have to create it. If you just stick to the book with one work, you need to do something different. So I think that's the difference between succeeding and exactly. We made it now that man-to-man relationship. You including the advanced practice. Not great. Then 25. It's 24 dollars, and we can also do so much stuff with the thing for them. If I share your being very more mature, that's actually a much better platform.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Neha Mishra. Now I'm taking over from here. Moving on with the final session for the day. May I now request Air Marshal Daljit Singh to kindly take over. He served in the Indian Air Force in the fighter stream for 38 years in both the field and air headquarters. He has flown nearly 3,500 hours on fighter aircraft, including nearly 20,000 hours on Mirage 2000 fighter. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last and important session of the day, during which we will hold discussion with the captains of the industry on accelerating growth of Indian aerospace industry through global best practices. As we are all aware, initially Indian DPSUs were mainly involved in manufacturing defense products, which worked in an environment of owner spawning. Today we have major private industries that are well established
and producing excellent defense products, both for export as well as for India. Foreign OEMs have established JVs in India. They produce aerostructure, hardware, and other subcomponents for global market. We have examples of C-130J, empennage, Apache helicopter, fuselage, and many other components produced in India for global market. DAP 2020 has incorporated changes to encourage foreign OEMs to manufacture in India, co-development and co-production options encourage faster progress in acquiring advanced technology. No doubt, there has been tremendous thrust on Make in India campaign with some tangible results. However, there are still large gaps in what Indian defense industry produces and what is required by the armed forces. To quote few examples, LCA Mark I is the only fourth generation fighter that has been produced without any comprehensive EW suite. This is, of course, being addressed on priority. EW systems are now notified in import ban list for indigenous production from December 2022. Now, for this to fructify, the product development should have started at least 5 to 7 years back, so that they are able to meet the requirement of the armed forces after December 2022. So we have to see if we are in this kind of a situation where we are developing things where the timelines are being given for indigenized product to be made available to the armed forces. The Indian Air Force has recently ordered emergency procurement of 70,000 AK-103 rifles for import from Russia to replace the Indian-made INSAS. Now, this was also referred to by DG Caps in the morning. And there is an overall requirement of 7 lakh such rifles for Indian Armed Forces. Another example, India has just acquired the capability to produce SHAF aircraft for the aircraft, while the IAF has been using this for the last 35 years. And this was first used in Second World War. The import ban list gives us an indication of what is being still imported. A few examples, LED-based nav, taxi and landing lights have been given an indigenous manufacture capability from December 21. Drop tanks for Jaguar and Mirage 2000. Timelines for indigenous production are December 2024. While 135 C-130 empennages have already been produced in India and supplied worldwide. This is because of the production TOT from the foreign OEM and by following best global practices. General purpose bombs, which are called dumb bombs for fighter aircraft, are scheduled to be manufactured from December 2024. While some countries like Turkey have moved ahead in manufacturing and exporting our advanced UAVs, India has yet to catch up with its own requirements. How does Indian defense industry catch up with advances in technology? Have modern manufacturing infrastructure and innovation centers that produce equipment suitable for the Indian operational environment? And what are the challenges faced by the foreign OEMs to establish their business in India for a win-win situation? To throw light on these issues, we have a panel of 6 expert senior executives of defense industry who have been operating in India for sufficient period of time to understand the Indian defense industry environment. I'm sure we are looking forward to listening to them to give us on insight on what their experiences are. So I have a panel of 6 experienced panelists Okay, the fifth one has caught up. We have all physically present here except one panelist who will be online, and we will request him to come online as and when I request him. I request the panelists to stick to 10 minutes time, even though we are running behind schedule. And we will have the question and answer session after the end of all the talk. So we start with Mr. Ula Rignell, Chairman and Managing Director, Saab India Technologies Private Limited. To introduce him, Mr. Rignell has been the Swedish Air Force fighter pilot, flying Viggens, and he has been a very experienced test pilot, even involved in Gripen test flights. He has been working with Saab in various positions and has been in charge in India since August 2018, with 3 years of experience now here. Over to you, Mr. Rignell.
Thank you, Air Marshal Singh, most appreciated. And I have to add just a little bit more of experience to India. I've had the privilege to be exposed to India in the beginning of the 2000 when we had some interactions with the LCA team. So I really enjoyed the last session to hear, the progress in the LCA project. So, dear panelists, ladies and gentlemen, great honor to be here. I will try to give you some feedback or some best practices from our experience being a defense company in a very small country, way up north in the Nordic, with only 10 million people. And I really understand the drive for making India or self-reliance. My company Saab was actually created 1937 when Sweden and Europe was on the verge of the Second World War, where the Swedish Prime Minister and the head of Swedish industry, Mr. Jacob Wallenberg, or Marcus Wallenberg, realized that they would not get aircrafts from abroad because there were, a different kind of gates that had to be passed. So we had to create our own industry. So from 1937 until today, we have been more or less self-reliant within aerospace and defense. In India, we have been present since mid-70s, not with aerospace though. We are supplying the Indian Army with a Carl Gustav rifle, and India is actually the biggest customer for that weapon. So that says a little bit about, the exposure that you can get if you actually establish yourself in India. Now, the Indian aerospace and defense system is growing, as we have heard today. And I must say, I'm really impressed with the performance and the progress that you're doing in all different domains. Having that said, I think that there are still a few steps to take, especially since you want to compete on the export market. And it's really comforting to hear about the LCA Mark 1A and the Mark II that you will not start competing with on the export market. Now, being the world's biggest democracy, I think you deserve to also have not only air power supremacy, but also industrial supremacy. The amount of industries that we have encountered over the last few years in India is really impressive. And we have some really good examples of working with Indian industry. And I will try to give you a few examples while going on. Now, make in India. Some people think that when a foreign OEM moves into India and we say we will make in India, you would think that we will only move old assembly lines into India. For us, that's not the case. When we move into India, we want a full transfer of technology, or I would even put it even further, full transfer of capabilities, because we want to share the capabilities that we have experienced over the last 85 years. We want to share them with our Indian partners. So it's not about manufacture. It's about creating a true and aerodynamical ecosystem where both the Indian partners as well as Saab benefits from working together. Now, For some partners, they are already extremely experienced. You don't have to do any transfer of technology. You can more or less give them the task and they are up to it. Some think that it's not about absorbing foreign technology, but there is for sure a true challenge to accept foreign technology because we do it differently. But for us, it's focusing on capability development. If I take an example, if we have an Indian supplier that makes rivets for an aircraft, we don't want that company to only produce rivets according to the drawings. We want to educate that partner so they actually can guide us for the next generation of rivets, to actually educate us and tell us why do we need to change. And that has been the case over the last 10 years, where we've been working with Indian partners, both for supplying Boeing as well as Airbus with deliveries from India. In the same manner, we have a lot of experience with MSMEs who are really up to the task. And they are actually on the level where they can start writing the manuals for us. And that's where we want to end up when we have our partnerships in India. So how do we then create close partnerships with our Indian companies? Well, first of all, we do not come down to India and train them for a few months and then give them the drawings and expect them to produce. We will bring them to Sweden. We will show them how we work with our processes so they understand, the background design and the background thinking of how we do things. We will also certify them according to our processes and develop their capability. Based on that, we expect them to go down to India and train their peers and their companions in India. So it's a train the trainer concept already from the beginning. Now, of course, we take people to Sweden, but we also take them elsewhere. We have companies in the US, we have them in South Africa, Australia. Depending on the product, we will bring our partners to that site and train them on the information and the instructions needed. Just to give you some examples, when South Africa decided to buy the Gripen Charlie Delta in the early 2000s, we took about 200 South Africans to Sweden. We trained them and also integrated their families into the Swedish system. And then they went back to South Africa and created their own design and development center in Johannesburg, Pretoria. In the same manner, we built up a Gripen Flight Test Center in the southern part of South Africa in a place called Overberg, Bredasdorp, where we actually more or less mirror built the Gripen Flight Test Center from Sweden, because then we could actually utilize that test site for our program. And that really helped us to expedite the program going forward. In the same manner, for Brazil, who has just recently signed up for the Gripen Echo and Foxtrot, we have a total commitment to have 500 Brazilian engineers, mechanics, pilots, and also program managers on site in Sweden to train them and then bring them back to Brazil, which we have done the majority of that program. And we have also built a new design and development center together with our partners, Embraer, in Gavião Peixoto, which is one of the big test sites in Brazil. So initially, when we do contracts with India, we might bring a Swedish system or a South African system to India. But our end goal is to actually create an Indian system for the world, because we want to export products out of India. No matter if we have a contract in India, we want to utilize India as an export hub of our design. For example, we have a cooperation today with Tech Mahindra in Hyderabad, where we have the Saab India Technology Center. So we are utilizing Tech Mahindra engineers and their premises, and they are participating in several programs, including the Gripen Echo, but also naval and army programs where they are doing both software and hardware design. That actually gives us some export credits, which we don't regret. Even though we don't have a program that demands export, offsets, we get export credits for such a setup. Now, other programs in South Africa is, of course, with the Indian Army for the Dhruv helicopters. We are delivering together with HAL, the IDA system, the integrated defense suite of the Dhruv helicopters. We are delivering both maintenance TOT as well as production TOT to HAL, and we foresee to work with them in the foreseeable future on all the helicopter programs that was mentioned earlier. In the same manner, we work with Bell on a ground-based radar of the latest technology. It's called the G1X. It's based on gallium nitride technology, which will give you very low weight and good performance. So we are participating with Bell as a prime and actually Saab as a sub-supplier. So it's all about creating capabilities. And it's about creating the capabilities in India, because we are convinced that Saab and India would benefit of having more production being made in India. When we do transfer of capabilities, we of course need investments. And that is one area where I think all parties need to understand that it demands a fair amount of investments, both from the foreign OEM as well as the Indian partners, and partly also from the Indian government. And as the previous session alluded to, there are a huge demand for different activities to actually progress a program from early design to full delivery to the end customer. For the end customer, I would say self-reliance is one step further. It's not only about the product, it's also about having the product modern, mature, and always up to the latest state of the art. Of course, you can have an enormous amount of aircraft, but you also need to make sure that they are cost efficient. It's not about only procurement price, it's about life cycle cost. It's about being able to in country, change the capabilities of that aircraft, to update the computers, to update the software, to integrate and certify new weapons. And that's one thing where I think that the Indian Air Force needs to go one step further together with Indian industry and the foreign OEMs to actually create self-reliance on the next level. There is for sure a rapid development of software. Within the transfer of technology that we are offering India for different programs, we are willing to go the full road. We are willing to give you everything from design, development, prototyping, certification, production, but also maintenance and in-service support. Because as the previous speakers has alluded to, that needs to be available in India if you want to be self-reliant. So with that, I think I have used my 10 minutes, and I thank you for your attention, and I wish you good luck, and we are definitely here to support you in making India even more self-reliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Rignell. You brought out a very encouraging points with the aim to expose the Indian manpower to the foreign manufacturing environment. That makes a lot of difference. And also complete willingness to provide not only transfer of technology, but do what and why. And that is very important to sustain the industry. Thank you very much for your talk. The next in the panel is Mr. Sukhjit Singh Rao. He is the Chief CEO of JNV Aerospace and Defense Private Limited. He is online. Can we have you available, please?
Yes, sir. Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, please. Please introduce yourself, and thereafter we would like to hear you for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Sukhjit Singh Rao. I'm currently the Chief Executive Officer of JNV Aerospace and Defense. I have a total working experience of around 27 years, which includes working with HAL, Indian Air Force, Nokia, Ericsson, Tata's, and Bharti Group in India. I'm a third generation defense manufacturer. My grandfather joined ordnance factories in 1938, worked 40 years. Thereafter, my father worked with HAL throughout his life. And so I grew up and defense manufacturing is something that I'm very passionate about. So that's about me. And if I may get the rights, may I share my presentation? Is my presentation visible, sir?
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Okay, good evening, everyone. To begin with, the point that I want to say is that we need to look at the problem statement. And the problem statement really is that what should be our strategy to drive growth in the aerospace and defense sector in India? Because this is not something new that we are trying to do now or thinking about now. This is something that we've been trying to do for a very long time. But the issue is also that the results have not led India to becoming a significant manufacturer of aerospace and defense equipment at the global map. And it is a reality that no Indian firm figures in the top 20 in the world. Now, this is the reality despite the fact that we have a history of defense production for more than 100 years. The first ordnance factories were set up in 1880s. And also we have one of the largest defense industrial base for defense manufacturing in the whole world. If you look at the kind of infrastructure we have with the government-owned defense organizations, manufacturing, HAL, ordnance factories, DRDO labs, if you look at the total quantum of the manufacturing and research facilities that are available to the country, it is immense. There are very few countries that can match it. But we are still a fringe player at a global scale. And why is it so? I think if we have to address this problem slightly differently, this problem can be solved and the growth has to be driven through innovation. So the problem really for us is to think about how to drive innovation in Indian aerospace and defense industry. The problem is also that innovation is not a static thing. Innovation is a moving target. What is innovation today will not be innovation tomorrow. And what was innovation yesterday is not considered innovation today. So even in a scenario where we are not in the top 20 or not top 50s in the world, even to stay where we are, we must innovate at least at the same speed as that of others in the industry globally. That is to maintain the status quo. But if we want to catch up, we need to increase the speed of innovation. So we need to have a higher speed of innovation. But if we aspire to lead in the defense and aerospace industry around the world, then we need to innovate faster than everyone else. And how do we do that? I have done research for the last 10 years on the factors of disruptive innovation in aerospace and defense around the world. I have studied around last 100 years of defense manufacturing evolution around the world and many of the leading companies, of which many leaders are my esteemed co-panelists right now. Eventually, as a summary of what I've understood and what looks like is that for India and the Indian aerospace and defense industry to grow at a higher speed, we need these three major drivers of growth. The first one is what I call the level of modularity in the industry. I'll come to it in a minute. The second is what I say the involvement of the user. And the third is the strategic perspective of defense firms operating in the country. Looking at the first one, the modularity across the industry, we need to look at it seriously. If we want to increase the speed of innovation in the industry, we need to take steps to increase the level of modularity in the industry. See, the innovation will come. The startups, the entrepreneurial action, the young blood, the talent will bring innovative ideas into practice and into reality. But this will happen only at a module level. This will not be able to happen at a scale of large strategic systems that defense equipment are. So if we have to breed innovation in India, in the Indian industry, we have to increase the level of modularity which exists in the industry. The presence of large integrated companies is very useful for any ecosystem, and we are very fortunate to have large companies operating in India, large Indian companies like large foreign companies. But the problem is that this presence starts killing innovation if these companies do not further promote modularity, which means they do not make their large systems modular, and then they promote smaller and smaller modules and sub-modules to be completed by a large number of smaller companies which are locally generated and grown. The second factor is the user. And so to say it simply, in any war, the soldier as well as the weapon is important. Defense forces are the final user of the weapon systems produced by defense firms. And as the final user of the defense technologies, the user plays a key role in driving defense innovation. The user needs to be in a dominant role in making key decisions, driving innovations, driving industry interactions, driving the thought process, and promoting new developments. In my recent experience of having worked within the defense forces and having worked within the firms and currently setting up a defense firm of the future, I find that a lot of people who are working in the defense industry are actually disconnected with the real needs of the user. And that disconnect is a bottleneck which prevents innovation to flourish. The third point that I want to highlight towards driving the growth of aerospace and defense industry is the strategic perspective of defense firms. The defense firms need to be in sync with the requirement of the future or requirements of the user at all points of time. And what I mean by this is that the defense firms need to be in sync with the requirement of the user, not only at the time of doing a trial, not only at the time when the QRs are being discussed, not only at the time of supplying and getting your deliveries done, but this is throughout the life cycle of any weapon system that a defense firm manufactures. Throughout the life cycle of that defense equipment, the firm needs to be in sync with the requirements of the user. The second aspect is that the defense firms must build architectural agility inside the firm to move with the changing security scenario, and hence the ever-changing needs of the defense forces. It is an accepted fact that for any defense, aerospace and defense firm, there is this issue that the lead times for the closure of deals are very long, and in between the needs of the user gets changed. So a lot of development effort that a defense firm invests in actually does not remain relevant by the time the supply times come in. Now, at one point of time, there is an action to be done by the buyers and the users, but on the other side, The defense firms must need to understand and build up a architectural agility within their systems that they keep that flexibility to keep changing their setup and their operating methods in line with the changing needs, because the security is a very highly changing scenario. So to summarize, what I want to say is to drive growth effectively in the Indian aerospace and defense industry, Indian firms and we will have to compete and contribute to defense innovation at a global scale. Now, this can be done by promoting innovation through entrepreneurship, startups, and global collaboration. But we need to also set up innovation models which should be standardized for the industry operating in India. Coming finally to the main point, which is the global best practices and how to use global best practices to drive growth. Global best practices need to be learned from leading multinational corporations and adopted across the industries. But more importantly, it is high time that we start looking at that global best practices also need to be created inside the Indian organizations for the world to be followed. Indian companies have a lot to offer to global foreign firms. It is not just the manufacturing facilities, it is not just the investment, but it is also the talent and the agility of the young engineers and entrepreneurs, which India has due to its demographics currently. India today is a crucible of low-cost innovation, generally known as frugal innovation in a lot of industries. And Indian collaboration can help global OEMs with frugal innovation, which in my view is going to be a most sought after skill in the post-COVID world. That's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sukhjit Singh Rao. You have brought out very relevant points which are absolutely applicable in talk of modularity and architectural agility. The defense industry is a very crucial element of air power. In time of necessities, it is the defense industry which can really come to the aid of the armed forces. I'll just give you one example. In the year 2020, I read an RFI issued by the United States Air Force, which stated that today the operational environment changes so fast, and if we go and buy a product through the Department of Defense, it will take very long time, and they would not be able to match their requirements. So the RFI stated very clearly to say that they are looking at the private industry, which is able to look at the changed environment and give us a product in short time. That is where the innovation comes in. That is where expertise comes in. And that is where the trust of the armed forces come onto the private industries and not the normal industries which have been in this role for such a long time. We need to create that kind of an environment, that kind of a trust between the private industry and the users. Dr. Sukhjit Singh, please stay online so that in case there are any questions, I am sure you will be able to answer. The next speaker we have is Rear Admiral Surinder Ahuja, retired. He's the Managing Director, Boeing Defense India. Admiral Ahuja has served in the Indian Navy for nearly 3 decades, during which he commanded various warships and also the Air Squadron. And he has been a test pilot involved in aircraft career projects for a fairly long period. Over to you, Admiral Ahuja.
Can this display be activated, please? I want to select my presentation. Is there a password here? Thank you. Marshal Daljit Singh, esteemed co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a huge honor, and I thank the SIDM and Center for Air Power Studies to provide Boeing a platform to share with the audience what we believe. Picture still coming in. Can this be changed for the audience, please? I mean, I've got it here appropriately, but I'm just wondering if we can do a better job than this. Is there an IT person here? Oh, now it's better. Okay, good. When I see it split, you see it full. So that's just change the. So I'm glad that Boeing did get an opportunity to talk about global best practices. We've been in this business for over 100 years, and we do believe that there are some global best practices that that the Indian industry could benefit from. When I talk about them, you will realize that there's nothing really new out there, but it's just the reinstatement of those facts. And I think disciplining ourselves in doing that every day is going to what is really the differentiator between an ordinary company and perhaps an aerospace and defense major. But before I go to those global best practices, I thought it would be a good idea to put together a context for this problem. I mean, I'm just wondering why we are discussing this. It just happens to be that India is really, and I'm talking about the third bullet now, is a huge talent pool and very affordable place to do work. And yet, we haven't really capitalized that enough. And also, very enabling policies are in work right now by the government with tremendous push on Atmanirbhar Bharat and encouraging local industry. Notwithstanding the fact that the defense budget last year rather was flat in terms of amounts that went into the defense budget, but capital procurements actually got a fillip, about 19%. And a significant chunk of that has been reserved, as it were, for Indian industry. So given that backdrop, I think this is timely and appropriate that we are talking about global best practices so that local industry can really flourish and garner as much business there is from the defense forces. And there is so much in the pipeline. There is tremendous modernization going on. There is a fairly clear roadmap of all the three armed forces that is available to the industry to really glean from and really work our way into those acquisitions that are in the pipeline. And let me just straight go into 5 global best practices that my team and I put together. And I used the help of my US team as well. Once again, like I said, you're unlikely to find something absolutely out of the world here. And yet there is enough to learn there. I'm just going to read them out first. Invest in, and I'll go over each one of them very quickly, given the the total of 10 minutes that we have. Invest in innovation to develop new technologies and products. My previous speaker, the previous co-panelist also spoke about innovation there. Embrace newer engineering and design technologies and tools. Adopt next generation advanced manufacturing technologies. Achieve operational excellence and implement best practices. And this is something to do with sharing practices between various verticals that a company may have. I'm going to talk about that a little later. And develop an ecosystem of capable partners and suppliers. Once again, nothing new here, and yet you'll find things that you could learn from as I go into them. The bullet number 2 and 3 are largely about digitization, and there's so much that can be done if we adopt digitization. Let me just quickly go over each of them very quickly. Investment in research and development is obviously the single most determinant of how much innovation you're going to bring to work. And I've presented a statistic there. The Boeing company spends in the vicinity of 4% of our annual revenue towards R&D. That's a significant amount, and that totals in the vicinity of about $3 billion annually. I do believe that the Indian companies could do better there. I do believe also that the government could be an enabler here, really. I mean, some of those enabling policies can be seen now, some investment under IDEX and stuff like that. But I think much more could be done. If there is a competition that the US government launches between, let's say, the US aerospace and defense majors, say Lockheed Martin or Boeing and some other ones, there is a significant amount of effort in terms of investment that comes from the government. We don't see that happening here. Maybe I think that's an area where Indian government could do a little more than what they're doing right now. I'll give you an example. General Atomics developed EMALS, the electromagnetic aircraft launching system, the system that has just gone on the last aircraft carrier, USS Ford. Of course, until now they had steam catapults and hydromechanical arresting gear. Even the arresting gear on USS Ford is electromagnetic. So that required such tremendous amount of R&D work over years that obviously General Atomics couldn't have done by themselves. A lot of chunk of that amount came actually from the US government. So I really believe that if Indian industry, which I believe is capable to bring those innovations to play, they will be, particularly if you really need to look at some good stuff, high-tech stuff coming out of Indian industry, Indian government will have to play their role. And I've spoken about risk sharing between OEM and tier ones. I mean, these are self-explanatory, so I don't want to go into each one of them, but just want to make sure that at least the big points under each slide get covered. The next one is about newer engineering and design technologies. Here I put a picture of T7. This is also called the Red Hawk. It is a recent competition that Boeing won in the US. This is going to be the new fast jet trainer for the United States Air Force. I could also be a leading fighter for perhaps smaller countries. The design and engineering that went into this aircraft has been relatively unique. It was digital from word go. The engineering and the accuracy of the production line was such that the first prototype, the aft and the forward fuselage, could be mated in under 30 minutes. With no inaccuracies whatsoever. I mean, this to the aerospace and defense industry around the world has come as a sort of an awakening that if you were to employ digital technology right from the word go at design stage, you could really do wonders. And the speed of going from design board into production can be quite rapid. I put a statistic there. From design concept to the first flight was just flat 36 months. I mean, that's really a remarkable number. Put that into context of what we've seen here. I mean, full credit to what we've achieved here in India, frankly. I'm a test pilot, have been associated with many of those programs, but I think we could do better. If we were to really employ the technology there is in the world to employ in things like this. I just put a bullet there in the end, if you could note, we are trying to do what we can as the company. Some of you may know we have Boeing India Engineering and Technology Center in Bangalore. We have about 2,500 odd engineers there. Then we have about 500 engineers in Chennai. We are bringing work from United States into India. And it is not obviously no philanthropy here. We are here for business. It makes sense to do work here. The engineers are as smart as the ones in the US, and they charge a significant lower proportion or a ratio of that number. So we are doing very serious cutting edge R&D work on our latest platforms right here in India. And of course, I'll talk about how we are developing suppliers here as well. There's a separate slide for that. So we are bullish on the Indian future in terms of aerospace and defense, not just from market perspective, but from purely from business perspective. It makes sense to be here. It makes sense to employ Indians. It makes sense to do things here, which we are right now doing in the United States. It's just simply affordable and as good, sometimes better. And the next one is about adopting next generation manufacturing technologies. Once again, it's all about digital stuff here. There is a tremendous drive that we in the Boeing company have on digitalization of everything. You see that word, digitalization of manufacturing. We are into additive manufacturing in a big way. Boeing at the moment has in the vicinity of 70,000 parts in various applications across commercial and defense platforms, which are 3D printed, additive manufactured. So there is so much that could be done. This is not just more accurate, is better, but is also faster. And you can respond to the requirements of the warfighter significantly quicker if you do adopt 3D printing. And the next one is about operational excellence and best practices. Operational excellence is actually a big thing, really. I mean, we at the senior most executive level in the company, at the exco level, we have what is called a center of excellence for program management. Program management, again, is a seemingly small word, but there is so much involved in that, whether it's cost, schedule, delivery, customer satisfaction, everything rolls into program management. We give a significant importance to program management, and that drives operational excellence. I do believe if there is something to be shared in program management, we are quite keen from the Boeing side to interact with the industry and talk about program management, because we in the Boeing company in the US particularly have gone a long distance in thinking and talking about program management. Share practices. Now, you might know Boeing has 3 verticals: Boeing Defense Systems, Boeing Global Services, and Boeing Commercial Aeroplanes. Oftentimes, in a huge company such as Boeing, the best practices or good experiences of a particular vertical may not get shared across to another vertical, and also across geographies, since we're there in many countries. A very focused effort is on now in our company, and I imagine this is something that other companies may want to learn from, is to share experiences and make a discipline of that. It is easier said and then you forget it. So we have an op rhythm that essentially mandates sharing of experiences across these verticals, and that helps the company get better every day. And this is the last one here in terms of those 5, and then I'll just talk a little bit about what we are doing here in India. This is about the ecosystem of capable partners and suppliers. Some of you may know we have a very successful joint venture with Tata's in Hyderabad. It's called the T-Ball, Tata Boeing Aerospace Limited, where we manufacture Apache fuselages, not just for India, but for the world. It gives me tremendous pride in telling you that the US government user, US Army today flies Apache Apaches whose fuselages have been made here in India. Apache users across the world are flying in Apache fuselages that are made here in Hyderabad in a joint venture with Tata's. We are a 49% JV with them. Tata is the majority holder. We are very proud. It's an Indian company, and we make Apache fuselages for the rest of the world. I mean, the clarion call the Prime Minister gave in last DEF Expo, not just make in India for India, but make in India for the world. We are demonstrating that every day here. In fact, right now there's only one place where Apache fuselage is made beyond India. It's in South Korea, but there is a real possibility that that center may also shift here. So we plan to make Apache fuselages for the whole world here in India. And of course, 6 Amami Apache that we recently signed contract for will be made here. Of course, Air Force Apaches came here before the center really got going. So perhaps nothing can be done about that. But Army will fly, Indian Army will fly Apaches whose fuselages will be made here in Hyderabad. And then, of course, we are working with 250 odd suppliers here in India. We invest very heavily in skilling them. I mean, you've heard of Apache just now from me, but we are now bringing in work on vertical fins of 737, fan cowls of 737. I mean, name it, there is a lot of attention to shift work here. And once again, it's not for philanthropy. It makes business sense to be here in India. It just makes a lot of business sense. It adds to the bottom line. And of course, if we can do that sitting here in India, and why not? We've shifted technology. I mean, that's the only way to term it. Very complex wire harnesses for all Boeing platforms, barring some, are made here in India by some some suppliers, Tathmos and Rossell here in Bangalore. So we've identified India as a possible center to shift work because it just makes sense. And we work with the suppliers, all best practices that we employ. Obviously, we need to transfer them because you cannot have bad supplies going back to the United States on platforms that Boeing sells around the world. We now import from India, Indian suppliers, 26% of them, about 50 of them are actually MSMEs, to the tune of $1 billion. I'll just finish that. You just give me a minute, sir. We source about $1 billion each year from India for the US market. That means Boeing picks up things from here because they're made well here and used there. Very quickly, in India, we have 6 platforms, starting from left, P8I, the C-17, Chinooks, Apaches, 737, which is being used as VVIP aircraft by the Air Force, and recently added 2 777s, which is the latest India head of state. So we are working with the armed forces on the 6 platforms, and this is a very good chart. I wouldn't go without showing this to you. We have about 3,000 employees here, work with about 250 to 75 odd suppliers. We are changing the lives of significant personnel employed by these suppliers and tier 1, tier 2, etc. We have a JV that I spoke about. So there's lots that we are doing here, and we promise to be credible partners of the Indian ecosystem. We are here to do business because it just makes sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral Ahuja. He brought out very encouraging points. First, he mentioned about the capability of Indian engineers. No doubt we have such large Indian origin scientists in NASA and all over, and they're doing excellently well. And then dichotomy is here in India, while Apache fuselages and C-130 empennages are being exported all over the world, we have given a deadline for producing drop tanks to December 2024. So there is something which needs to be done. While the environment is improving all the time, it is important that the industry takes charge and we as a country take charge and move ahead. The next speaker is Air Commodore Ashit Mehta. He is the Vice President Business Development, Aerospace, BAE Systems, India.
Can I have my presentation, please? Air Marshal Daljit Singh and ladies and gentlemen, I need to switch over to my presentation, so it should be next. Right, so before we start, I thought I'd share a small story. Early, or rather late the afternoon, it's not a good thing to continuously show figures all the time. So I happen to have done the test pilots course with our present chief, Air Chief Marshal Bhaduria in 1990-91. And during that time, the ADA was taking off, and Dr. Kota Harinaran called us one day and gave a long talk about what were his ambitions and how the LCA is going to be developed. So he told us about that time that within a matter of 6-7 years, the first flight will happen, and many things, of course, optimistic. A few years later, I happened to land up in the UK to do my staff college. And in a similar kind of an organized talk session, where you get 10 minutes to talk about, there are 300 student officers like me representing about 50 countries from the world. And I decided to speak about LCA because I was going by what was being told to me earlier in 1990. So I spoke about LCA for about 10 minutes. I told them about what the aircraft is capable of, what is going to happen, how is it going to change the world and stuff. And in the end, I offered them a scheme, buy one, get one free. And that made a huge impact to the whole nation. All I want to do is caution the HAL and ADA that somebody is going to quote me one day and you better be prepared to offer that. Well, on the lighter note, that is over. I'm not the original captain of BAE Systems. The original captain is in UK undergoing quarantine. His name is Mr. Ravi Nergudkar. You're all familiar with Nick Khanna, who used to have usual banter with earlier DG, and he has moved on to the UK, and Ravi Nergudkar has taken over. On behalf of him, I'm going to cover a few points about what BAE is about and what are we doing to energize the Indian aerospace industry. Right, so our roots are pretty deep. We started way back in 1940 with the original aeroplanes like the Tiger Moth, Canberra, and those were the times when they were all called direct supplies, and all of them, most of them were imported, and there were some of them which were license produced. So the if you see the entire picture, you see a whole lot of spread transport and some ground vehicles, minesweepers, and of course the very popular Jaguar, and thereafter the Hawk. The Hawk is still was manufactured here, and we actually had a number of 123. 29 more are on demand, and something is being done about that. And the famous M777 contract is under execution at the moment. So that was history. For some of you who don't know what BA is about, I have a few things to cover. We serve, supply, and protect those who serve and protect us in a corporate culture that is performance-driven and values-led. We employ skilled workforce over nearly 90,000 people in more than 40 countries. We help our customers to stay and a step ahead when protecting people and national security, critical infrastructure, and vital information. We also work closely with local partners to support economic development through the transfer of knowledge, skill, and technology. But an inclusive organization, customer is the lead. Some facts and figures. It's a global defense supplier and world-leading innovator in many of these things. If you remember, BAE was quoted in the flight controls for the LCA Mark 1 way back. We started assisting ADA in 1980s, and even today. And for the LCA Mark 1A, we are the ones who are going to supply nearly 22 components of the flight controls, digital flight controls. We have established positions in the air, maritime, and land domains world over, and we are growing in the field of cyber security. India is also in talks with us about different equipment that they need. Our principal markets are spread over US, UK, Middle East, and Australia. And we have customers in over 80 countries. Our last year's turnover was nearly 20 billion pounds. We invest a lot in training, and nearly up to 1,700 pounds per person, which is quite a huge amount. How is BAE going to impact? What is BAE doing to impact the Indian industry and help energize the nation and the air power as such, or the industry? Earlier, as I said, in the historical perspective, it was a direct sales, imported, some of them joint ventures. Today, we have reached a watershed period where we have changed our strategy to become more collaborative. Our vision, mission, and goal have accordingly been modified and changed to read to make BAE Systems India the premier defense, space, and cyber company in the Indian subcontinent. To be trusted partner of choice of Indian Armed Forces to ensure national security is our mission. And our goal is to support Atmanirbhar Bharat and BAE's global defense needs from Bharat, from India, by partnering with indigenous industry and leveraging companies' high quality, innovative, and cutting edge niche technology. Our strategic actions are also stated here. Leverage existing and upcoming opportunities to reinforce our in-country position, which is obviously a little bit of a company motto. Expand into adjacent and new growth markets. Support Atmanirbhar Bharat, self-reliant India, by partnering with indigenous or local industries. Utilize existing BSI units and setups to improve BAE's price competitiveness and across the globe. We have some enablers, inspire and develop an empowered workforce, proactive communications campaign, enhance communications with lines of businesses, which are mainly in the US and UK,
Asset,
in terms of investment.
7 minutes are over.
Okay, I have just one more slide to go. So in general, in very brief, we are looking at supporting India in every possible way. Our modified goals, objectives, and the mission convey that. So the last line, the takeaway is co-creating for self-reliant India. So what are our initiatives so far? BAE was a pioneer by setting up a JV with called BHAL way back in 1993. Today we work with Mahindra Defence, and we are producing the M777 gun here locally. Out of the 145, 83 have been produced in country out of the 120 which are to be delivered by Mahindra Defence Systems Limited. Licensed manufacturer of Jaguar and Hawk with HL, who are our old joint venture and partners. We have supported ADA in the LCA Mark 1A and Mark 1 and Mark 1A, and we are doing much more later. We are working with Tata Advanced Systems Limited to develop various projects for within the country requirements and manufacturing opportunities. We are working with Bharat Forge towards providing something called closing weapon system for the IAF and the Army. I'm working closely with Dr. Devdare and his team towards providing consultancy and development of the LCA Mark II and futuristic AMCA under a G2G route between the UK and the Indian government. And we intend supporting a whole lot of companies through offset. In future, we intend to work in areas such as space, ISR, multi-domain networking, and sustainability. We work with nearly 80 different Indian suppliers against our offset requirement of providing nearly 220 million worth. So in general, we are doing a lot. And in the passing moment, I want to highlight something which Mr. Patil this morning told about Honorable on the 15th of August. ये समय है, सही समय है. I would say from BAE perspective, ये समय है, सही समय है, और हम आपके साथ हैं. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander Mehta. We can see the vision of BAE and strategy that they established a JV in 1993. And the last point which Commander Mehta made out is that BAE is looking at space, ISR, networking, multi-domain operations. These are the key issues which I can see that BAE has got a good vision to see what is coming in the future, and they are fully embedded in all the future combat aircraft programs here in India. So I'm sure we will look forward to much more interaction and much more takeaways from how BAE is working. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Rajiv Sethi. He is Vice President Operations, Samtel Avionics. Please introduce yourself and request you to stick to the time.
Marshal Daljit Singh, my co-panelists, distinguished officers of Indian Armed Forces, ladies and gentlemen. Quick introduction. My name is Rajiv Sethi, and I lead the operations function in Samtel Group. A quick background on who we are and where do we come from? Samtel as a group has been around for 5 decades in this country. It's an Indian group promoted by Indian nationals. And we have operated across different industry segments, starting with consumer electronics to medical imaging to industrial products, and finally aerospace and defense. So in aerospace and defense, we exist in the form of 3 different companies. One is Samtel Avionics, which is the parent, and on our way since 2004, given birth to 2 joint ventures, one with HAL and one with Thales. We have been in the journey starting from technology development to product development to product qualification on ground and in air, and thereafter supplying to several fleets, various aircraft fleets in the country. And thereafter, having completed some serial supplies, we have been in the after-sales support mode and supporting those fleets to various kinds of maintenance and other kind of supports like obsolescence management, etc., that are needed by the operators. Across various industry segments, we have worked with global majors in those industry segments. And in aerospace and defense, some of the names that you see on this slide are well known and understood, and some of my co-panelists come from that and know us pretty well. My perspective while talking to you would be of an Indian company which came from a different industrial segment to aerospace and defense in a kind of an MSME mode. And then what have we learned from each such collaboration with our partners, with these majors? Each opportunity to work with them has been a great learning experience. And I must thank on behalf of MSME companies in India that what we learn from them as their best practices and imbibe in ourselves holds us in good stead to prepare ourselves for better things in the future. Needless to say that the macro environment prevailing in the country through various initiatives also supports us to believe in ourselves and have aspirations and dreams that help us to deploy these best practices in our own companies. I would categorize the best practices that companies like ours have learned from these majors, these partners that we have worked with extensively over the last 2 decades. I would distribute them into 3 buckets, so to say. The first one is about business processes. Some of these things may appear very trivial, but believe me, when you go about deploying them, it means first understanding, then creating your own systems and processes, and then in a very diligent manner, deploy it in your own team and create belief of your own workforce in those processes. It's not an easy journey. If you say I'm going to deploy a particular business process, it may take you almost a decade to stabilize that process in your own company. In the sense that every time you think and you act, you believe in those processes and operate through those processes. It can sometimes appear to be slow, but then you're building a future for yourself. And some of these processes that we have learned and gained from our partners who are majors in the field are presented here. The first one is the deployment of a pursuit management process where you identify an opportunity quite early on and then build your own capabilities to be able to have a win on that and increase your probability of win. It seems to be a very simple set of statements in English, but believe me that when you go about deploying them with all the necessary toll gates and all the information that you have to bring on the table to be able to commit resources to a pursuit, it can be a handful of effort. Similarly, one of my co-panelists talked about program management. It does appear to be a simple thing in English, but actually when you go about deploying all the processes, systems associated with program management, it's quite a lot. And I would say that the goal has to be what in consumer electronics industry we used to call as OTIF, on time in full. That you deliver every time on time with 100% accuracy and in full, because you can't let a platform suffer. And an MSME in India would normally operate at a tier 3 level because we are mostly doing LRUs or some subsystems. And there is someone above us who does a system and above him a platform maker. So we can't jeopardize a platform or the program of the platform maker because of some inefficiency that resides in our system. Similarly, one key process that we have tried to learn and gain from it quite a lot is identifying the risks in a program pretty early on and prepare yourself in a timely manner so that you don't put that risk in the customer's basket. Another thing that I would like to talk about is one has to learn to segregate technology development, product development, and serial supplies. And the processes for these three have to be different. Our experience has been that when we try to mix these three into a program, it invariably creates trouble and it invariably creates failures that we may not like to have. So we have been going about deploying processes which are very different from these three stages of the product life cycle. Similarly, in terms of business processes and procedures, there are standards that we are entitled to, develop ourselves and commit to ourselves to, but in a genuine manner, not for the sake of, qualifying and getting a ISO or a AS9100 certification, but actually think through those processes and act through those processes as a way of life in your own company. I think two co-panelists have talked about the importance of supply chain. Someone developed us, the majors, tier 2s and tier 1s. Then we have a responsibility to develop tier 4. They may be operating mostly in components. They may be operating mostly in SRUs, as we call them in our parlance. But we have to invest on them to develop similar processes as us so that they don't spring a surprise on us. Second basket I would like to talk about is business initiatives that you have to deploy. This is what we have learned. It's about skill levels that persist in our country at the moment. In aerospace and defense, even though we may have a history of 100 years, as one of my partners said here on the panel, but we are in the private sector at least, a first generation industrialized phenomena. As far as aerospace and defense is concerned, most of us or our predecessors and family did not work in aerospace and defense in the private sector domain because it started opening up in late 90s and early 2000s. And most of us professionals who work in this space have either learned from our knowledge of other industries or from the majors who operate here in India and help us grow ourselves. So we need to invest quite significantly in developing the skills, not just for preparing the hardware, but also getting certifications for your own hardware and software through various processes that are necessary for an airborne product. The other issue is about innovation and knowledge management. I think it has been spoken of, but I would like to spend a quick few seconds on that. What this means is MSMEs have to keep continuing to innovate for lower scales of economy. We do not have a footprint which is global footprint, and we don't have access to too big volumes. So we must innovate in a manner through creating ideas and systems which are different from majors and how they practice it. But then the key lies in proving them and getting them certified. That has been some of the key learnings for us while doing this innovation. Of course, when you develop technologies, you exploit them by laterally deploying them on other platforms. You also develop capabilities at an engineering level to deploy yourselves into neighboring products. Things that you, for example, you have a brilliant hardware design team or an embedded systems team, then can you pick up some neighboring products? This has been a sample experience that from displays, we move to smart displays, to instrumentation standby systems, to building blocks for various mission computing applications and so on, and switch, like data switching, video switching. So you keep expanding your footprint into neighboring technologies and neighboring product portfolios. There are some imperatives that stare at us. We Indian companies have failed to learn to collaborate so far. At a private sector level, I personally feel this comment is more relevant. When we go to Israel or we go to France and some other such countries, we see a lot of small companies coming together to create bigger subsystems and systems. This phenomena is completely absent in our country at the moment. There are companies like HAL and BEL who perform this role. But companies within themselves probably do not have too many examples of this. So this is something that we Indian companies have to learn from global majors and other ecosystems that prevail in highly developed economies, which we do not have in our country for the time at the moment. The other thing is the issue of surviving in this business. Someone talked about it. It's also an issue of capital, but it's a fact. For a medium-sized company, between two large programs, there can be a lot of time where you wouldn't know where to go. So it's very important that when we do a pursuit management process, we latch on to programs that integrate us to global supply chains of global majors, so that when those lean periods come, when those new projects are on our order book, how do we survive and how do we keep ourselves sustained so that the innovation and the skills that we have created in the company do not get attritioned away to other industries or other companies. So these are some of the best practices we have in SAMTL learned and try to deploy in our day-to-day working. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sethi. You brought out very, very relevant issues. The first is one has to have faith in oneself. Only then you produce things. I recall when the metro service was to be established, everybody talked about the gauge which other countries are following. But our engineers insisted that we want a gauge which is good for India, where we have such a large population. And they went in for broader gauge. And they had faith in themselves, and now we see the success story. We look at vaccinations. Today, India has done the maximum vaccination in the world. 5-6 months back, everybody was looking at India to say that what are they doing? So if we have faith, we have capability, we can produce. And that is what is required in the Indian defense industry also. And the next important point is the collaboration is so important. You look at Israel, one company sells aerostat, where the components are from other companies, including American company. The balloon is to American company, radar is from different company, but the aerostat product is sold by some different company. Proper collaboration, and you produce a product which you are able to export. These are definitely takeaways for the higher level to consider. And now we have the last speaker, Mr. Ashish Saraf, Vice President and Country Director, Thales, India. Please introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Air Marshal Singh, and thank you, SIDM, esteemed co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen. We stand with India at every step of the way. Well, to introduce myself, my name is Ashish Saraf. I'm the country director, country head for Thales India. The country has shown the will and muscle to become a global manufacturing and innovation hub, and to realize it is increasing its effort to boost indigenous research, development, and manufacturing, along with facilitating global industry players to invest in India. A little bit about us. Thales is a global high-tech firm invested in deep tech innovations, connectivity, big data, cybersecurity, quantum technology, and we are invested in it to build a future we all can trust, which is vital to the development of our societies. We exist in about 68 countries, but the more important factor is that we are present in India since 1953. And our current footprint spans across 7 sites in the country, approximately 2,000 employees, 2 or 3 joint ventures, Samtel, Bharat Electronics, and Reliance, And in addition to our forces, building our Indian roots through a solid ecosystem with local industry has been integral to our strategy in the country for almost 7 decades now. We have, how do we support Atmanirbhar? We have a ecosystem of about 75 plus local partners mobilized through various projects. And not only that, our own engineering centers, which do state-of-the-art work here for biometrics, for defense, cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, data analytics, machine learning, it all happens here. And it happens here not only for India, but for the globe, in fact, mostly for the globe. And here is where we probably need to also look at consuming some of these solutions that, in fact, are produced as cutting-edge technology solutions for the world. Some of our partners have also been recognized as the global suppliers of choice by Thales. And we create obviously thousands of direct and indirect jobs here in country, along with the 2 best-in-class engineering centers that are growing by close to 20% year over year in terms of volume and resources. But, you know, from a global best practice standpoint, you know, obviously the capabilities have been created, the supply chain has been established, and I think we are all doing the traditional ways of manufacturing for local, manufacturing for global, etc., and the cycle continues, right? But I want to draw our attention on 2 topics that we potentially need to look at for energizing the aerospace, right? And when we say aerospace, it's aero and it's space. With the recent events that have happened across the world and specifically in our country, there are 2 aspects that we need to really pay close attention to. One is drones, manned and unmanned systems, and second is space. The central government, with the central government notifying the drone rules 2021 post consultation with the stakeholders, we are gearing up our ambition to achieve of India becoming a global drone hub by 2030. And the future of warfare does not remain in the traditional warfare of airplanes and bombs and you know, the traditional equipment that we typically manufacture and supply. It is all unmanned. It is all unmanned through drones and through space. And here is where the energizing needs to really take place. The policy is out, and the investments typically from the global OEMs as well as local companies and the partnerships that need to be fostered need to typically happen in this area so that we can leapfrog. There are many technologies that are being developed, but we have an opportunity here to actually get ahead and make these technologies deployed for ourselves and deploy it and export it to the world. What are we doing for that? We actually have a lot of development happening here locally, including us and our partners to support and develop these areas. The new regulation will enable the Indian skies to remain safe as the drone technology evolves and the sector grows. We have also notified a significant reduction in the number of authorizations required to fly and operate drones, and there lies an opportunity for drone penners to foster innovation. And with the help of deep tech companies such as us, there is an opportunity for us to bring in a lot of technology that could be developed here and deployed to foster innovation. As an example, we have recently launched something called a Scale Flight, a portfolio of solutions that enables safe and secure drone operations while meeting regulatory requirements. With Scale Flight Remote ID, which acts like a virtual license plate, a drone can be geolocated and identified along with its remote pilot. And in essence, it delivers the who, where, when, and why information about a given drone. And this is a technology that we are looking to bring to the country in collaboration with our partners as a global best practice to leapfrog us, not only for the defense, but also for the civil segments, because security domestically is also extremely important. Our scale flight solutions enable the unique remote ID on a drone tracking via a computer or even an app platform to support the enforcement of policies and airspace restrictions via geocaching. The second point I want to highlight is space. It is time that we have our sovereign constellation. You know, and the sovereign constellation, not only with a normal visit time of 6, 8, 9 hours or 24 hours, but a sovereign space constellation of a revisit time of a sub 60 minute. And this is what, again, another global best practice from a technology leap standpoint that we need to look into, to how to produce and deploy this technology from the country, wherein, again, a partnership with OEM like Thales could be envisioned to make in India not only the satellites, but the entire constellation, including the control centers, which could be deployed in India. So we think that, you know, from a best practice standpoint, obviously innovation, policy, coupled by programs that are launched to garner that policy, partnership between foreign OEMs and Indian industry, leveraging the engineering plus services, not only for the country, but also for globe, and finally exports, wherein we can demonstrate to the world that we have technology and we have leapfrog that could be used by the globe, is something that would allow us to clearly differentiate and develop this industry further. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashish. In fact, what we are looking at is that he has brought out what we need to look at in future and prepare ourselves now in terms of space technology, in terms of drone technology. But what we also need to understand is that the Indian industry has to come to some level of technology from where they can leapfrog, and at the same time not try and invent everything. So it has to be a judicious mix of what we can collaborate and what we can do ourselves. I know the time is more now, but we have taken our own time schedule. It is just that we were delayed. And now that we are at the end, it is very, very important that we have this question and answer session, because that clarifies a lot of doubts and it brings in much more interaction. So the house is open for any questions. Please feel free. Go ahead, Group Captain Narang. I think you will get an award for asking maximum questions. Please go ahead.
Sir, two questions. One is to sailors who's thinking of drones. Is there a vision with sailors where we are thinking of developing an unmanned system which will be designed, jointly designed with an Indian entity, tested here, and of course approached? Similarly, is there a thought in all these OEMs, like the Saab had a wonderful plan of sharing what they know, but and they have been collaborating in many things. I would like also to understand, how do they see Indian and the foreign OEM collaboration in IP creation? Thank you.
Okay. Is there a vision? Yes, there is a vision. In fact, there is a vision.
And also challenges if there are.
Okay. So, the vision is to actually have a system that is comprehensive. Now, we talk about a few things on drones, right? There is in drones, if I have to generally just kind of look at the number of systems, you have the drone. It could be a civilian or a attack drone or a surveillance, or many kind of drones. Now we have, attack, detection, protection, and anything in between. So the vision obviously is to look at creation of something that brings this all together, because currently the solutions that are there are very fragmented. Someone has a detection system, someone has a protection system. A company will come up and say we have a hard kill, another will say we have a soft kill, and so on and so forth. The vision is to integrate everything and say that we have a system that's capable of A to Z of drones, right? Now, it requires bringing a lot of players together, which requires a lot of discussions, collaboration, etc. But that's exactly the vision that's being worked on right now.
Actually, I would like to say that, it is important for India to decide where are the gaps to have this kind of capability. And then there are industries available for that. So it is the responsibility or is onto the India, what they're really looking for, because we cannot keep waiting for years together. We have to move fast, and technology is available. Next question, please. Introduce yourselves and please ask one question at a time.
Hi, sir. Are you taking questions from media? This is Krishnan Tripathi from ATP Bharat. There are 4 panelists, 4 foreign OEMs on the panel: Thales, Saab, BAE, and Boeing. You people talk about transfer of technology, but when we speak to Indian industry veterans, they say that in earlier procurements, we received tons and tons of papers, but the real reasoning behind a particular design and why a particular design was chosen or why a particular material was chosen was never shared with the country. Only design was given, reasoning was not given why other designs were discarded and why other materials were discarded. So there is some kind of gap. There is a claim that you want to share technology and you want to go beyond that, but it actually doesn't happen.
Okay, on behalf of all the panelists, I would like to state that we have heard all the panelists, and what your point you have brought out is from those people who are involved with the foreign OEMs, to state that while they are committing lots of things, but in actual ground, things are not happening. Am I right?
Discarded. It was never shared with India.
Okay, now it is either we are talking of some particular company, or are we generalizing it? The point is, the panelists, when they stand here, when they talk on behalf of their companies. So my suggestion is, please interact with these companies, or if there are any specific such issues, so that they will be able to clarify. Because here when we talk, we are talking about the generic environment. We are not really talking of the specific environment. And what I have heard from the panelists, they are very clearly claiming how many JVs they are having and what is the product, how much items are being exported from India today because of the JVs, and what are they really offering. They are offering training outside India, so that you get to know the environment and the work culture, which then can be imbibed in India. So this is what we all, our panelists have spoken here. So if there are anything specific I'm sure you would be able to interact with the company and ask those specific questions, and they will be happy to answer to that. Okay, now only last two questions.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
This is Somnath Chaudhary from IIT Bombay. My questions are addressed to Admiral Ahuja and Mr. Saraf. What from your talks actually, you can make it out you're talking about market-driven technology. India is specifically market-driven technology, not technology-driven markets. You are making a lot of tie-up, joint ventures, a lot of things like that. But how you are managing the IPRs? This is question number one. Intellectual property rights for the market-driven technology, because India is the market specific. Secondly, if I talk on this from this forum, we are talking about a lot of collaborations. I give you one name to like academic industry research collaboration. We call it AER. We're talking here for AER, academic industry research collaboration. How you are planning to bring in the academia, particularly like IIT Madras or IIT Bangalore, IIT Bombay, in the generation of market-driven IP for the Indian market. I think this addresses the question also and also this part also, gentlemen. And this question that is to Mr. Ahuja and Mr. Saraf. So you want me to repeat the questions again?
So questions are fairly clearly understood as to the modalities of IPR and also interaction with academia like IIT, IIS, and things like that.
And also market-driven technology, not the technology market.
No doubt, it is always a market-driven technology, especially in the present context. And also, when you see when things come under fire, then things start getting produced. This happened in Israel when they were fired with so many rockets, and they produced an excellent Iron Dome. Now, on 27 June, we had this issue of drone attack, and we found the RFIs being issued the next day itself. And now the contracts have been signed. So we should actually not wait for the fire. We should work in an environment of an air-conditioned environment, but work at the same pace. Now, as far as the IPR and transfer of technology is concerned, these are two critical issues, and I would request my panelists to give their views.
I think IPR it's a subjective matter, right? There's no one blanket answer saying that we give away the IPR or we keep the IPR. It depends on the program. There are occasions wherein we bring in the entire set to, give it to the partners, and typically when partnerships have structures wherein, and in most cases, Indian partners have a majority position. The IP that gets transferred or developed typically resides in that entity. So that's, overall a generic, I guess, statement, but it depends very specifically on the program, the structure, and how the contract is structured based on the requirements of that particular program. I don't think there's a one-size-fits-all approach on IP saying that, any company globally follows a particular discipline on IP saying that either we'll keep it or we'll give it away. It has all the dimensions of managing it on a case-by-case basis. On your question on how do we plan to bring in academia, there are focused programs that we typically work with. We recently signed a MOU with IIIT Delhi on open hardware research, which has very specific deliverables, and that's how we go about it.
Let me answer from Boeing perspective. Largely, the answer to IP is at a high level, very similar to what Mr. Saraf said, but we have indeed transferred IPs to many suppliers who we work with in India, and the number is growing every day. it's in the vicinity of 275 today. Tomorrow when I talk to you, could well be 276. We have transferred manufacturing ability of many parts here. I spoke about very complex wire harnesses earlier on because that's been a huge success. That's been used on very large number of Boeing platforms in the United States that get exported around the world. So we have indeed transferred IPs of things like that. And we could talk details perhaps offline. We don't have the time for that. But there's large number of IPs that get transferred. Of course, there are areas where we don't as well. Just as to put from the point that Mr. Saraf made. Talking of working with academia, I think my last slide did indicate we work with about, once again, detail I'll share with you separately. We work with about 7 academia here on a very regular and active basis. Once again, perhaps I cannot share what exactly those projects are all about, but we are working with 7 or 8 academia here in India on a very regular basis.
Thank you.
Anybody else would like to say?
So to the first question about IPR earlier, for example, we are doing a demonstrator program here in India between some of the Indian academia and Swedish academia, and also with Swedish industry and the Indian industry. And there we have decided that the solution that we are working on will be able to be used by all parties for future prospects.
Okay, as far as IPR and the TOT and other aspects to say that the collaboration, they do not deliver. Actually, it boils down to how an MOU has been signed. If there is a memorandum of understanding and then there is a contract and commitment, nobody can divert from that. So therefore, it is important that anytime the JVs are signed, one has to go into all details at that particular time and bring out all these issues of what is deliverable, what is the scope of IP or transfer of technology, and in a time-bound manner. Now, while there are a lot of takeaways, I'm sure you all would have noted, so I do not want to summarize because of paucity of time. And I'm very glad that all the panelists have brought out a very positive note. The willingness, the capability of Indian manpower and capability of Indian defense industry. So now it is just a matter of time that we need to push on this. And what we need to look at is that maybe in near future, people would start looking at best Indian practices and follow those rather than now looking at best global practices. In the end, I thank all my panelists for their excellent and very clear presentations. And it's been a pleasure listening to all of you. So let us give them a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Thank you all the panelists. May I now request DG CAPS to hand over the token of appreciation.
Thank you. Thank you to all the distinguished speakers and panelists for such a thought-provoking day one of deliberations. I would also like to thank the participants, 110 plus participants who joined us online. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue with our deliberations tomorrow online. The link of the conference has already been sent to the registered delegates. I would request you all to please join before 10 hours to participate in day two of the proceedings. Thank you, everyone. Please enjoy your evening.